Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, but now starting from this year, it will be launched every year just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26, then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here, starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
चेस खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है, अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move, it's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come don't be late। It's your move, ये तो तू एक और।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से है अपने संग। शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन, विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन।
डंका बजा है, गोवा सजा है, खेल जमेगा खूब। It's your move, हो न जाए checkmate। It's your move, check में भी होगा just। It's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come don't be late। It's your move, esto todo। It's your move, एक दो ढाई। It's your move, it's your move, it's your move, it's your move, it's your move।
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move।
Namaste and welcome to beautiful sunny Goa. We are into day 2 of the quarterfinals. The action is heating up and so is the weather. Before that, let's check in what happened yesterday. Nurderberg Yakubev was the only player who managed to win yesterday against Alexander Donchenko, which means the German star in a must-win situation. The other matches ended in draws, but the most peaceful one was Wei versus Arjun. Arjun comfortably equalized with the black pieces. Today, I think he'll press with the white pieces. So that's going to be one very important game to check out. Sindara was much better, but didn't take his chance against Jose Martinez. So that game is also going down into the wire. And apart from that, Sam Shankland versus Esipenko was also a nice and fighting draw. Remember, three candidate spots up for grabs out of the 8 players here. You just have to win 2 matches and you are in the candidates, because remember, we also have a 3rd and 4th place match. $35,000 locked in for all the players. We will see who gets $120,000 up top. Everything to play for. Back to you guys in the studio.
8 players and only 3 seats at the candidates table. You win today and you're in with a 75% shot to make it to Cyprus 2026. Whose fate will be decided today? Now the FIDE World Cup is no more a marathon. It's a sprint to the finish line. And we are back for all the action. Maza aane wala hai. Lots on the line, guys. Is this the day that Arjun gets it done, Amrita?
Actually, we are so stressed. India is so stressed. Arjun is our last hope. सबको बहुत tension है. But I do hope and I do feel that Arjun is going to reach the finals. I think that's what we share the same feeling here, right?
My question is, do you think Arjun is playing with the white pieces today? It's his best shot, in the classical, perhaps in a tiebreak as well, because you have the white pieces. Do you think it's
he
finished
has
today?
To push, just like how Tanya was pushing.
We were talking to Srinath and he mentioned that after 2024, I think the month of May, Arjun has played 7 games with Wei and he has won all of them.
Oh.
So
but
that
in different time formats, I believe, not just in...
Yes, exactly. But he's won all of them, and that does give some level of confidence for sure.
I mean, there are draws in between.
I think there's only one classical match as far as I could check, and I think it was in Norway chess, and that ended in a draw.
I think the thing is that in the last 7 times that Arjun has faced Wei Yi, Arjun hasn't lost a game. And I agree with you, that is definitely something that boosts your confidence. It's going to be fun to watch, but I will say Wei Yi, very tough to crack. You know, his experience yesterday playing with the white pieces, he didn't get anything out of the opening. Arjun, confidently, he had more time on the clock than what he started with.
5 minutes more.
Bhai, crazy. Like 1 hour 35 minutes pe game khatam hui hai. Arjun was blitzing out his preparation. Someone tell him World Cup hai bhai, bullet nahi hai. Crazy scenes ho gaye the. Today with the white pieces, are we expecting another vintage Arjun crazy opening?
I'm actually curious. I have a feeling he will go for something that goes to a long game, not in theory. So maybe a C4 first move is what I'm expecting from Arjun. Thoda English opening flavor.
I think that's because you love English, Sagar.
Yeah, I used to play English.
Are you still talking about chess?
Yes. No, I used to play English a lot, but these days I see English is being used when some player wants to get a game. Like, it's not long theory. There is theory there as well, but there is more room for innovation than one E4 and one D4. So one C4 lag raha hai mujhe.
Saj.
I think a very great point. I think English, for me, it's either English or Catalan. Because for Catalan, I will say the same thing, because no matter how well you are prepared, you will get that small edge which you can grind for a long, long time. So between English or Catalan. Tanya, what do you think?
I think Arjun starts with 1 E4.
Really?
I think he'll start with 1 E4. You know, now Arjun, Wei, neither of these two players have made it to the candidates in the past. Arjun has come so close. He's had that story of almost there, but never quite. Will it be in Goa that changes? But it's not just these two players, right? You got 6 other grandmasters looking for that same finish line. It's all about the top 3 spots.
Yeah.
Can we have our matchups on? And Sagar, let's go through them one by one. We had one decisive game yesterday.
Jose, it was, and that's the whole point. Yakuboev, I'm so sorry. Exactly, but that's the whole point. You know, whoever is going to lose, even everybody over here has won all the hearts, so सबको दुख हो रहा है. जो भी हार के आज जाएगा, उसके लिए I think everybody is going to feel very sad.
True.
Guys, what are the chances of Donchenko taking this to the tiebreaks?
Oof, good question. I would put it 70-30 to Norderberg Yakuboy with a 1-point win. I would say 30%, and only because Donchenko starts with the white pieces. So I think he would have some shot. He has to basically throw the kitchen sink at Yakuboy. Just go all out, all guns blazing. I have a feeling, Sagar, that for Donchenko, what we saw yesterday, he basically got smashed out of the opening. Very strange opening choices by him, moving the knight, moving the queen multiple times. And I wonder if that was a reflection of what happened in the match against Liam, because that match took so much out of him.
Yeah, I think players are exhausted. I was walking to the playing commentary room with Sahaj Bhai, and even we were discussing that it's gotten tiring at this point, because we are here since 18 days, guys. That's generally 2 tournaments that you have played. And so I personally think Donchenko may not have the fuel left in him now to make a comeback.
You know, but
situation.
they say, right, until it goes on and on, they don't think of energy. They bring all the reserve energy over there. But the only thing, statistically, I'm not 100% sure, but, you know, nobody has made a comeback in the classical second game after the 3rd round, I feel. I'm not sure. Or if at all, it's very, very rare.
Very, very difficult, Saj.
Yes, it happened, I think, once in this tournament, but I think, yes, you're right. It is super rare for someone to do that. But this is the stage where you do things like that. And I would definitely keep an eye out for this game, because I have a feeling, guys, all 4 tiebreaks.
All 4?
I have a feeling.
Baapre.
So you think Donchenko does make the comeback?
I have a feeling.
और
Yes.
कल intense हो जाएगा
It's an
रे.
intuitive feeling, but you have to trust your intuition.
मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, सहज की सारी predictions in this tournament so far.
Well, I hope this one, doesn't go right, because there's also Arjun playing here, and we want him. But we want him to win today itself.
And Tanya सारी नहीं, तुम नहीं थी तब कोई prediction गलत जा रही थी उसकी.
So when I was here, yes.
So either like या तो We can
Oh,
do it.
do I need to fly back to Delhi?
But on that note, another stat by our FIDE team is that Wei Yi has not lost a single classical match in the World Cup.
Ever.
Oh.
So far.
In all the 5 World Cups that he has played.
all
or
of
6
them.
maybe.
So then there were two players, yeah? Like Jose had not lost.
Nahi,
and-
Amruta, this is in his life history of playing all the World Cups.
Oh my
He
god!
always lost in tiebreaks.
Unbelievable.
But that's too much.
Wow.
That is incredible. But I think that's why Sahaj wants this match to go into tiebreaks.
No,
He's
but
like, "Bhai, le
I
jao."
am making a bold prediction. Today, Ajjuba is going to come up with some opening idea. I don't know what. But लॉन्ग कैसल हो जाएगा तो बहुत मजा आ जाएगा एक तो नंबर वन बट आई थिंक फॉर अर्जुन ऑल्सो मे बी ही वुड प्रेफर अ क्लासिकल वन आई वॉज ऑल्सो डिस्कसिंग विद पीटर yesterday about it and that's what he will keep a solid opening controlled novelty something like that where he doesn't have huge risk.
I'm expecting, I agree with you, I'm expecting some crazy prep by Arjun in this one. I mean, what he did with the black pieces, he basically gave Wei no chances at all. You know, confidently found that line bishop e6, the rare option in the Spanish. And after that, it was just in balance. Wei sort of navigated through the draw. और Wei के दिमाग में भी ये होगा ना कि white से भाई मुझे कुछ मिला नहीं. Today with black, I have to keep things under control. What does Arjun have in mind? He's one of those players जो novelty पे novelty खेलता है. Somewhere on the 10th, 11th move.
Yeah, I think for Arjun, it's a decision because he has beaten Wei in shorter formats in Norway chess. तो भाई tiebreak लेके जाए या आज पूरा press करे. But one thing is certain, whenever you see Wei, you calm down. इतना शांत आदमी है मतलब, you know, I was commentating at one point and I said, Wei is an absolute I wanted to say monster, like for example, like that energy, but then I stopped and said, monk. Because, you know, like he is so calm. ऐसे एक monk-like feel है उसमें.
Wow, perfectly described about
just
him.
a picture of calmness he is, but यार जितना भी बाहर से काम होएगा, I'm sure, you know, so close to that candidate spot. You know it's within reach. It's this one match, and then basically you have a 3 out of 4 chance to make it to the candidates. Nerves are going to be a big factor today for all these 8 players.
Absolutely. अभी के लिए जितना लेवल का स्ट्रेस रहेगा हार्ट रेट रहता था तो लेट्स जस्ट हैव अ प्रेडिक्शन क्या रहता था वही का
I think Abhi probably around 70.
अरे
अच्छा
ज़्यादा बोल दिया क्या?
For a draw, you mean?
बहुत कम बोला
No,
मुझे
he
लगा
might
100
be very,
रहेगा.
very calm at this point. But once the games begin, it won't be calm. Look at the number of people, the journalists. Actually, yesterday we had quite a full house in the playing hall. बहुत सारे लोग आए थे. I saw in the pictures. Guys, what are your thoughts on Jose Martinez? Because this guy has such a huge following, such a huge, you know, this entire Latin America, South America rooting for him.
Yeah, it's huge. And I think he's feeling it, you know. He's feeling that energy. He's also won so many fans here in India. What a run he's had. He himself said that Nodebek, Abdul Satro, bas usi match tak socha tha maine, because that was the big wall for him here in the FIDE World Cup. But all through that, he's taken down Sarana, Ivic, Nodebek, Hari Krishna. Incredible performance so far. Yesterday, I will say, I had a deeper look at that game that Jose played against Sindarov, and it looked from an ऊपर का एंगल हम भी बात कर रहे थे कि वो थोड़ा स्ट्रेस्ड लग रहा है. By the way, Arjun in the
Let's
house,
go!
guys, with the white pieces.
अज्जू भाई ओपी हो
final
जाए चैट
classical
में
game.
Guys,
Of
did
the
you
quarterfinals.
realize that Arjun is India #1 and Wei is China #1? So it's actually
Oh.
the #1 players. This could very well be, even if it was the Olympiad, it could have been a top board clash, although Gukesh was the top board with Wei in 2024.
Oh, that is the most immortal endgame we
Yeah.
all remember. Just
Yes.
amazing calculations which even Magnus talked about.
Yeah,
Correct.
it was the 2-night position. One of the very decisive matchups for Team India at the Olympiad as well. Incredible scenes, by the way. We will have the ceremonial move soon. But just to finish on the Jose point, I think for him, it's already been, the tournament itself has been a success. But what happens is, जब तुम इतने पास आ जाते हो ना, suddenly ख्वाब खुल जाते हैं. Then you start feeling कि I'm not thinking about how much of a success it's already been. Now I want the whole thing. And I think Jose feels it. that he's so close, the path that he has, it's a tough fight, and there he is, the first Latin American to make it to the quarterfinals. What a tournament he's had, proving his detractors wrong there. You know, he said he struggled with invitations, he struggled with sponsorship, and I think all of that is going to change for this Peruvian now playing for Mexico Grandmaster. I think he wants more than just a tournament that he can say has been a good run.
I completely agree with you, Tanya. And today with the white pieces, I think on the board he is ready for a lot of tod food.
Yes, let's go.
Okay. And also he's this apart from this game, you were saying about Jose something?
No, I was just asking a question. Ke, out of the 4 matches, which match does not go into the tiebreaks?
I think Donchenko.
So all other 3, you're saying 3 out of 4 go into tiebreaks?
I think they do, yes.
Arjun doesn't go into tiebreaks.
Oh, so you think Arjun wins, takes it today?
Yes.
Love it. Sagar.
भाई देखते हैं यार अभी ये prediction का game में तो I'm terrible. I get all the predictions wrong all the time.
No, just say something and then I will bet my house and then it will not come true. So you can sort of play with it, yeah.
Reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology, exactly.
But look at Arjun right now. मतलब जो focus है, and there we see in the background Anurag Thakur is there, a very well-known politician of Indian chess, former sports minister, former information and broadcasting minister, and he's here to make the first move today.
And I have had the good fortune of meeting him when he was the sports minister. He actually really loves chess.
Right.
He has been following it for the last few years as well. He's a big sports lover. I think all different sports he's had a role to play in. And I wonder what he'll start with the first move. क्या वो Arjun से पूछेंगे?
नहीं वो E4.
No, he's gone for E4. He loves chess. So he
knows.
One of the few. He went. He just adjusted it.
E4 played by
Arjun
him.
is instantly gonna take it back. No.
मैंने तो E4 ही predict किया इस game के लिए.
E4 होएगा तो मजा आएगा यार.
Ceremonial move में E4 हो गया.
तुमने नहीं बताया अमृता?
Long castle होगा तो मजा आएगा बोली.
ये क्या है पहला?
E4 में हो सकता है.
ठीक है, नहीं मेरे को लगता है D4 खेलेगा वो. But I would be happier with E4.
I think my mind says D4, my heart says E4. दिल की सुने कि दिमाग
अच्छा, but E4 को will he go for Sicilian or E5? Sahaj. Oh, handshake again.
Okay, we're gonna find out.
Chalo.
Huge chances for Catalan, I think.
Okay, पानी
go
पिया पहले.
D4.
First,
We are very curious.
even
Arjun
way
bhai,
is like मैं
जल्दी
पानी
जल्दी
पी लूं.
खेलो.
You know, guys,
पानी पी रहे हैं.
I
It's a
think
पानी competition.
D4 on the board.
Okay, ये prediction
सहज
सही
भाई
आया
ने
तो.
सही किया था. I guess and
That's
Tanya
predictions.
also. Maybe no, Tanya said E4. So Sahaj and अमृता का देखते हैं लॉन्ग कैसल होता है कि नहीं.
मैंने भी D4 बोला सागर. सुनता नहीं है यार तू इतना दूर बैठा है तो.
Sorry यार. D4, D5 and we have 100% he plays D takes C4.
Queen's Gambit accepted?
Yes.
On the board?
He will
No
take
way.
it. अरे he will take it.
No
भाई
way.
लिख के ले लो. I will bet
Bye.
my no.
देखो अरे सहज.
Catalan होने वाला है. Look at that, knight f3.
Yes, I think Catalan is a huge chance. And I think Catalan makes so much sense at this stage of the tournament. ये एक opening है जो I think high level पे इतनी बार खेली गई है. Knight f6 and G3 will be the Catalan here.
He'll go knight C3.
And Knight C3 will be the Queen's Gambit decline proper.
Or maybe he takes a page out of Dukesh's book. Yes, Queen. Yes, this is what Dukesh played against Ding.
CD.
Yes, he takes D5 in game 3 in the World Championship.
And
then Knight C3, Queen C2, H3.
मतलब लॉन्ग कैसल हो सकता है कि नहीं उतना बताओ यार.
हो सकता है, but I don't think he'll go for that exact Knight C3 on the board.
Oh my
H3
God.
And that was where we had G4.
Yes.
Oh,
H3.
he went G4 after.
Guys,
Oh my goodness.
what
Okay,
do
we
you
need to
think
open
are
that
the
game.
chances of Gukesh helping Arjun for this one? है ना?
No.
Gukesh is like,
way.
oh, Ajju bhai, hello. Do you want to play the line against Wei? I've prepared against some Chinese opponent some lines, you know. with
Ajju
Ding
bhai
Liren.
will be like, bhai, file भेज मुझे. बाकी मैं संभाल लूँगा.
So now we need Queen C2 and then we need H3. Oh, because Bishop F4, okay.
Okay, so that's a switch up from Queen C2, which was seen in the Gukesh Ding game. But this is still very classical Queen's Gambit decline. I think we've played this so many times, Sahaj, as well. You take the bishop out before you go E3 to develop the light squared bishop.
F5. This is what I felt is kind of the thing that black gets. And Arjun is like, बिशप यहाँ पे है, उस पे मैं अटैक करता हूँ.
बिशप वापस नाइट f3, बिशप f5 नहीं होगा.
Bishop d7.
Oh, what? Where he plays knight h5. Okay.
Guys, can we go full screen on this board? Because the board itself is like a photograph right now. Look at this.
Guys,
दूसरा
ये
knight
तो
में
कोई
देखो.
draw line लग रही है.
No
ये.
games have been played on this position as of now.
तो ऐसे खेल रहे जैसे कि हजारों गेम है. These
Yeah.
people are like,
This is crazy.
the way they express,
but
lot
that-
of mind games going on.
But Amrita, that means that knight h5, although Arjun continues to play fast, kicks that knight out, bishop will be
Bhai.
fan-cattoed.
Knight h5 was the first novelty. Like
But
the.
Arjun played as if he knew it all along.
Yeah, it must be the engine's first choice. These days, guys, people don't just prepare with what has happened. They also look at the best moves according to the engines. E3 quickly played, and by the way, the engine says this is even 0.00. So what is Ajubai's preparation where he's playing so quickly? Maybe he knows something deeper than what we all know.
Or maybe he's just okay with a draw, yeah, for tiebreaks.
No. I think he's definitely playing for a win. There is an imbalance on the board, opposite colored bishops. And he probably understands this position once again better than Vehi because he has looked at it.
He's out of the board. I think Vehi right now would feel some pressure because when you come up with a new move such early and your opponent doesn't spend any time, it kind of thoda to kidhar to hit you, na?
You know, I'm quite surprised that we have this e3 g3 thing, because he could have just used one pawn to push that knight out and then develop the bishop. अगर उसको bishop d3 पे डालना है अर्जुन को तो वो e3 से start कर सकता था. So a little bit of a, you know, I think that offbeat approach here already, which is why Vehi is also slowed down.
Because instead of e3, e4 was a very critical move here for white. Maybe that's what Vehi was expecting.
E4, and then if I take the pawn,
then bishop c4.
Oh guys, knight takes pawn black to play. Knight takes pawn black to play. Knight takes pawn black to play.
Oof.
Oh.
So easy to miss.
Guys, black to play, great spot by Tanya here. क्या खेलोगे? Maybe we can start with our first melted joy chocolate for the day.
To win a melted joy chocolate, बताइए कि black कैसे जीतेगा यहाँ पे, और आप भी जीत सकते हैं melted joy.
अरे, let's go, Karthik bhai, on form. Queen a5 check, and then you lose the f5 knight. भाई ये लो.
कैच भी करना होगा वरना बेइज्जती हो जाएगी, कैमरा आप पे है. Well
Whoa!
done.
What a throw and what a catch.
Nice. So queen a5 check is winning there. That's why I think Sahaj mentioned bishop c4, improving the position here of the pieces. It's looking good, but e3 was played by Arjun. The bishop on f1 is like, should I develop this side or this side? It's a bit confusing for me.
वो गाना सागर इधर चला मैं उधर चला.
True.
Okay, that's all from us. See you next time. Okay, but I will say one thing. I think Sahad's point of the opposite color imbalance of the bishops that we see on the board. जब ये होता है, where do you place your pawns? Many will think कि भाई pawns को उस square पे रखो जिस पे अपना bishop है, to keep them defended. But actually what you want to do is restrict your opponent's bishop.
Yeah.
Which is why Arjun's taken this pawn formation to stop Wei's bishop activity.
Yes.
I think bishop will probably go to d3. That's what I feel. And then you go short castle, and then, okay, you have a slightly better bishop.
So first g6.
Yeah, g6 he wants to have symmetry there.
He just made a move.
Did he play?
Yeah, he just played something.
क्या खेला भाई?
Knight d7.
Can we look at the board?
You went knight d7, I think.
Oh, knight to d7. Okay. And bishop d3 is to be expected. Arjun pauses a bit and doesn't look at the board like he always does. He's looking in the distance. He's trying to recollect his analysis. What should I play here? Maybe bishop d3.
Left side, right side.
हाँ, right side में क्या होता है?
When your memory, I think it's like right brain, left brain. When you look towards the right, you're channeling your memory department of the brain.
वही मैं यही भूल जाता हूँ कि कौन से साइड पे मेमोरी है वगैरह तो उसका
I think the left side brain is the creatively finding solution side. When you're looking towards the left, it's usually हो सकता है problem है board पे and you're trying to look for creative solutions. Right side.
But I have an
anecdotal, guys.
Oh, Queen B3 by the way played. Putting pressure here.
Okay, guys,
Pressure
one
the
thing
pawn.
over here. The knight for white is on the 5th rank, whereas black's knights are not yet very, very active. And this should be a happy situation for white, right?
Also because it restricts black's bishop development. Actually, you could still take it out because the e6 knight is defending g7. But कहाँ निकालोगे? And are you sure you want to trade that piece off?
भाई long castle आने वाला है और h4 g4 मुझे लगता है सच में
prediction सहज will Arjun go long castle in this game?
नहीं अभी नहीं prediction तानिया first long का पहले होना चाहिए.
Actually, very much possible.
भाई अमृता तूने तो पहले मुंह से सोच के रखा था.
Game शुरू होने से पहले.
It is manifested, guys. Long castle.
But abhi long castle maybe is not the best because black has queen f6 and then your f2 pawn would be
tender.
Guys,
practically you will end up in trouble kya Sahaj if you go for long
like
castle
if I
ideas.
let's say play rook b8 here and you go long castle, then I have queen f6 and f2 ka pawn is hanging. But I think they might go for queen b6 instead. Yeah, this already feels wait what? Was that wrong, Sagar bhai?
No, you are right. Long.
Okay.
If you go rook b8, long castle, then queen
What?
f6.
Guys,
What?
no ways.
क्या?
Draw
This
हुआ क्या?
position before queen b3, which was the last move played by Arjun, has happened in a game.
Really?
It has happened between Fabiano Caruana and guess who was playing with black?
Arjun.
Oh my
Arjun had a guy
goodness.
playing with the black pieces. In this position, Fabi played a3.
भाई उसने कार्लसन के साथ भी खेला है अर्जुन ने, not just
तो
against.
नाइटेज पे
And
नॉवेल्टी
both
कहाँ निकली
games,
फिर?
both games are of Arjun and in this line.
Move order, Sagar, move order.
Sagar
It
Mega
has been
2026, can you check the games?
The point is that इस game में जैसे ये position आई है, they have reached has never happened before. But this particular position,
From other
through a
move order.
different move order, has happened, and Arjun himself has played it with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Magnus Carlsen का game है.
Wow.
That is crazy.
So Arjun played against Magnus at the Air Things Masters in 2023 with black. This position exactly right now what we have, and he played against Fabi at the
Pro Chess League.
Pro Chess League in 2023, representing MGD1, and Knight D7 move also was played by Arjun in both the games, but Bishop D3 played here by Carlsen in this position. So let me just make the moves here. Knight D7 and Bishop D3 by Magnus and A3 by Fabi. So Arjun found a new move, Queen B3.
Sagar, can we also show the difference उसमें कैसे आया था? Position same होगी, but let's just go right at the top after Bishop F4. Okay, we have a move, Queen B6 खेला गया है.
Which is the most natural to trade the queens, and Arjun within 1 second of coming to the board will play Queen C2.
Declining the trade.
100%.
And the point is you've provoked the black queen to a spot जहाँ पे in the future knight A4 can dislodge that queen.
Yes. And also the queen, I mean, if you trade the queens, it's absolutely nothing. In fact, black is the one who gets the advantage. So, in fact, it's very important to not trade here and to bring the queen back.
Aya. Under 30 seconds or 1 minute?
But my question
Few
is,
10 seconds.
what is the benefit of having the queen on b6?
Queen C2, bhai. No queen exchange.
But what is the benefit of this? Why have the queen on b6?
Just provoke it, why?
Matlab, he's not going to go long castle then, right? Because he's already provoked queen b6.
No, but queen on b6 he feels is a little bit misplaced. He comes back.
Maybe he didn't want a queen f6 in the future, so he called for queen b6.
That could be actually. That could
Bhai,
be
can I do something? Will you guys follow me?
Yes.
ठीक है. So generally, you know, we have to make like a chant. ठीक है. So अभी knight यहाँ पे है. एकदम आगे है. So I have made a chant. Will you guys follow it? Maybe you guys can also. ठीक है. So you have to repeat after me.
Okay, ready.
घोड़ा चले ढाई घर.
घोड़ा चले ढाई घर.
घोड़ा चले ढाई घर.
घोड़ा चले ढाई घर.
अज्जू भाई टाइगर.
अज्जू भाई टाइगर.
So if a knight plays a big role today, then we have to say this.
Done.
Done?
And everyone here has to say it with us.
Shout out to Chirag bhai here in the crowd who told me this yesterday.
Oh, good one, good one.
So thank you so much, bhai.
I mean, that knight right now in Arjun's position is the MVP. It is the most valued piece. It's really actively placed. Once again, bishop d6 not possible. Bishop e7 not possible. Eyeing that g7 pawn in some positions. तो वो घोड़ा टाइगर तो है अर्जुन की तरह थोड़ा.
बढ़िया है एकदम. And look at Ajju bhai completing his steps today. Already at 2,500 steps for the day. 10,000 करना है. And he's walking around there.
You know, it is possible that it doesn't castle at all. Like he can go king f1, king g2, and that's it.
Ooh, yeah. That's actually nice. Because then the rook stays on h1 for h4, h5 ideas.
Exactly. And black is not safe. Black cannot castle long here either because there's knight takes d5 hanging.
Sahaj bhai.
You know,
sorry,
Sagar,
Amrita, go on.
there is we have Akshay Nathu, is member for 55 months and backer of Indian chess. And thank you for all the members on YouTube because the whole amount goes for the laptop fund.
Okay.
So he says, what is Clove's huge house called?
Cloves.
C-L-O-V-E.
Cloves. Huh?
Clove. Do you pronounce it as
Elaichi
clove?
रहता है ना cloves मतलब.
नहीं, इलायची नहीं रहता है.
Black one.
Long castle.
अच्छा.
Oh, long. It's long.
सागर ने इलायची कैरेक्टर ही चेंज कर दिया.
By the way, guys, g6 played here and knight goes back to h4.
Only square था.
हाँ मतलब अर्जुन का knight is like going there. पहले knights इधर आया.
But a question, what if knight g5 over here?
It's a very good point, but I also want to say that Arjun has provoked g6. We mentioned h4, h5. Could be a point in the middle game for Arjun. He's provoked a hook in the position. So, Sahaj's idea that the king might either go long castle or find itself on g2 and that h-pawn, Harshit the h-pawn, aane wala hai.
हर्षित भाई है कि नहीं इधर? दिखे तो थे मुझे. अरे there in the background there.
पीछे क्या छुपा हुआ है हर्षित?
h-pawn. भाई अभी आया नहीं ना. h-pawn आएगा. अभी knight के पीछे है वो.
आएगा भाई आएगा.
The real tiger is there behind. It's going to come h4, h5 in this position. Although the knight needs to move here. So will Arjun...
But Sagar, if knight g5 instead of bishop g7, was f4 a possibility by any chance?
Oh, that's a
Or is it a
great
bad move?
नहीं, a golden pawn.
Golden pawn is attacking.
No.
Okay, good move.
It's an amazing move here. So that knight cannot come to e4. Its control has to go back.
No, it can go to e4. Check में मर रहा है क्या? b2 मारने को time
Correct.
नहीं है.
We have time to take this with a check. So the queen can't take this pawn. Okay, bishop comes out here. And Arjun now for the first time in the game is thinking and way he gets up. भाई वे ही भी prepared हो सकता है because he has taken only 5 minutes.
This actually means that bishop g7 is not the top move of the engine. Because that's where Arjun is thinking. Because at least यहाँ पे एक feeling आ जाती है कि okay, my opponent didn't play the most accurate move.
Oh, that's a good point.
Very good point.
So what is the plan for him? At this moment, you go bishop d3 or you go bishop g2 or...
Bishop d3, long castle, move the knight, h4, h5. Let's go.
Actually,
One second,
flowing.
let me make the moves that Sahaj bhai has just mentioned on the board. So he mentions that
and
here.
I'll suggest from black, okay? Bishop d3, short castle.
Yeah.
Now you're playing next.
Long castle.
Long castle. Yeah, rook c8.
Oh, long castle is not good.
Rook c8.
Long castle is bad.
Yeah.
No, wait,
and knight f6 and c5.
Yeah, just
or
look
even
at this.
c5.
C5 straight,
yeah,
actually.
knight d5 को queen a5 आ रहा है.
तो मतलब no. So मतलब long castle नहीं हो रहा मतलब.
हाँ, दिखने में अच्छा लग रहा है, but सब दिखता है वैसा होता नहीं है तो.
But I think
life lesson.
Tanya, that was an amazing find by you to see, because once we don't see the games that are there in this line, we are obviously thinking कि ये नया है. But somehow Arjun has played this with black after a point.
And I'm equally fascinated as you are. And Sagar, maybe some people on chat are just joining us. Can we do an opening action replay and also show how differently move orders chess mein kaise hote hain? You can reach the same position, Sahaj.
Guys,
Wait, before that, let's go to Jose's game because it is a very important moment.
It's actually it's headed towards a draw.
It's finishing.
It's actually a very well-known like a draw. It's almost like a modern Berlin draw that we have.
Ho gaya. Perpetual. What?
कुछ तो चल रहा है.
Can we go full screen? Can we go full screen on the players, please?
होजे भाई बोल रहे हैं कि और एक मूव करना पड़ेगा शायद से, but it's a draw nonetheless.
King A2 only square और arbiter भी कह रहा है draw. That's the draw sign. कितनी बार repeat हो चुका है अभी तक position?
3 times.
It's already happened thrice.
3 times, yes.
Check.
Oh, and that's it. Handshakes. Jose Martinez versus Sindarov. The match isn't over. Goes into tiebreaks.
काफी hand gestures हुए इधर.
But you know, this is a very well-known draw actually. Maybe we can show like again.
Sure. Should I start with the first
from
move?
the beginning. मैं तो कहती हूँ Don Shah mode में take us through the whole game.
भाई ये वाला गेम डॉन शाह मोड जैसा ही गेम था. It was so crazy. बिशप ने मार दिया पॉन को. बिशप इधर आएला है. पॉन नाइट को पिन किएला है. ठीक है थोड़ा पॉन इधर. कासल बिशप आया. नाइट मारा रुकने दिया. भाई ब्लैक भाई बोला अपने को रुकने का ही नहीं है. सब रुक सैक मारने वाला है. टेक अभी देखो आगे. ये मारा क्वीन आएला इधर. किंग आ गया. बोला और एक रुक मारेगा.
आइला सैक भी आ गया.
चेक एंड और फिर टेक्स बिशप टेक्स एंड ये वाला पॉन को निकाले. आपने किंग को भागने का है. बोला भागने को देगा नहीं अपन.
Crazy भाई. Check और draw हो गया.
Too good.
What a game. But this has to be preparation because look at Sindarov ने जब game खत्म की और Jose Martinez ने जब game खत्म की भाई. Both had more time than what they started with. So both completely, this is home-cooked preparation. And I think happy to take it to tiebreaks, both players.
I think Jose Martinez is very happy. He's really good at tiebreaks. Yes. He's good at speed chess. I don't know. I mean, Sindarov was black. So I think both are pretty cool.
Right.
कल काफी बराबरी का मुकाबला होगा. This is a very well-balanced tiebreak according to me.
Agreed. I think I agree with that. That's very well summarized.
Guys, if you enjoyed the Hindi commentary and if you want better Hindi, then please look at ChessBase India Hindi as well. Nikhilesh is
he's here. There. He's upstairs, actually.
Acha.
He's just upstairs.
Nikhilesh bhai in his VIP suite,
one
level up.
Actually, it's like a VIP suite.
Sir, Jose game, can we go to that? अच्छा वही देखा ना अभी.
Oh, he puts his
अमृता
bishop on.
डॉन शाह में खो गई थी. उसने वो गेम पे नहीं ध्यान दे रही थी. Clearly.
Okay, he goes bishop g2. अब short castle तो मतलब it's a very natural move.
Why did he not put his bishop on d3? I thought that's the better place, right? Why to go to this side?
If Yansha to कर दिया था already, so makes sense to play bishop g2.
Okay, but there is one point. If black wants to stop white short castle, the engines are roaring queen a6.
That's a good
and
move.
Then what do you do? Like, do you want to exchange the queens with queen e2 or something? Or how do you...
Can we go for long... long castle is anyway bad.
I'm fixated on long castle now. But I guess you can always play
C2.
queen e2 or knight e2.
Queen e2 takes...
और repeat कर सकता है क्या? Queen b6 को short castle.
Actually, not an impossible thing to happen. Although I feel Arjun may not do it.
But he did play a move. He went short castle, allowing Arjun to castle as well.
Wei suddenly starting to play fast. Yeah, generally he doesn't play so fast.
And I think that's something very thought over by Wei because he knows that Arjun's a player who blitzes out his opening preparation, uses this psychological advantage on the clock as well, and Wei doesn't want to give away even if he's slightly uncertain in the opening. He wants to be quick. He knows big decisions lie ahead. Complications aane wali hain. Crazy situations aane wali hain. And you want more time against Arjun.
Short castle ho gaya hai. I think Sahaj bhai ka prediction going in tie break seems likely.
What are the chances of f4, f5?
Arjun knows. Golden pawn. No.
Okay, but what if f4 ko black plays f5 and then he also brings knight f6? Knight
दोनों ने break कर
G4.
दिया ना वो तो. Then it will be equal again.
Sehaj's very disappointed in this panel. He's like, भाई इतने दिन हो गए हैं अभी भी तुम लोग F4 F5 की बात कर रहे हो.
Yeah, I think F4, F5 could be possible though, although it could very well be that suddenly white starts to play on the queen side with rook B1, B4 and B5 for a minority attack. It's also quite plausible.
Yeah, we have the Carlsbad structure here with black, and often when you have this sort of a position where you have only two pawns connected together, the minority attack is very thematic. The only thing that you have to be careful about is when you play b5, black ka c5 nahi aana chahiye, because then that bishop on g7 can become a very dangerous piece.
यहाँ पे Tanya with the bishop on g2 and knight on c3, I think it's slightly different, from general.
And difficult to achieve.
Yeah, also if you look at generally the bishops are on d3 and d6, यहाँ पे bishop g7, g2. So there are some small new things in this position that we have. Also, if we look at this bishop, it's kind of more limited by black pawns than this bishop because the pawns are this way. I don't know if it makes any difference.
No, I think you're right. You make a really good point on that.
You know, for me, when the moment you said that it's a Carlsbad structure, it brought up a really interesting point. Like in Carlsbad, black almost always is looking to play c5. That's your one big break, and that is not possible, like ever in this position, because your bishop is sitting on g2, your knight is sitting on c3. Matlab d5 hamesha will be a problem. There is nothing else direct that black can do besides playing c5. That means in the long run, black के पास कुछ और direct plans नहीं है इधर. Whereas white can technically go bishop h3 and bishop takes c6 and take him into a knight versus bishop scenario whenever he wants. And I feel that's the point.
Also this idea is there for white.
Yeah, b4, b5 is plan number 2. Just
I
trying to
don't
provoke
think
c5.
this is an idea at any point trying for e4 because then our d4 pawn is also weak.
Yes.
So वो नहीं होगा.
So I think it's a kind of position where Arjun can play on. Arjun can develop, like his moves are not difficult, but Veyi का कोई plan नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे.
Well, I think with everything that you and Sagar have just said, one move that Veyi will probably want on the board, c5 नहीं है तो a5 तो खेल दो. Just making sure that b4 nahi aayega. One point you will have to watch out for when you go for minority, it might give Veyi the possibility to put that knight from d7 to c4. So maybe reroute the queen to a better square and get knight b6, knight c4 in. Because c4 will be a square that will be left behind.
Actually, what you point out is amazing. a5 is a great idea. And for knight b6, you know, now the queen really didn't want to be on b6. So what Arjun has done, the subtle thing, queen b3, call to b6, then go back. He has deep preparation, man. Like, absolute deep.
Exactly. Agreed, right? Like, there are two ways to approach with white. Either you get something super complicated, super attacking, super aggressive, or you prepare this sort of a slow maneuvering game. You have a strategic plan. You say that this is a pleasant situation and a long grind. And I think Arjun today is going for the latter.
Yes. And Tanya, if you were to be asked that would you like a long road trip with a lot of fun with the panel discussing chess, or you want to take a flight, what would you choose?
A road trip, panel discussing chess, or a flight?
No, on a road trip, of course.
But are we discussing chess on the flight?
No, on the flight, no. You fall off to sleep.
You're making the flight sound very depressing. ऐसे अकेले जाओगे, बहुत सारा सामान होगा check in करने को, कोई company नहीं होएगी. पर road trip में मजा आने वाला है. What do you pick, Tanya?
Yes.
Very leading question, Sagar.
क्या करोगे?
नहीं, but Tanya,
I will 100% take a train. No, I'll go for the road trip.
I think 100% Tanya would take the flight because she would agree. She would save some time.
Everyone knows you, Tanya.
Guilty here. Guilty as charged. I think my panel knows
नहीं, but
me well.
ये Arjun bhai is taking a road trip. That's what I meant.
मतलब कैसे?
Slow, steady, गाने सुनो, chill करो. You know, he is just enjoying. And बीच में कुछ भी, if he sees some monument, some
तुम
pizza.
क्या करोगे? Road trip or flight?
Road trip करेंगे.
So you will take a longer way, but one that's more fun and scenic.
Yeah, we did have that same situation recently when we had to go to New York, and we did choose road trip with Magesh driving the Tesla for 18 out of 24 hours.
Wow. An 18-hour drive?
Yes.
That is amazing.
That was amazing. And also it's because of the innovations that are happening just about everywhere, because it was a self-driving car. Only then can human beings, be like 18 hours mein 24. I mean 24 mein say 18 hours you can drive. You just have to sit. The car does everything. It's like a little bit like chess these days, The seconds roll earlier was like work really hard, but now the engines tell you all the best moves, everything that's there. So,
ooh, that's interesting. Like seconds and like the engines.
Yeah, you just have to sort of pilot the situation.
Everything is becoming easier, because of AI and stuff, but also tougher in some sense.
Do you think that somewhere because of exactly those reasons that we are losing out on maybe creativity and the more arty situations where we've, like earlier when Tal would sacrifice, most of his sacrifices now are refuted by the engines?
I would say that the definition of creativity has to change now. जो पहले का definition था, where there was sacrifices and all, maybe now the real creativity are these little subtleties which are there. So, अलग तरीके से देखना है चीजों को, ऐसे मुझे लगता है, but I don't know
and
what.
Coming to the point of creativity, actually, even for chess players, one of the very nice thing for neuroplasticity is normally with the hand which you brush your teeth, you have to take the other hand. Like if you brush every time with the right hand, you use the left hand to brush your teeth.
अच्छा, क्यों?
Interesting.
Yeah, for neuroplasticity.
Really?
It helps creativity. Yeah.
भाई मेरे को कभी पता ही नहीं इतने साल से.
Neuroplasticity क्या होता है? मुझे तो यही नहीं पता.
Neuroplasticity. So our brains are
Neuroplasticity, Hansa.
क्या तानिया, तेरे को इतना भी नहीं पता.
Okay, we'll come back to it later.
New मतलब नया. रोना मतलब crying.
अच्छा नहीं.
We have somebody saying something. Yes.
What?
Wow.
What, neuroplasticity?
About brushing the teeth with left hand.
Audible? So,
yes.
Neuroplasticity is basically when you have you have a lot of neural networks in your brain, right? So there are multiple neurons that fire with each other, and then it creates a neural pattern. And then when you keep repeating the same thing over and over again, that network becomes very strong. So that's what forms a neuroplasticity or a neural pattern and a very strong pathway. So when you create a neuroplasticity, it's basically like, I can give you one example. For example, you are liking our chocolates, right now. I give you the first chocolate, you kind of like it. So there are certain neural networks that fire and that create a pathway. And then when you keep on having the chocolate, that that pathway starts to become stronger and stronger.
भाई पर मैं अगर लेफ्ट हैंड से ब्रश करूंगा तो वो चला जाएगा पाथवे.
नहीं, हाँ. So basically what happens is you have a certain number of neurons. You have a certain number of neurons in your brain, right? Although it's like a billion or a trillion, but what happens is it's all limited. So over time, when you do something, what happens is it actually replaces the previous neural pattern with a new neural pattern. So that's why you'll see it's said by Dr. David Eagleman, who's a celebrated neuroscientist. He says that your neural patterns.
इतना डिटेल में अगर आप बोलोगे तो फिर तो एक लेक्चर ही हो जाएगा.
One small thing. So basically, it's like older memories are refreshed by newer memories. It's not by time actually. So it's the same thing. When you practice something, it replaces the older thing with the
older patterns.
Yeah, exactly.
So मुझे लग रहा है हमें पैनल ना switch up कर देना चाहिए, seats change कर देनी चाहिए, so हमारा neuroplasticity ना हो यहाँ पे.
In general तो नया चीजें try करना चाहिए.
हाँ क्या?
That's important. That's what you guys are doing every night. Every night they are going to a new place or ऐसे.
Actually, that's not true. We are keeping our comfort zone and reinforcing our neuroplasticity by going to one restaurant, which I really like.
Of course, every single time.
No, but that is in a chess term, it is very important that even if you lose against somebody, and when we lose again and again, something kind of stiffens up, and that's why we have to make sure that it doesn't create a mental block.
मतलब यहाँ पे point है कि एक बंदे से बार-बार मत हारो.
My Vei is again gone into a thing.
He is trying to search his neural pathways for the move that he has prepared, but there is nothing there. So he has to think freshly right now.
तो वो आपकी जो थ्योरी थी और न्यूरोप्लास्टिसिटी की न्यू रोना आ रहा है.
अरे तो वो तो आपने सुना ही नहीं फिर से.
मैंने सुना, देखो तभी तो मैं बोल रही हूँ.
By the way,
सुनती हूँ आपकी बातें.
can we look at Esipenko versus Sam Shankland?
Let's do it.
Okay. So guys, what do you think about this position?
ओपनिंग कैसे आया है?
ओपनिंग देखो एक बार, थर्ड मूव d6.
क्योंकि वो आई थिंक गोल्डन पॉन उधर है ही नहीं इस बार.
Sam playing the line that Caruana has kind of popularized recently, yeah, by beating Hans. Take.
But that was a crazy game, like some 25 moves in the US Masters, right?
HC6, castles, king b8, and this is the live board position that we have. Andrei Esipenko seems to be very slightly better with his e4 pawn gaining some more space, and I think, okay, black's position is not that bad though.
I would agree with that. I mean, it feels like both have 2 pawn islands each. The only one advantage that I do see for white is a slightly better development currently. More centralized, feels like a little bit more space. The bishop on b2 better placed than the bishop on f8. You have a potential कि तुम्हारी जिस side 4 versus 2 है on the right flank is white, easier to push the pawns. Meanwhile for black, for the majority on the left flank, because the king is there, not that easy in the middle game to advance and gain more space.
Well
So
said.
it's a great example also of how one pawn move can just change everything. Like imagine if black had pushed e5 here.
एक pawn move की कीमत
क्या
तुम क्या जानो?
Esipenko babu.
So should I make e5 here?
Yeah, this must be I think bad practically for sure, because knight d5 khul gaya, and that black bishop on f8 does not have a future for a very, very long time. I'm not sure if I'll play knight d5 immediately though. Just the fact that I can play whenever I want. Also, maybe I'll push h5, queen king b1. I'll try to solidify my stance on the light squares. And yeah, I think black will struggle here a lot.
So what Sahaj is pointing out is having those pawns on e6 and d6 controlling all the squares, central squares. The knight is actually figuring out where to exactly be.
Yeah, and while it's figuring out, I think Esipenko will have the option to advance his own flank pawns on the king side.
So you mean he's gonna go for g4, h4?
I think f4, g4. We will see this game develop like that in the future. Their first game was very balanced. Sagar has seen a super chat or a chat that has really amused him a lot.
Esipenko babu bol rahe So I'm a bit.
Oh my god.
But their first game did end in a draw in a very balanced fashion, is what I wanted to just say. I'm expecting this matchup to go into the tiebreaks. तुम्हें क्या लगता है सहज बाबू?
I think Esipenko babu definitely is going to. ये मुझे लग रहा है चारों games tiebreaks में जाएंगे. It's a feeling.
Yeah, but I think Tanya, once you said that plan, I really love that. f4, g4 आ रहा है, and then black cannot play e5 as Sahaj said. So white might be easier for white to create a passer on the king side here.
अभी तो उनके मन में कोई ये expansion की भावना नहीं है. They are just moving their kings to the side. And so let's go to our third game, which we haven't seen yet. Donchenko versus Nodirbek Yakuboev. Guys, another game which is looking at the same structure. And you know, guys, all these structures, if you see, many times it's very difficult for someone who's seeing it for the first time what to do. But if I were to ask the panel what to do, they'll come up with ideas. That happens by seeing a lot of chess material, a lot of chess games. And so I will highly recommend you to check out some of the offers that we have in our description. That is 1 month free premium chess.com membership that you can have. Everyone can have that just by going and clicking on the link. And also ChessBase'26 and Mega 2026, all new, that has been launched just a few days ago.
Also, just look
but
at
तूने 2026 किया क्या install? And you prepared any new novelty? I mean, any novelty?
Of course, because of it. Yeah, that's how I knew that Gukesh game so easily. It is
सहज गोवा में रात दिन ChessBase'26 पे बैठा हुआ है भाई, तुम जानते नहीं हो.
दुबो के साथ
वो बैठा है और वो ChessBase'26 ही कर रहा है.
Of course. Why wouldn't you?
भाई आप सच बताओ कल क्या किया?
आपके पास ChessBase'26 अभी नहीं है.
क्योंकि मेरे पास प्रीमियम मेंबरशिप है chess.com की.
नहीं सहज भाई, तानिया, आप लोगों ने कल क्या किया वो तो बताओ.
ChessBase 26 for the win.
ChessBase 26 मैंने दिखाया उनको कि what are the different features and all of those things and
ये उनके पास dodge करने के लिए
पूरा टाइम ये लोग यही कर रहे हैं.
और हर्षित भाई कहाँ थे फिर?
Arjun bhai was our guide, like how to because he knows ChessBase the best. ChessBase 26, so he was like ऐसे नहीं ऐसे करना है. He knew like some faster like
he was teaching us a lot of things. He was giving us all the tips and tricks.
Tomorrow it seems like next panel we have to ask Harshit bhai what happened. I now realized he's more truthful than you guys. Which I thought.
Okay, but Sahaj, go on.
By
you
the way,
wanted to say something.
Look at Donchenko's time. There's a half an hour difference between him and Nodirbek.
Wow. We have Queen's Gambit decline.
Is that a W incoming?
It's a flex for sure. W का तो पता चलेगा बाद में, but huge flex here. And imbalanced position. You have more time than what you started with your opponent reaching the 1 hour mark. But Donchenko still needs to win in an end game. A queenless middle game बुला लो या end game बुला लो. What are the chances? I mean, how do you see this? Does White have something tangible to play for here?
I remember this game, I think it was Magnus versus Kramnik, if I'm not mistaken, where the knight went from f3, or knight went from e2 and it went all the way to h5, and it was a very thematic game in this structure, and one of the best ways that you can play somehow. Yeah, it was f5, the square somehow. Firstly, to answer your question, Tanya, I think White is playing for two results. Like Black has nothing here. Because of those two broken pawns on f7 and f6, the bishop on g6 being a little, let's say, out of place right now. But the problem is up f4, f5 नहीं खेल सकते, because the moment you go f4, Black gets bishop e4.
And
I really like it actually from White, the position which Donchenko has on the board with extra half an hour, which is, at least 0.5 or 0.6 we can add over there. Wo knight hilega, the pawn structure is better, h4, h5, maybe a4 is in trouble at some point of time. A lot of ideas here for White.
I want to just follow up on Sahaj's point that another factor that probably makes it a two-result game is that notice how Black ke pawns are fixed on light squares, which gives Donchenko's bishop a lot of play in the long run for the rest of the game. You'll always have some targets to try to get to provoke more weaknesses. While Donchenko's pawns are all fixed on dark squares. So that bishop on g6, while it's on an open diagonal, it doesn't have a future. बस दिखने में अच्छा है, but actually कोई targets नहीं है position में.
Yeah, and generally this square on f5 becomes a weakness here, but it's very difficult to do something with it. As Sahaj had also mentioned, you need two knights to make that count. Here there's only one knight, so maybe I was thinking, let's say he goes king e7, bishop d3, and I'm trying to get here somehow, but it's not so easy. I'll just put my king here. I'm not so sure.
He actually made a move. He went king d8.
Oh wow. Interesting.
Yakuboev going to c7?
भाई Yakuboev ने कल king d1, king c2 खेल के जीत गया था. आज he's doing it from the other side. He wants to go king d8 and march his king to the left flank and then connect the rooks.
Correct. That's what
I think one move that makes sense to me here is g3. Just get all of your pawns on the dark squares. And like then we start to think. Yeah, knight g2, knight f4 I really like.
And then h4, h5.
Exactly.
Oh, I like this idea actually. Let's say king here, knight comes back, put the knight here.
Bishop e4 तो नहीं है ना मेरे पास?
नहीं, f3 maybe.
You have f3. Yeah, f3 लेकिन.
And then knight f4,
very
king
nice.
comes to f2, h4, h5. So Donchenko definitely has some chances today.
To push.
Acha, actually good choice of opening by
Very good
Donchenko,
start.
and maybe not so smart an opening choice by Yakuboev, because this opening is considered to be very equalish when you play bishop f5 and get these double pawns, but not completely dry.
Cool.
Okay, going
Let's
back
go
to
Arjun's
Arjun.
game. Yes.
गलती से मेरी आंख चैट पे लग गई है. सैनिटाइजर का दुख खत्म काहे नहीं होता भाई.
अभी भी बोल रहे हैं.
Exactly. The Shubham is saying Tanya's commentary is 99% clean thanks to the hospital sanitizer.
भाई 100%, 99 और 100 में big difference होता है. 100% clean.
I'm still trying to understand
Everybody
this,
knows
but
the famous sanitizer video of Tanya. जाके देख लेना YouTube पे search
और
करके.
भी बहुत सारे चीज famous हुए हैं recently.
So then coming back to the most famous position which chat wants right now on the Arjun board, what we have, rook c8 move chaldi gayi hai Veyi se. So he is, Amrita, at some point hinting at a potential c5.
Do you think, sorry Tanya bhai, c agar समझो मैंने ऐसे move किया, like for example rook c1, do you think he'll still go c5 and like kind of sacrifice a pawn and play like this? It looks terrible though.
I think he will first move his queen away, and then maybe because of the tactics, c5 might become a reality. For example, queen d8 pehle chal do, then it is possible ki c5 is a threat white has to deal with.
Right. So for example, I'm careless and I play h4, then maybe c5 already starts to equalize, but perhaps not. Guys, c takes d4, white to play. Can anyone guess white's best move? अरे भाई आपने फिर से आंसर दे दिया. कितना चॉकलेट खा रहे हैं
भाई? कैच कर लेना.
We can make a
Full
rule
camera
only
shot
one
में
chocolate per person agar access. So that
I think we cannot give. Did you like it? Do you
Sorry,
want one more?
Karthik.
Orange.
This time I think he should get it.
Karthik, sorry, it's really
This
good.
will make the rule
Very
after
fast.
this.
Yes. अब भी तो देना ही है ना सागर.
हर्षित
Commitment
भाई.
में पीछे नहीं हटने का.
Sorry, आपको नहीं मिला ना? Thank you.
अभी का देना ही
So
है.
queen takes c8, queen takes c8, rook takes.
White to play भाई.
And check ना?
हाँ, अच्छा मेरे को लगा पूछेंगे.
नहीं अभी हो गया.
अच्छा हो गया.
So that's
oh,
done.
यही था क्या?
But you know, after c5, one more thing to note is that black will be late. Not here, but in general, black will be accepting and isolated pawn on d5, which is already quite a target over there for the bishop and knight. And we won't risk it. Only when he's absolutely clear that this is something I can get into without risk, tabhi khelega wo.
You know, while the position feels like it's in balance, I think Arjun is happy with what he's got. It somehow still feels that easier to play with white because of the plans that we've been mentioning. You know, you have this idea of a3, b4. You might even have an idea of h4, h5 coming in soon. You can put your rook to c1. The only thing Arjun has to fight against is the c5 break. Bas ye allow nahi karna hai.
I don't know if we can actually show that game between Fabi and Arjun from 2023, if that's possible.
Actually,
if not,
it's a good
if
idea.
you can tell me the
really-
moves, I can make it.
Like
Can you-
the thing is that it was a very similar structure to this one. The only difference is that White ने castle नहीं किया था and he played h4. And then at some point Arjun actually did play c5. जो कि Black के पास और कोई plan ही नहीं है. And White just ignored it and allowed Black to take on d4 and White took on d4 back, like with the pawn. And then eventually White played bishop h3 and bishop takes e6 and went into that structure where you have sort of more active pieces and just completely outplayed from that position onwards. And I predict that's what's going to happen there here as well.
Can we, Sagar, have that game? Because I have it. Let's just show everything that Sahaj has pointed out and also the transposition that happened. Because hame laga ki bhai crazy novelty ho gayi hai, but actually just shows the level of preparation by these two players because they are very aware that this position from a different move order ho chuka hai.
तो आप बताओगे moves?
C4 started with the English opening, this one, which was Sagar's prediction for this game. And after E6, knight bhar aaya, pawn D5 khela, knight C3, D5, D4. So we had the Queen's Gambit decline, C6, the semi-Slav structure, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, bishop F4, and now you can see how the position's forming. Bishop F4, knight F6, E3, and this was exactly what happened. So far, Arjun Veyi has been exactly this game. What we are showing you is Fabiano Caruana playing with the white pieces and Arjun Aragaisi playing with the black pieces. E3 ke baad is game mein bishop F5 hua. And now this is the difference because we had knight E2 instead of knight F3, knight H4. Knight H5, knight G3, knight takes bishop, knight takes bishop, knight E6, G3, and 100% Arjun Aragaisi Veyi reached at this point. Knight D7 pe A3 khela gaya tha by Fabi. Arjun's move was Queen B3 today.
Right, very nicely.
So Arjun came up with an improvement, I think, Queen B3.
And by the way, same plans followed. G6 was played by Arjun in that one. Arjun playing with the black pieces. Knight H4 aaya, bishop G7, knight F3, shot castle, and Sahaj's, what he was saying, H4, H5 happened on the board. Actually, Fabi went on to beat Arjun in this game.
Nice.
And the point is that I think Black cannot do anything else besides playing c5. And black's next move in this position was c5. And you just ignore it, and then you take the knight on e6, and I think you have a very comfortable two result kind of a position, which I think favors white so much in this scenario. And I have no doubt that Arjun and Wei game will sort of progress in a similar fashion.
Absolutely. Guys, I have a feeling that the position that we have on the board is very slightly better for white, maybe a risk-free edge, but to explain it more in detail to us, we are going to have a very, very special guest joining us. He is a grandmaster. He is a very, very special person. He is the vice president of the European Chess Union. He is actually a presenter on national television of Croatia, and he's made chess very popular. So it gives me a lot of pleasure to invite Aloise Yankovic here.
Thanks, Agar. Thanks. And I lost to Tanya in Reykjavik Open.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, and we have Gunnar here. So it's like the entire story here.
Yes. Exactly. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm really looking forward to follow with you games. I was watching this explanation by Tanya, and yeah, it's very nice to hear.
Well, Aloise, thank you so much for coming and deciding to sort of analyze this with us. What is your overall feeling of today's round? You must have actually been around there. Now 8 players left. Arjun, Wei, everyone's super excited for. What is your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I was at the opening ceremony. Sort of, there was ceremonial first move, and I was catching the openings. What I've noticed that Arjun and Wei, they were sort of blitzing. We have this Carlsberg structure. By the way, Carlsberg is a city in Czech Republic. Maybe you've been there. Karlovy Vary is the current name of the city.
Oh, really?
How far is it from Prague?
Yeah, it's actually maybe like 1 hour, something like that. It was called Carlsberg in history, and then it changed to Karlovy Vary. And there were many tournaments at the beginning of 20th century there, and that structure is well known. Actually, there are a few interesting DVD courses by Garry Kasparov about Carlsberg structure, and now it's very fashionable, and you can see this in top-level game. I was a bit surprised that Yakuboev will go for that endgame, since it's a bit, you're suffering a bit.
This one, yeah.
Same structure.
We were talking about this game, and we thought that perhaps Donchenko has chosen a good opening to kind of today fight for the full point.
Yeah, this line was played by Kramnik at some stage. He made it popular, and usually they're transferring this knight to d6. In that structure, in Carlsberg structure, knight on d6 is very good. Placed and protecting a lot of squares, e4 push, being ready to jump on c4. So Kramnik was very skillful in maneuvering in that position. But you know what can happen, Sagar? I've seen many times, probably you guys as well, that bishop become a pawn, because sometimes you are forced to push f5 because e4 is coming, and suddenly you're having this Sting's bishop. How I was explaining this, there was a famous simultaneous game between Kasparov and Sting in New York, Singer, and then his bishop was on a7 locked. So it reminds me a bit of that.
And Tanya, like he mentioned about knight coming to d6, and immediately Yakubov is like, okay, Aloise, I hear you. I'm going here, knight c8, knight d6.
But to clear to our audience and the chat, guys, the tournament hall is in another building. They cannot hear us.
Yeah, but I'm happy. Sometimes I believe you guys are the same. When players make a move, you are commentating because, yeah, this is some kind of approval, as you like to say, Tanya, right? Approved.
Approved, disapproved. This plan is approved. I think rerouting the knight, also understood by Norderbeck. That's where the knight belongs. He wants to not play that move f5 for as long as possible. That would be just a big pawn and not a bishop anymore. Before we deep dive into more games, I also wanted to get your thoughts on how you think the World Cup is shaped up, because currently we have only one top 10 player remaining, Arjun. It has been a tournament full of shocking upsets and exits, which actually means that out of all the players here, there will be let's say out of Arjun and Vehi, one of them will, if one of them makes it through, we will have 2 players who are not going to be in the 2700 brackets. So 3 in total in the candidates. How do you view the candidates looking, and the fact that how many upsets, has that been surprising for you as well?
Who said? I think Vidit said when he came to my studio during European Club Cup that there is this course of candidates. If you end up in candidates, then your career starts to decline afterwards. So maybe some players will be afraid of that. I'm joking, of course, for all those players like Bluebaum and maybe some of them here, maybe Yakuboev or Sindarov. If they make it to candidates, it will be a huge, like we had of the last candidates in Toronto. So of course you don't want to like have level players. Sometimes you want some player to see that you see the fight when that player is playing with white pieces, for example, versus Caruana. Will he attack me? Will he try to beat him? So I like this diversity. I was following. Actually, I came a few days ago, so you are here from the beginning. I was following this event, let's say from afar, and in Europe, and it's really popular, and everyone follows these days. Of course, we would love to see, I don't know, Gukesh versus Arjun in finals or something like that. But I believe all those players, they are bringing something, and why not? Why not to have some underdogs in finals?
Is there one particular player whose exit surprised you the most?
I was actually expecting more from MVL. I like him. We are sort of, I cannot say friends, but we know each other quite well. And he's very good in rapid and blitz. And I was a bit surprised that he will get eliminated there. So I was expecting that he's good enough to hold against anyone in 2 games, so he can move it to rapid and blitz format, and there he's very dangerous. Even Magnus Carlsen was sometimes suffering against him. And before the event, I said, people asked me who would win, and then I said Sindarov.
Oh.
Prior to the event, and if I'm not mistaken, Sindarov is something like 14th or 16th seed in the whole event, so that was a little bit like a statement, but he's a very, very good player, and he can also hold in classical. He can win few games, but he's also very good in rapid and blitz. And how he plays, I believe that he might even win, yeah.
And Sagar, I think these are the stories that are sort of the focal point in all the World Cups. You know, we had Abasov in the previous one. We had Fedoseev back in 21. You've got right now so many names that are not household names, but one of these stories has also been of Jose Martinez.
Yeah, Jospem, of course, probably you know this story about cheating. So there were like some allegation, and then there was a famous match in Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere in Spain, between Kramnik and Jospem, of course.
Clash of claims.
Yes, yes. And actually, he proved there that he's a great player. Yes. And I was following him many title Tuesdays. He has scalps, and he's playing well versus Magnus and all those top guys. But I didn't know how strong is he in classical. And here I was very impressed the way how he handles classical games. So with this kind of a play, he will be 27 plus very soon.
Amazing. And he's won so many fans in India with his play as well.
Yeah, he is right now. Actually, everyone is kind of feeling like he should go the distance, maybe make it to the candidates. But not all the Uzbek fans out there. They are like, Sindarov has to go there. And also, they have Nodirbek Yakuboev, so great position to be like an Uzbek chess fan right now.
Yeah, I believe that you all remember Chennai Olympiad, and that Uzbekistan was actually not so popular afterwards.
Ouch, still hurts.
Yeah. When Gukesh blunder versus Abdusatorov, Ivan Sokolov was their team coach, team captain. I'm friend with him, and I was rooting for them, for him. But of course, I would love to see, at that time, I would love to see India winning that gold medal. But actually, you cash it out in the next Olympiad in Budapest. So I believe that now it's fine. But Uzbekistan, I think they were like 14th seed, something like that, before the event. And then they clinched the gold, which was a big step forward for their chess.
Absolutely.
Sagar, here there was a question by Jaikar. Is it a possibility to play b4, give the pawn, queen takes b4, rook f b1, queen a5 and a4?
That's very interesting. I was actually trying to make it work, but it was giving like a +2 edge for white somehow, because the rook kind of gets trapped at the end of the line. So I go here, and if you take here, then knight to b6, and suddenly this rook is a little bit shaky. So maybe
Needs
we have to prepare
preparation.
it.
Yeah.
If I can add, of course, in this structure, you want either you play in the center, which actually now is not on the menu since white opted for this e3 to stabilize the position in the center. So you want to push this b4, this minority attack. And of course, after b4, a4, if black stops is with a6. So you want to play b4, but you don't want to play it in one go. So you don't want to spend a3 move to play b4 because a4 is coming next. So that's why I think that if b4 works, of course, it's some upgraded version of minority attacks, but also white can maybe prepare it. But after a3, there is a5 move. So this is actually now the thing. If b4 works, usually this is upgraded version and slight plus for white.
But what would you say, like if there were bishops on c8 and c1, would that be preferable for white, or without this it is much more spacious?
Okay, first point is that black got rid of this bishop, which is a big relief. But now these days games have shown that even if you exchange that bishop, Magnus was super patient. I don't know, like 50 years ago or 40 years ago, if you exchange that bishop, people would consider this position harmless. And white would do anything just to avoid it. But now these days, with Magnus' style of play, everyone is happy even with some small advantage or zero advantage, just that the game goes on. And then they realize that it's also tricky, even if you get rid of that bishop. But of course, it's small victory for black. White usually is playing sometimes bishop g5, getting rid of that bishop because this e3 is stabilizing the center. So I would say that, yeah, for both sides, there are some trumps. Yeah, white got rid of the bishop and stabilizing the center, while black, of course, now has everything on light squares.
And this last move, rook f to e1,
No
it's
idea
quite,
why it
quite
was-
surprising because we were talking about rook c1, there's a pawn on e3, e4 is going to be very difficult to achieve, not sure if that's the plan. Are you surprised by this choice?
Yeah, Tanya, you know how they say, the stronger player is, he knows how to navigate with rooks, because for rooks you need the vision. Either if there is no open file, you need to have a vision where this open file will happen. So usually they say with rooks, it's very important because only few players, like, I don't know, Viktor Korchnoi could make a move and then go back in the next move because it hurts your ego. You are showing that you are wrong, that you misplayed it.
Chess players have big egos.
Yes, big egos. So here with this rook f to e1, you know how sometimes they say that the threat is stronger than execution. So maybe white is sort of playing now that some kind of poker game that I will go e4, but basically he doesn't want to go. And he's waiting maybe for black to push f5 and then white will switch to another plan. Really, I would say now that objective position is equal, and it's very important about practical strength, about bluffing, about some, you know, some different way of play than objective and the strongest moves.
Very interesting to think of it this way, yeah, that at this point, Arjun's last move, rook f e1, I'm trying so hard to come up with something useful about that move, but I can't.
Yeah.
In some ways, just passing the ball and asking your opponent to make a move.
Oh, maybe. That's the point.
Yeah.
Wei, play f5, as Aloysius said.
But take a look of the position. So black pieces are on optimal squares. Whatever you touch, you are basically maybe like...
Less ideal position.
Yes. So queen on b6, fantastic. Two knights on a good position.
Very
Bishop
nice
is there.
point.
Rooks are there. So what do? Will you move your king? It's not so simple. Then you're maybe...
Yeah, very provocative in a way, rook
That's
e1.
very well explained.
I like this, and it's very important to put an emphasis on this psychological part. Chess is not about just making great moves. It's also about navigating and giving your opponent a chance to do something.
That is so well put, that every single piece of black is where it belongs. So by passing that ball, Arjun's saying every move of yours, you're not going to be that happy to make it.
You will lose the coordination.
Chat is saying zugzwang.
Okay, that would be like a higher sense.
So right now we are waiting for Wei to play a very interesting moment. What will he choose? Will he push his A pawn? Will he push his H pawn, F pawn? A lot can happen. Aloysius, we have some kind of gifts for our viewers here. So if you have any question when a position comes, like positional question, tactical, you can go for it, and then whoever gives the right answer, we will give them a chocolate.
Very good. So I won't reveal some of my thoughts. I will put it as a question.
Nice.
But will Alois also get a gift? Anyway.
If I answer correctly only. No, I just want to put a praise on you guys. You are engaging so many viewers. I'm learning a lot from you because I have my YouTube channel in Croatia. I have my commentary on TV. But
what is it called, the YouTube channel?
Learn Chess with Grandmaster Jankovic.
Learn chess.
But it's on
guys,
Croatian because I have.
Over here, it would be great for people to follow. If
now you know, YouTube has this auto change of language.
Yes.
So maybe Croatian is not that. They can change it to English.
Yeah. So I'm playing Blitz and I'm streaming. I'm commentating. Then I'm singing badly and making some jokes and so on. So
wow, like you're playing and singing,
Yeah. Then I make a mistake.
Can we have that?
Actually, I blunder mate in one once. I was commentating something like there was a streamer who didn't see mate in one, and I'm telling this story, and then I'm blunder mate in one.
Can we maybe have you sing one of...
No, come on, I'm very bad, but that's why people like it, because even if I play bad game, I stream it. If I sing badly, I stream it, so there is nothing to be ashamed of.
Here there is direct feedback. Yeah, like all the people here are already there, but okay,
if you see them disappearing, then we'll know.
Very good. I think that some humor and some laugh is needed, so I like your energy as well. So I think this is important.
Thank you. Thank you, Alois. And let's go to this Andrei Esipenko versus Sam Shankland game. What are your thoughts on both these players, firstly?
I mentioned before that everyone's saying that Dubol will win versus Shankland. Somehow there was this kind of atmosphere after win against Prague. But I mentioned that Sam he looks like he's suffering during the game. He looks like he's not interested. He looks like his opponent is in a better vibe. But I said, beware, guys. He's very good and he's very strong. And in this tournament, things are going his way. He was 27th plus at some stage. And what happened? He knocked out Dubov. So
he knocked out with it. Rapport and Dubov.
All in tiebreaks.
Exactly.
Insane play.
But if you take a look of his interviews, the way how he's replying, it looks like he's tired, that he's working for 15 hours without sleep. Somehow it looked like his energy, that he's completely drained, but good moves are coming. So once again, don't underestimate him. Although Andrei is a great player, he's playing very well. And maybe people don't know, he's very tall. I'm in centimeters, I'm 196. I think he's more or less the same.
Who?
He's
Andrei.
Esipenko, very tall player. I don't know if ChatGPT or someone can reply how tall is Esipenko, but very tall player.
Wait, so you're 6'4"?
Yeah.
6'4".
And I think Esipenko is more or less. In Croatia, this is sort of average. Not that exactly, but...
So you are could be in top 10 tallest chess players in the world?
Injic is...
grandmasters.
Injic, European champion. From Serbia, he's 2 meters.
He's number 1, yeah?
Sebastian.
And Sebastian Sibrick.
Yes.
They both are equal.
P.H. Nielsen, Malachov. You had whom else?
Sebastian Sibrick.
He's over 2 meters. There are many tall grandmasters. I think Eve was sort of 190 something, Smyslov. So there are tall grandmasters. But Esipenko is very tall. Maybe you don't see this on the camera, but guys, if you will follow, maybe there will be some angle where you will see him walking. Very tall player.
Oh, very interesting there. But right now we see a bishop lined up against the rook, and it's white's move. There's no way to take advantage of it, yes?
If I can add, for example, in Sicilian, there was... Okay, I can put the question.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
Let's go.
There was a former top 10 player.
Okay.
He played in this event.
Okay.
He's very successful in senior chess. He was actually the one playing Linares tournament, last tournament of Garry Kasparov, losing against Kasparov in Sicilian. Kasparov crashed him in Sicilian, so he's very positional player, and he's an E4 player.
He was here?
He was here. So who was actually the one who started to play this bishop b2, b3, bishop b2 in Sicilian with white pieces? At that time, it was sort of surprising, but that helps. King is safe. So can you maybe... Guess?
I think we have to give the chocolate to him.
For the question. Outstanding
Yeah.
question.
Thanks.
And I think
Outstanding.
Google also can't help.
So, who is that former 10 player? He played here very successful in senior chess. He's still above 2600.
Oh, we have in
Above
chat some
2600.
answers, but over here,
He's
anyone?
less than 27 now.
Okay,
100.
he's, he wants to try.
No,
Aronian.
Aronian.
2700.
No, Ivanchuk, that was close. That was very close.
Very close. Peter
Leko, no. He's a little bit older than Peter Leko. Very positional player. He played that Linares.
It's very interesting. People have
E5
almost
player.
said all the players
And
except
also in
him.
the chat.
He's
yeah?
only E5 player. With black pieces, he only plays E5.
E4, E5.
Yes, with the black
Oh,
pieces.
yes, I think somebody's got it in the chat.
No, we need here. Chat, chat have got
It's very, Gunnar, do you want to give it a go?
He was 4. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
wait,
he was, I
guys.
think, war number 4.
Lukash, maybe you want to try.
War number 4, very successful in senior events. He played here. He got knocked down. He's 26 plus, less than
He
2700.
didn't play. And I think one way to describe his style has often been he's got this spider.
Yes, he's
Like
very
approach.
positional, but he
And he wrote a book recently, I mean, in the last year, which was very nice. Thinking,
Think like a super
thinking
grandmaster.
like a super grandmaster.
he plays E5 only on E4. He played open Sicilian, so with E4.
But now nobody gets a chocolate, no, Sagar? Everything is tried.
This is a tough one, though. This is a very tough
Actually, people could go through the list and
Now
find
you
him.
can even see the chat and try to guess.
Very
yeah?
successful in senior events.
Yes. And guys, the right answer is Michael
Yeah,
Adams.
Yeah.
Oh, he said it, Sagar. You didn't hear it.
Lukash, you were on time. Can I throw it to you?
Sagar, good throw.
Oh,
no, it was
Yeah.
such a bad
Yeah,
throw.
That was a bad throw,
You were-
Sagar.
Exactly.
Are you playing cricket?
Oh, she got it. Did she get hurt by chance? Sorry.
Oh.
I want to say that Badur Jobava, during he won against Adams at the European Team Championship. Badur Jobava representing Georgia, Michael Adams representing England, and he won in a really fabulous game, European Teams 21. He came to the studio, he was analyzing the game, and he said last positional player. Like you have this movie, Last Mohican. He said last positional player. That's how he described it. I have huge respect to our Michael Adams. By the way, he got kicked out against whom I'm trying to recall. My memory is usually good. I could maybe even remember, but he got knocked out in I will
Lorenzo
recall.
Lodici.
Lodici, exactly. He got knocked out by Lorenzo Lodici with black pieces. He was better with white pieces, and Lodici won in the second game with the black pieces in some exchange sacrifice.
Crazy game, yeah.
Yeah, so Michael Adams would play this b3, bishop b2 in Sicilian, and suddenly you cannot attack that king with opposite castles. And this reminds me a bit, and then Magnus started to play queen d4 in the opening, then queen d2, and then this b3, bishop b2 immediately in Sicilian. Of course, here we have castles on the same side. But this b3, bishop b2 sometimes help a lot the king.
Okay, very interesting explanation here. It seems like the position is roundabout even. Going to Donchenko versus Yakuboev. So well called out when the knight was on d7. That knight needs to be on d6. He did just that in the last two moves. He has brought his knight to d6. And maybe black's position starts to look okay or not. Tough to say. White's advantage, according to the engines, is very substantial. It's 0.6 almost.
Yeah, and there are knights. Usually with bishops, it's more like mathematics. Either it's a draw or you can make a breakthrough, you're winning. With knights, even if it's close to equal, you can make the game going. So this is very important for this side. And actually, there was a quiz. 2 days ago, I organized a quiz together with my colleague and friend Gunnar Bjornsson. We had a quiz during World Corporate. One question was how many subscribers on YouTube channel ChessBase India has. Can someone say? Around how many million? Around 3 million. 3 million. Wow. Yeah, that was a quiz question and everyone knew it. But I had one question. What was in the last game, Seville match in Spain, Kasparov versus Karpov? Kasparov lost penultimate game, and he needed to win at that time. He needed to win because Karpov was leading by 1 point, and which opening Kasparov has opted for. So I offer Rui Lopez, King's Gambit, win was needed. Then I offered, I don't know, something like maybe, what was it, close Sicilian or something, and English opening. And the correct answer was English opening. Gary played c4 and he beat Karpov, and the title was in his hands. So when I went to the playing court together with Gunnar, Gunnar said, what do you play when you need a win? You play c4. And actually Donchenko played c4. So I'm not surprised.
And Donchenko is the only player who is in a must-win situation, and we had one c4.
You play c4, Kasparov, Karpov, Seville, Spain.
Kasparov did it, I will do it.
Yeah, and so this is actually the way how you try to win desperately on demand.
And there really is something to be said about a tangible situation here, right? Especially with this last move, h4. I can see ideas of f3, g4, h5, trying to trap that bishop. Maybe provoking the h-pawn to move forward, but that would only create weaknesses. So Donchenko should be feeling hopeful about his chances. Is this a dream outcome out of the opening and a must-win for him?
Maybe dream is too strong word, but he is very happy the game will go on. Of course, when this option of getting into the endgame, by the way, Nigel Short also played that opening. So when that came as an option, someone would say, but he's exchanging queens too early, draw suits his opponent. But this kind of endgame is very tricky. Although we had there is a big chess set here in this resort next to the swimming pool, and they're putting some games. Today, if I'm not mistaken, is Kasparov versus the world. There was, I don't know, Topalov versus Anand. And actually, we played these games. Sagar was involved. I think Amruta, you as well. Ketty was there. And Aronian, after he got knocked out from the World Cup after a loss versus Arjun, also joined. And he was, at some point, he was showing studies, if you recall, Sagar. And Nordibek came, Yakuboev, and they were like between me, we were standing, big chess set, they were speaking on Russian. So Yakuboev would, propose some line to Aronian, and Aronian said, and I was listening because I can understand a bit Russian. Aronian was impressed by the calculation level of Nordibek. So he was throwing some in studies which are very complicated. He was throwing some lines, queens were on the board. I was also impressed. And Aronian said at some point, bravo Nordibek, that's why you are playing so well. That's why you will be 27 plus. Wow. So this guy is in very good shape. He's maybe even underrated at this moment. There was a difference between him and Sindarov. Sindarov was maybe like more in limelights, but this player is, I was impressed. So maybe this doesn't suit his style because he's more for calculation. He's more faster. Yesterday you could see very tough game. We were following guys that game, how he won versus Donchenko. It was not simple, time trouble, calculation. But this baby game, it's not something which suits his style.
Right. And we with this on Nodirbek, I have a question. But before I ask that, I want to go to Arjun's game. He has played his rook to c1. And my question was that recently Nodirbek got married. How does that impact a strong chess player according to you? Because different players have had different results after marriage. Some very well, some have not played so well.
Very easy. They say that you lose 50 rating points. This is an easy question.
But he's gaining.
And Asipenko as well.
Yeah, two of them got married recently.
Okay, some new trends. In my time, it was, okay, you will get married and then you will draw 50 rating points. Especially if it's chess marriage. I don't know, you guys can maybe tell me a little bit.
We both gained some rating.
We gained a lot of rating because we used to only do chess.
But subscribers, gained a lot of subscribers.
No, we didn't have ChessBase India back then. It was later. But modern era may be a little different. Yeah, Sagar? It
Maybe
seems like people are gaining the rating points.
With the engine being so strong, sometimes, I mean, you can also have your spouse being your second, like now.
You sure you want this?
Okay,
yeah, so probably, it gave him some confidence. And if I'm not mistaken, he mentioned this in some interview.
Yes.
C5.
Yeah, by the way, a pawn break. So this is the first sort of big move in this game. Now, usually in this pawn structure, when black gets c5, it feels like you've solved a lot of your problems. Do you think that's the case here, or is this a bit risky?
Usually they push c5 in Nimzo Indian when instead of knight on f3, we have a knight now, when the pawn is on f3. And then c5 is a reaction after white plays f3, black reacts with c5. Because e3, now if you go for isolated pawn, e3 is a counter weakness, and black also can something to play on. But in this position, it's a little bit...
Knight a4, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's the first move that I would be looking at. Knight a4 to me looks like you're losing the c5 pawn.
This is a statement. This c5 move is a statement because...
The queen a5 and a2 is hanging. No, later.
Now? Pawn takes pawn?
b5?
b5?
Nice tactics.
Whoa, Amruta.
If it works.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know if it works.
Man.
Knight can... Very interesting. Knight must go back.
But then I just take, on c5. With the rook, perhaps.
Maybe even with the knight. Yeah,
Even with the knight.
Yeah.
Or even you have b4 and then, I don't know.
Yeah, this
looks like
really good.
some kind of success, and we might have some liquidation. And 4 against 3 is like dream thing what white can achieve in that position. This is maximum.
I have a feeling c5 has come as a surprise to Arjun. Like he didn't calculate it. He felt like he had always knight a4. Like, you just think of it and say, all right, that's taken care of. And now opponent, way he plays c5, and suddenly Arjun is like, wow, that looks good.
Yeah, because in isolated pawn structure, if you don't have this light square bishop, and probably white won't be able to stop this d4. I mentioned this when we were commentating World Corporate Championship Sagar, that Nimzovic has said that isolated pawn is a dangerous criminal who need to be restricted and deprived of moving. Here it seems that this d4 will happen. So that movement will happen. And if you cannot stop this with white pieces, usually just draw.
So, okay, we are going to take a very short break. But before that, want your prediction on this Arjun versus Wei. Goes to tiebreak?
Yeah, it goes to tiebreak. I can also make prediction for the other game. Just please give me the positions.
Yes, no, but in tiebreak, what will happen? That
in
also.
tiebreak, what will happen? Listen, Wei is really tough knock to crack, and somehow it's focusing on Arjun, and people expect him to win. And I believe that it's 50-50, not more. Maybe even, maybe Wei can use this, exploit this fact. When you are playing on home ground, we know Rishi Anand, his match versus Carlsen in Chennai. When I asked him about this hotel, how about this hotel where you played versus Magnus? He said, we don't go to that hotel. Yeah. So sometimes it reminds you of this pressure, and yeah, here it might be tricky. Maybe even Wei can be a small favorite because of that fact.
Okay. Going to the next game, we have Andre versus Sam. Andre with the white pieces here.
I think it will go to tiebreak.
So you're predicting a draw in this game?
Yeah, and I have a feeling that it will be decided in some like Blitz or something on a very low time.
Wow. So a long tiebreaker.
Yes.
And who do you think is small favorite here in this match?
In tiebreak, I believe that Tesipenko is a small favorite there. Yeah, but of course, don't tell this to Sheklund.
It's only because of the height, of course. That's all.
Yes, of course.
And Donchenko versus Yakuboev. Any chances of this going to tiebreak?
Here, I would say that the chances for white to win have increased. So prior to the game was like 55 versus 45, maximum, maybe even less, 53. Now they are increasing. Now there are more than 60%. So for white, 40 for black. I wouldn't be surprised that white wins. But in tiebreak, I would go for Yakuboev because he will start to play something aggressive, and with his calculation yesterday, that he will put some kind of positions. He won't go for this in the tiebreak.
And the fourth game we know.
Yes.
That Sindarov is
Sticking with your pre-tournament prediction in
Yes,
that.
what to do? I need to move on with that.
Okay, on that note, guys, we are going to take a very short break. A big thank you to you, Aloise, for coming here. It was truly enjoyable to have you. Your stories, anecdotes were amazing. We'll be back very shortly and then continue with our analysis.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, but now starting from this year, it will be launched every year just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26, then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here, starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try Chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at Chess.com today. A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, everyone. As we have just castled here, Tanya has gone on this side. I have come here, and the main
came on the board, bhai.
And the main question is, Harshit bhai, how was yesterday night?
The only question that matters.
It was great. I'm enjoying myself in Goa.
ऐसा क्या enjoyment हुआ?
What did you do now? You have to reveal because the rest all of the people are not saying.
No, we had seafood. Goa is known for its seafood. And then we went for some small walk. And then...
On the Baga beach?
No, did not go to Baga, but just around the...
But we were also telling them that we sat down and explored all the features of ChessBase 26.
Yes.
Very importantly.
At the beach.
Beach?
As a guy, oh, my bad.
Nice.
Guys.
And now I'm going to ask Harshit all about the features, but we will do that in a bit. We will come to it.
Yes.
So, Tanya, should we go to Ajubai's game?
We are going to go right there. Bishop B1 has happened here by Yakuboev. A really nice move. I think he's aiming at perhaps transporting this bishop to greener pastures or whiter pastures in this position.
Crazy, bhai.
Quite an idea here.
Bishop B1, yeah? Completely crazy.
Yeah.
It was the top choice of the engines.
Oh. So using that moment before this rook attacks the square, so a nice move by Nordebek Yakuboev. One match has already gone into tiebreaks. We've got Sindarov, Jose Martinez will be playing tomorrow. That's going to be an epic fight, Harshit. You're a huge Jose fan.
I'm a huge Jose fan, but at the same time, Sindarov, I've seen him in so many age group events alongside me in the Asians. Very, very talented player, very gifted. He's very dynamic and can feel the position quite well. I think Sindarov is a favorite there.
Wow. Also, I think we have so many fans coming in this part of the tournament, right? They expected कि भाई अभी कितने Indian खेल रहे होंगे. So they want to see Arjun go actually into the next rounds. They want to see him win. And as you mentioned, Tanya, at the start, I think 75% chances रहेंगे whosoever goes into the semi-finals. So कितना nervous होंगे players अभी दोनों के दोनों यहाँ पे?
भाई आप कितने nervous हो वो बताओ भाई.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा यार.
Not for chess. अच्छा. For the big wedding that you are going to.
Yeah, I think.
भाई भूलना मत जाना.
नहीं, of course, I think I take care of all my friends. मैं definitely जाऊँगा. बहुत weddings. You know, there are 40 lakh weddings.
शादी season is on.
40 lakhs weddings, I think.
किसकी शादी है?
बहुत दोस्तों की यार. बहुत ज़्यादा दोस्तों की.
You know, they say a man's best friend is he himself.
But I heard a different quote though.
No, I think it's absolutely true that Arjun Erigesi is going to have his hands full right now in this game. As Black played c5, and he's forcefully trying to equalize this game and make it to the and go to the tiebreaks.
And I think it's so easy to miss that Wei had this possibility on the last move to just show you knight f6 खेला गया था, getting this knight actually away from the defense of that c5 move. And then Arjun responded with rook c1, and I wonder if he just thought कि c5 आ ही नहीं सकता है because of a line that we saw before we went to a break. Knight a4 hits the queen, hits the pawn, but then I think Amrita had this really interesting idea. You move the queen away, you're also eyeballing this a2 pawn. If knight takes pawn, well, you've got b6, but also queen takes pawn in certain positions, and you take it with the pawn, a smashing b5.
Yeah, the b5 move, absolutely brutal. Forcing the knight to move and picking up that c5 pawn. If you just go back a few moves, I wanted to show an intricate detail in the position.
Which point?
After Black just played this move, knight to f6. It feels as if Black has just made this move, you know, he could have played c5 initially, but okay, if you just go back one move, if Black played, let's say, h5, now this allows White to play this move pawn to b4.
This is not.
In some positions.
भाई ये वाला एनालिसिस किया क्वीन
भाई
b4
तुम हमारा ब्रॉडकास्ट नहीं देखते क्या?
क्वीन b4
क्या
rook
यार
b1
हर्षित?
And c5. Okay.
No, queen f5, rook b7, knight b6 traps the rook.
Wow.
And this was the line, and of course, if Harshit was watching us,
No, he was
none
watching.
of this would happen.
वो देख रहे थे, but pool से देख रहे थे, तो I think he was a bit distracted, but he was watching for sure.
Thank you.
So knight f6 खेला गया, also defending d5. Sagar, like you mentioned, c5 नहीं होता without moving the knight there. And Arjun probably
Tanya, my feeling was if Arjun had seen the move c5, he would have played instead of rook a c1, knight a4 perhaps.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So let's say you move the queen away, and if I set it up with the same idea कि भाई c5 खेलना है, are you really stopping it?
Now can I go like with the idea of b4 somehow, a3, b4, a3 also you'll play c5.
And also now, just to point out a difference, after b4, queen takes pawn, rook b1, black has this idea of going diagonally back to defend b7.
Exactly.
So a3 with the idea of clamping down with b4.
But can you anyway push?
c5.
That's the big
That's
question.
the problem. I think Wei already saw it, that c5 is coming at all costs.
But then that means, Sagar, maybe rook fe1. Was that a small inaccuracy by Arjun?
Exactly. So if we go back, now even two moves behind and play rook fc1. And now knight f6.
Defending d5.
And knight a4. I think that might be the way to put some pressure, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
But obviously Black is very solid now. Black has managed to get this breakthrough with pawn to c5. And if you can just see Arjun's expressions there, I do think that he realizes this game is heading towards equal, and this nice camera angle here.
But I have a question actually. So usually कहते हैं अगर isolated pawn हो, that should give you a tiny edge. What if White just takes, puts the queen back on b1, unpinning his knight, and says कि भाई तुम्हारा d5 pawn मेरा knight देख रहा है, bishop भी long term देख रहा है. Could he kind of claim at least a symbolic edge here?
not that easy to put your queen anywhere because it also needs to stay connected to the b2 pawn.
And queen b1?
Okay, queen b1, yes. Do you jump in with the knight?
Yeah, knight c4 looks very good. And the bishop on g7 is going to be such an important piece for black.
Yes.
Hitting that pawn on b2.
In fact, it looks stronger than the counterpart at g2.
Yes.
I mean, this is counterplay, right? And the side playing with the isolated queen's pawn is always looking for these activities on the open c line, trying to target those queen side pawns. I think c5 has been a bit of a success for Wei. He's found a way to play c5.
Just like how Arjun is feeling slightly uncomfortable right now, for me this is like super uncomfortable. For 18 days, I was commentating from here. Suddenly, I'm here like, you know, I don't have a mouse. I don't have to say anything, do anything.
Sagar's very fidgety. He's like moving on his chair. उसे समझ
करना क्या है?
Neuroplasticity भाई change करनी थी हमें.
Exactly. I'm not enough neuroplastic.
अरे भाई neuro.
वो जो हिकारू के clips आते हैं ना, he's using the mouse OTV. वही अब सागर भाई clips बनेंगे.
Yeah, I'm like, क्या करूँ अभी? And also I'm right in the center. The crowd suddenly looks like this. I was always looking from the side.
Now you know how it feels.
Welcome to our world.
Exactly. It's really tough what you guys were doing. Okay, so
maybe we can just go full screen, yeah, just to see how it feels inside the playing hall there. I don't think Wei is on the board right now, is he?
You know, you get a move like c5 in. You've calculated that you're not losing that pawn. The tactics work in your favor at the end of it. You're feeling good about the fact that I've solved all opening problems. You get up and leave. Well, leave for some time, not leave the building, of course.
Yeah, I do think Wei should feel very comfortable here with his last move. And look at the focus. I've never seen Arjun spend a lot of time thinking in this tournament. The last game, he finished his game with 1 hour 35 minutes on his clock. Now he's down to 8 minutes.
Less time than Wei on the clock here.
Wow. By the way, you know, Aloy when he left, he said that Wei may even be a very small favorite, considering that the home pressure could be on Arjun. What are your thoughts on this? That would home pressure be playing a role on Arjun, or he just loves that so many people are here?
I think, if I can go first, if it was any other player, Arjun would feel the pressure. I mean, if it was that person would feel it, like Gukesh, Prag, I think, you know, but Arjun is just someone who never shows any expression. And because he was able to do this inner engineering, this meditation that he said has really helped him, I don't see Arjun as someone who ever takes pressure. He just comes to the board, no matter what event it is, with the same mindset, that I want to win. And you can see them playing against 2600s, with 2800s. We saw him with Levon rejecting a draw. And I think that's why, for me, in my eye, Arjun will always be a small favorite.
Agreed. And also I think the tournament has progressed, right? So they might be feeling pressure at the start of the event. Ki bhai India mein khel rahe. But now I think the focus has shifted. He's focused on the game. He has a team helping him to calm himself. Social media distractions nahi hai. So I think he's probably, any pressure he had of the home turf has now vanished.
Yeah, I think the home ground advantage is a double-edged sword. It can be motivating. It can be something that, you know, a lot of players enjoy. But at the same time, on the other side of that sword is the additional pressure, especially when you're the lone Indian standing.
True.
You're the final hope for India. You haven't made it to the candidates yet. You know, if it was Prag in place of Arjun, Prag is already through. Well, not technically, but practically, let's say. So I think for Arjun, if there's any pressure, to your point, these youngsters, and I think we've spoken about this as well, are somehow so adept to these situations, being under the spotlight. It's like they have always played under the spotlight. They've always played when chess has been big in media.
Yeah.
Whether it was the Chennai Olympiad, India versus USA match, the Budapest Olympiad. Arjun is a player, I think, who's able to block out these noises just like these other youngsters and focus at the job at hand.
Well
The
said.
only pressure he's probably feeling is the one he has on himself, that
Yeah,
this
he
is my
wants-
last shot to make it to the candidates.
This year. Because I'm sure he's going to make it in the years to come. But for this year, we only have 3 spots remaining. And all of those 3 spots are going to be given from this tournament, the top 3 players in the World Cup qualifying to the candidates. And
Yeah.
here, Arjun
He took the pawn.
Took the pawn.
He took the pawn. He didn't go knight a4. He's kind of trying to next move, let's say, see where black takes with the queen, rook, or the knight.
Okay.
I don't know which one is better.
The most natural to me is knight takes pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the most human one to me simply because in isolated queen's pawn, you really want to get your knight to e4.
So
that
knight
makes a
takes-
lot of sense. I think
You
knight
are
takes.
also
Yeah, knight takes, I think.
Sagar bhai?
Yeah, I think knight takes c5 doesn't create a threat. So I was thinking of rook takes to double on the c file. Also looks quite promising actually, rook takes c5.
Somehow I like rook takes or queen takes just because my knight on e6 protects this square on d4 and gives black the ability to push the pawn on d4 at some point. Also stopping white from jumping into d4 with his own knight. And we all know how important it is to stop the criminal pawn on d5 from advancing. And I think that's why I think he'll take with the rook or the queen.
Guys, do you think like after rook c5, there's any move like you can move your queen away and then threaten knight a4 perhaps? And
Queen-
knight d4 also you want to put?
Queen b1?
Or yeah, queen d3 I was thinking, but
then queen b2, right?
Queen b2, yeah, it's not working out.
Let's say you go queen b1 and I'm threatening knight a4 maybe at some point. Anyway, one has to sidestep the pin.
Yeah.
Or rook
What do you say?
c8.
BP? The
PP on the PP?
No, BP the BP. Break the pressure on the pin piece.
Wow.
BP on the BP.
Nice.
BP
All this
bhagda hai
is
mera
your,
yahan pe.
all this is Tanya's invention, but she's like, oh, what do you say? I'm like, nahi
Remember
bhai,
that
maine
thing
nahi
you
बोला."
came up with?
एक समरी बनानी पड़ेगी नोटपैड में VP on the VP, PP on the VP ताकि याद रहे अगले.
By the way, while we are looking at this position and while Wei decides what to capture with, we had a question from one of our viewers here in the fan zone. Maybe if we can give the mic to him. What is your question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. One small question, one micro question. You were talking about tunnel vision yesterday for like Dubov. Do we think that Jose, because of his title Tuesday performances and the 3+0 that happened on Thursday, he also somewhere thinks that his chances are better in the tie breaks because it's a faster format? And talking about the Arjun game, if we go back to like move 15, white to move, we were discussing bishop d3. I'm not a title player, but that position reminds me of Khan's Open 2020 final round, Gukesh versus Barsegian. And he had started with c4, with the pawn on d3, pawn on d5, pawn on e3, and pawn on f4. And the bishop went to g2 as well, and it was a huge attack, an overwhelming attack. And he had, not played the system of Swidler, who was the main propounder of that theory. So, since Arjun has played this from the black piece, as how Tanya ji mentioned, and Amruta was also looking at f4 ideas. Maybe
अमृता जी क्यों नहीं बोला आपने?
Amruta ji, Sagar ji, Amruta ji was also looking at f4 ideas.
Thanks. No, I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not.
So maybe Arjun does understand that the bishop on g2 may be the MVP, because once the diagonal softens up after this move, as we can see, there's an isolated pawn. The bishop actually has a lot of scope, and it's already fianchetted and it's perfectly placed. So it's basically what stays on the board and rather than what goes off. So in the long perspective of the game, the longer this game goes, the bishop gets stronger and stronger.
We will answer that, but first, shout out to Sagar for being the right one on what to capture with, because Wei has gone for rook takes pawn, was not an easy choice to make. Keeping pressure, PP on the PP, put pressure on the pin piece coming up next, and that's the choice that he's gone with.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tanya, you did hear the question. आपने जैसे ही उन्होंने अमृता जी बोला and Tanya ji, you immediately caught it. So then you can give the answer to this question. But no, I think it was very interesting, the question and the depth at which, अभी आप बोल रहे हो अभी नहीं हाँ
Because I was,
सोच रहे थे
buffer होता है ना थोड़ा.
Chat GPT कैसे आंसर के लिए टाइम
वो जो round circle जाता है.
हाँ,
But
बताइए.
coming to your point of bishop d3, I think we also analyzed this opening earlier, that it has been played before in fact, and in all those games, white does like to put the bishop on either g2 or h3. Even how you see how this position's been played out. Imagine white's bishop on d3, it would be staring at a wall right now. You're often preempting a c5 break in the Carlsbad structure. So I think this is part of the opening plan, the opening theme, that the bishop on g2 in the long run will be better placed.
Yeah, and usually whenever you put your pawns on g3 and e3 both, it's very important to cover your light squares. So if you place your bishop on d3, your h3, g2 squares look so, soft. And you never want to allow a knight or a bishop to jump to h3. And I think the bishop on g2 does both the things quite well.
Yeah. Absolutely, you guys have actually. अरे भाई, सब लोग थोड़ी ना आंसर देंगे.
So actually, this after rook c5, I think black has kind of equalized. Do you want to just quickly check what's happening in the game of Donchenko?
भाई equalize हो गया. आपके हिसाब से there is no way, yeah? Here Arjun can press for an edge.
It's equal, and I think it will kind of depend on the next few moves.
I would agree with Harshit. I think, again, the whole concept for white in that opening was to fight against c5. As long as you can keep doing that, black hasn't freed himself in the opening. But Vei managed to get that move in, and I think he's definitely feeling better about his opening outcome now. Still a fight, but probably has gotten closer to that tiebreak with c5.
Yes.
I think that bishop on a2 feels like me.
क्यों? How are you feeling, भाई?
वो देखो ना, जगह से पूरा चेंज करके रोल चेंज हो गया उसका.
बहुत अच्छा बिशप है भाई वो a2 पे.
तो मैं क्या बुरा हूँ?
मतलब वो कह रहा है कि आपको भी मजे आ रहे हैं इस बिशप को a2 में मजे आ रहे हैं, सिमिलरली आपको आ रहे हैं. That bishop's path, let's just highlight that. It came to f5,
then g6,
fell back to g6, found the opportune moment to slide into a square where the white knight usually is, and then at the edge of the board. Some really fascinating maneuver to eventually either land on b3 or c4.
Nice.
Ki that bishop shouldn't stay dead, because remember when we had Alozice here, and he was talking, you don't want to play f5 with the bishop stuck on g6. Imagine this piece right now here.
Oh no, that would be terrible.
That would be so bad.
That would be a nightmare, even though it's a bishop. Bishop on a2, I think really nicely done.
Yeah, I think the bishop has made a complete shift on its career path. It's coming to c4 now to trade itself off.
And we all know that usually ends well.
What, the career path change?
Yes.
Never a wrong time to do the right thing.
Yeah. I mean, have you guys changed your career paths ever?
Mine has gone from playing to commentary.
And you are happier?
I'm definitely sleeping better.
Okay, Harshit bhai?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite similar to Tanya, but I just started with commentary, and maybe, I mean, I'm definitely loving to do this right now, but who knows where I'll be in the next few years.
You are definitely not sleeping better than before.
He is not sleeping, period.
As a chess player, you used to sleep much more, I believe.
No, I'm sleeping much better now.
Acha. And Sahil bhai?
I think I've changed it 10 times by now, so...
10 career shifts for you?
I mean, maybe, yeah, but it's insane number. Yeah, I think I'm a civil engineer who worked in a computer firm and then started playing and commentary. So it's...
Wow.
I've kept changing careers. I think, I don't know, who am I right now, to be honest?
Wow, that's a deep question. Who am I?
We'll ponder it, I think, on the rest day.
Wow, Sahil bhai, I never knew you were a civil engineer.
The problem is nobody knows that actually. Even I don't know. My professors didn't know. The company didn't know. So yeah.
But you know, in chess, it's
थोड़ा दुखी, एकदम sad वाला हो गया भाई ये dialogue.
The first day I landed on a construction site and I was supposed to work. I was like, भाई मेरा काम है यहाँ पे क्या काम है मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा था. So.
भाई there is an entire stand-up comedy का एक set on this. Have you heard it?
No,
by
I
someone?
haven't.
It's on construction site. He gets a job. He goes there, and then what happens? Maybe it's your story.
Without naming any
narrated
company, भाई जब वहाँ आते थे इंजीनियर लोग सिर्फ गालियाँ दे रहे थे मेरे को भाई काम करो काम तो सब खुद ही करते हैं भाई.
अच्छा, crazy भाई. Sahil bhai, now a content creator and by the way amazing commentator. So great switch bhai.
भाई तुम्हारा क्या स्टोरी है सागर?
भाई मेरा तो लाइफ चलते ही जा रहा है, कोई शिफ्ट ही नहीं है.
क्या बात करो? You were also playing professionally.
मैं तब भी
CA. You're the only CA plus
you're a CA. Then you are also a commentator. You're also running the biggest journalistic platform with ChessBase India.
I think with Sagar, he has his own journey, but he has shaped and molded the journeys of so many budding chess players in India and given them pathway to becoming the top players. So
Harshit bhai कुछ इतना भी नहीं किया.
Bhai, come on, bhai.
सिर्फ थोड़ा बहुत we do fun.
I think the recent example is Ilamparthi, right? He's a great example of that journey. I think that's where I heard about him for the first time, was on ChessBase India.
Yeah, in general, India is blessed with talents, and I think one of the things that I've always realized is without players, we can't do anything. And that is why, like even here, for example, Arjun hai, everyone's super excited. The moment he gets knocked out, people are like, "Arey yaar, ab Goa tak jana," and you know, it's like just we are because the players are there.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and that has never to be forgotten actually.
No, it's very true. I think athletes make the sport as much as the sport makes the athlete. But Sagar, एक दिल से question पूछूं.
अरे भाई मुंह से भी पूछ लेना.
मतलब दिल से आवाज निकल रही है इस question के लिए.
हाँ.
That do you feel sometimes, because this is also something that I have thought about as well, that do you feel or wish that you had pursued the GM title more seriously?
Earlier, like around when I left playing in 2017 till 2019, yes. But for the last 5-6 years, I'm so happy with what I'm doing that it has never crossed my mind कि भाई फिर से GM बनते.
So then you're actually feel like you are at
I'm
where
very
you're
happy.
supposed to be and where you're meant to be.
Yeah, I'm very happy, and if
Amazing.
I become a GM, then it's a bonus.
I have a question, Sagar. Actually, I think this is something Sahaj Bhai and I also discuss. If, let's say, you do become a GM, hopefully you do very, very soon, would your life change in any way?
Maybe, bhai, everyone will not make jokes on me anymore. कि भाई आप GM नहीं बने. That's the only thing. Otherwise, everything remains the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
And right now, I think this position, everything is remaining the same as we are. The bar pretty much in the balance. In fact, now slightly tilting towards black.
Really?
Yes, just by
Wow.
a very tiny bit.
You know, can I just go like 5 moves back to just show what Nodirbek Yakuboyev, his understanding of pieces.
Yes,
Because
I know
the
what you
knight, if you go to knight on d7, the knight on d7 is unhappy, the bishop on g6 is unhappy, and Nodirbek Yakubov is like, अब सबका मैं future बदलता हूँ, सबको career switch दिलाता हूँ. Knight goes to b6, c8, d6. Bishop goes to b1, a2, c4, or wherever it's still going on the path.
Yeah,
and the stronger player somehow always knows where the pieces belong better. And here you can see Yakuboyev showing his experience, showing his class there. He's leading the match 1-0. Donchenko in a must-win situation, but the way Yakubov is playing, not
By
sure.
2-0, yeah?
I mean, exactly in 6 moves, it's been a complete transformation just by the placement of these 2 minor pieces.
Very good example of how to improve your pieces. I think it's beautiful.
I think it's Jakob Aagaard in his book who's mentioned some of the ways in which one can come across a plan in chess. You know, जब समझ नहीं आ रहा कि भाई next move क्या चलनी है, there are 3 questions that you can ask yourself.
Which is my, what are the weaknesses in the position?
What's the opponent's threat?
And which is my worst placed piece?
Which is my worst placed piece is, I think, one of the very important ones. I think opponent's threat, opponent's weaknesses, and my own, and the worst placed piece.
Yeah, all the weaknesses, not just opponent's weaknesses. Like,
Yes.
Where are the weaknesses in the position?
And I think here it was asked by Yakuboyev his worst placed pieces, and there were 2 of them, and he solved those problems.
Yeah, very
now
nice.
He was about to touch his bishop on a2. So I'm curious if he wants to go to c4 and exchange those bishops and capture back with the d pawn.
Wow.
But can
Why
you then
d
go-
pawn? Why not knight?
Maybe I just wanted the white knight on f4 to not have that square on d3. But yeah, bishop c4, knight takes c4, and then bringing the rook. Yeah.
Yeah,
Knight
b2
takes.
is hanging. Correct. Well
You bring
spotted.
the rook.
Oh, rook a6,
Rook
rook
a6,
b6.
rook b6.
Exactly.
That's
Oh.
amazing.
Rook lift.
And the other rook goes to this file, eyeing the e3 pawn as well.
क्या बात है?
Muy bien.
Too good.
And
Bishops
He's bringing.
hesitates, but
Khelo
it's going
bhai.
to happen. I think bishop c4
for sure
is very nice.
c4, right?
Can we
Not
go
b3.
full screen on Yakuboyev?
Bishop
बढ़िया लग रहा है.
38 minutes for
अरे.
him. And
इससे सोचने
back in the
लगे.
thinking.
Hi, has this been Yakuboyev's lucky t-shirt? I feel that we've just been seeing him in this white
I
t-shirt.
think you're right.
tournament.
I think you're right.
Really?
Yeah. I also I've seen him wear this at least once before.
भाई आपका कुर्ता किधर है
भाई
भाई?
वो कल टाई ब्रेक में कल जरूरी है ना
भाई
वो?
आप कल वो टाई ब्रेक में आए ही नहीं.
नहीं कल आऊंगा कल कुर्ता है सागर रखा है वो तैयार
पक्का?
हाँ
आयन करके.
हाँ रेडी है
Done by. Sahil bhai has a blue kurta which is so lucky for Indian chess.
आज ही रिजल्ट ना आ जाए बस उसी का डर है मुझे बट
Bishop
c4 है
c4.
आते हुए याकुबोव फिर से अपना हाथ पीछे लेंगे कि नहीं? खेलने वाले हैं c4 पे.
Let's go. By the way, Sasi Gudi Mehta says, I'm a time pass chess player. I heard it for the first time, ये वाला quote. Time pass chess player. but follow every tournament because of these broadcasts. Sometimes I think I wish I was sitting with you guys, commenting my novice moves and getting corrected. Bhai, what are you waiting for? You can come to Goa. You can get this ticket which is there in the description and come here, because a lot of people have come to Goa and just enjoyed this vibe. I think it's a good place to be, yeah?
And it's a great time to be here as well. So much on the line for Indian fans, you know, with Arjun fighting for that candidate spot. But I will say, I think this message goes deeper than that, Sagar. I think it's also the vibe that ChessBase India creates in their commentary. Like having worked with many different tournaments, which have honestly been a huge opportunity that I'm very grateful for. But I've really realized and noticed that whenever we are working together, whether it was at the World Championship or now here, or even online remote broadcast, I think वो जो बोलना चाहते हैं कि भाई यहाँ आके ना मजा आता है.
अरे भाई
ऐसे चिल वॉच पार्टी वाइब हो जाती है.
वही तो.
जैसे दोस्तों के साथ चेस देख रहे हो.
Exactly. अभी तो 4 दोस्त चेस ही देख रहे हैं, and there are now we have like a महफिल here with all the people sitting here. You can actually see some people enjoying their own party there. उनका खुद का ही वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है वॉच पार्टी के अंदर.
ऊपर से लिटरली यू नो कमेंट्री का ब्रेक होता है ना, वी गो एंड प्ले ब्लिट्स. इट्स अ लॉट ऑफ फन. सो भाई यहाँ पे पूरा वाइब सेट है.
वाइब है भाई.
Too good. And we are also hoping that one of the days, if it happens, we could do some kind of a master class here. Because, you know, we have the setup. We have like from morning until 3 p.m. time is there. So if only Harshit bhai wakes up on time. Bas yahi bacha hai bhai.
Harshit is there at breakfast. He is the one who's making it for a swim in the morning.
Oh,
yeah, I'm always waking up.
Bhai, should we do a master class at 2 p.m. to 3
A
p.m.?
swimming master class, bhai.
Wow.
By Harshit Raja in the package.
Swimming master class. Okay, guys. So we'll plan this.
But also, you can be part of history potentially. If Arjun qualifies for the candidates, that's going to be huge. And it's possible if Arjun qualifies, you're witnessing perhaps a birth of the new world champion.
Wow.
Guys, look at that shot of the Blitz going on there. Moment hai bhai, moment.
Arey bhai, we have Anish bhai playing there, and also we have Drama Queen, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
DQ versus Anish Nayak in the house.
Crazy.
Real World Cup तो यहाँ हो रहा है.
And you are all the piece. Trash talking at maximum.
कोई टेबल बैंक करना बहुत जरूरी है भाई. जो भी हारेगा do bank the table.
अरे भाई आराम से. So guys, you can come here and enjoy this. We have placed some chess sets also to enjoy and follow. But can we go to Ajju bhai's game, Tanya?
We are on it, Sagar. I'm on it.
Let's go. So Ajju bhai ka game में, what do you think Queen E2 has brought in? I'll ask our viewers, okay, here for a chocolate. If black plays the move knight to E4, what do you do here? भाई आप मत बताना भाई. आपको तो already 2 बार आ गया है.
हाँ भाई, इतना चॉकलेट नहीं खाना चाहिए दिन में.
White to play, what do you do? भाई बाहर कहाँ चला गया?
ओ यार, मैं वो हमेशा गलती कर देती हूँ ऐसे.
But it's better to not have the bar in questions, yeah?
Oh, in the question. नहीं. भाई आपको बोला नहीं बोलने को, आप बोलते हो फिर भी. ये क्या बात हुई?
Yes, knight to A4.
Knight to A4. Beautiful move. Forks the rook and queen, and white wins an exchange.
So threat setup किया गया है. Queen E2 से knight A4 in the air now, so which means that we will either move the queen or the rook.
I think he'll probably
Hot
play.
Queen A5 looks the most natural.
Queen A5, I think he will play, right, Tanya? Queen A5 and then bring the rook from E8 to C8.
Queen A5 is a mistake.
Oh,
अरे भाई.
oh भाई.
But why?
Why?
पहले एक फोक था, दूसरा फोक देने की तैयारी कर सकते हैं हम लोग.
Knight from F3 to
No
D2.
way, really? Knight D2?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful move.
But also super weird.
It's weird, but I'm going to hit your rook and the queen.
And what if I go rook C8 back?
Then I'll go knight B3. And how do you defend the pawn on D5?
Queen D8 and rook D1.
And then the beautiful PP. Pin pawn.
Rook CD1, Tanya.
C.
So that we don't trade rooks maybe on the open file, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah. And E4 in the air as
Yeah.
well at some point. So this is going to start looking a bit dangerous for that IQP. Isolated queen's pawn.
So in a way, Queen A5 is bad. Then maybe Queen C7 comes to mind. But to queen c7 also there is a tactic, right?
A tactic.
I was thinking.
Queen c7, this rook starts feeling a bit misplaced. ऐसे लगता है कि भाई रुक को जगह कम हो गई है थोड़ी सी.
Like this move, yeah?
Knight d2, you mean?
No, not knight takes pawn. You can just take it back. But knight b5 I was thinking. And then get to the d4 square.
Knight b5 is very nice actually. You hit the queen, you can't take the rook. Where do you move the queen? I'd have to move it to b6.
b6 and then I get the d4 square. I thought that's an improvement, but maybe not. Maybe not.
But it's a flashy move. I think queen c7 is just a move that you are kind of hesitant to make a little bit. You're thinking about your rook on c5, knight b5. I don't think it's a very natural move.
And actually, we mentioned that black has equalized. I myself was the one who said that. But the more I think about this position, there are concrete problems for black to solve. I mean, it's not equal just yet. It might be if black plays a few more accurate moves, but right now, knight a4 is a threat. Knight from f3, rerouting itself to b3 is going to be a powerful idea for white. And black has to answer all of these questions.
And time-wise, Wei is at 41 minutes, Ajjuba at 42, and Ajju completing his 10,000 steps right now. Almost there.
Arjun, very well known to not sit at the board or not look at the board and calculate. He's always looking away from the board.
या तो वो बोर्ड पे होते नहीं है, बोर्ड पे होते भी हैं
तो भी नहीं
तो भी he's not looking at it.
Too good. And by the way, one more question to our viewers for a chocolate this time. Bhai. Rook c4 if black plays to avoid the pin, avoid the fork on a4. White to play and win.
Very nice question.
D1?
भाई क्या बताने का भाई आपको कल से अंदर ही नहीं आने देंगे निकाल ही देंगे. Anyway, no one has heard yet. Anyone wants to try? अरे आपने सुन लिया ना.
बहुत पास में बैठे हो.
एग्जाम में मैं ऐसे ही पास होता हूं.
ऐसे नहीं. हमें इतना दिखता है. हम भी बैक बेंचर्स रह चुके हैं लाइफ में.
Would you like to try anyone from this side? White to play. It's a cute tactic.
Cutie.
Knight e5.
E5? Knight e5. That's not a bad move actually. That's a very good move. अरे wearing the American gambits. Hikaru Nakamura है ना पीछे आपका लिखा हुआ. Can you turn around? Guys, Hikaru is written there and he just blitzed out the variation. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5 and take. Bhai, this is for you. Can you come here? उधर तक तो नहीं जाएगा भाई.
Logical.
और अर्जुन भाई किसी को लग ना जाए.
Why we know Hikaru is good at throwing things, so you better match up to that, huh? Throw अच्छा होता है. Knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, takes, and in the end you end up winning an exchange.
Nice.
So rook c4 looks like an aggressive move, but would be a big blunder.
Oh.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Dipesh भाई ने लिखा है, thanks for organizing this. It was fun in the playing hall and playing with fans in the fan zone. Interacting with GM Leko was the highlight of my trip. Guys, this is one more thing. If you come here, you may meet Peter Leko around and he's in a very chilled mode right now because his tournament is over. He's commentating and sometimes he's spending time with the fans.
But if you want that, you have to be here before the 20th.
Yes, he's
I
leaving
will
on
say
the
that
20th.
he's leaving on the 20th.
Also, Jan
so
Gustafsson is here commentating for the FIDE channel. Both of some of the best commentators that we've seen in chess are commentating there, so they can also check that one out.
Guys, can we just go full screen on this visual that we have coming out of the playing arena? We are on day 18 of the World Cup. You know, we've all been here since the very start of the month. We started with 206 players here. The entire arena was packed with players, with fans coming in, boards and rows of players. And now at the end of it, we have these 8 grandmasters left with only 3 places to fight for. Only 3 of them will walk through that golden door. And it starts feeling a bit lonely in there.
क्या बढ़िया बताया तानिया. एकदम ऐसे I got goosebumps while you were saying this. And also when I see this scene, it reminds me of those footages which we see of Mikhail Tal and Petrosyan, which are there in that black and white. And sometimes we see them and we are like, oh, कभी तो काश वहाँ होते हम. And I guess few years down the line, these footages will also be something where Arjun, if he becomes like a great champion, a world champion and so on, then he's walking like this, pacing up and down. Would be very cool, no?
I mean, in football, we say that, some people say that we were so happy to see Messi and Ronaldo in the same generation to watch them play. I'm sure people are going to be like, I was so happy to be present when Prague, Arjun and Gukesh, all three of them were playing together. I mean, definitely.
अर्जुन बहुत खुश है यार, क्योंकि पहले बहुत टेबल थे, लोग आते थे रास्ते में, आराम से वॉक कर सकता है.
If I challenge Arjun for a world championship match, I will make the playing hall small. क्योंकि वो चल नहीं पाएंगे, तो उनका already strength थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा. The way he's walking, he just is going back and forth. कितना fast चल रहे हैं यार.
That's the point. He's not strolling. ऐसे नहीं है कि भाई मजे की walk कर रहा हूँ मैं. It's very paced. He's it's fast walk.
भाई corner to corner पूरा, like उसको पता है कितने steps है from one corner to the other, exact number.
Did you know that, I don't know what's the name exactly, but like fast walking is an Olympic sport.
Wow. Really? I thought
speed
breakdancing
walking,
is one.
It was not anymore
Not
after
anymore,
what
yeah,
happened
yeah.
in Paris. But I don't know exactly the term for it, but speed walking or fast walking, it is an Olympic sport. So Arjun, I mean, well, chess is going well. So
While we have been talking this and Tanya was saying all the players going away, Harshit has just written a quote on my laptop here. I don't know why you wrote this, Harshit bhai, but I'll read it.
What?
He's written, it's lonely at the top, but that's why a Lamborghini has only 2 seats and a bus has 50.
अरे भाई
हर्षित भाई क्या ही आपने डायलॉग लिखा है.
हर्षित भाई फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन, तो लैम्बोर्गिनी में दूसरा कौन है आपके साथ?
मेरा 2x लोन लिया है.
Okay. So Wei taking insanely long time, right? Like he's been maybe at 25 minutes or 20 minutes around, roughly. He was at 52, he was at 57. So he's taken 22 minutes now in this position.
18 to be exact. 18 minutes to be exact, because, and that just reflects that, a Lamborghini, while it's an awesome car, it can get a little uncomfortable in there as well, because the space is left.
Correct.
Less.
Best is to walk like Ajju bhai. अकेले
यहाँ से
चलते रहो.
वहाँ. So definitely feeling the nerves at this point, the players are.
Before we
Sam
switch games,
Shanklin comes
just one
back.
question.
Yes.
If you had to differentiate percentage wise यहाँ पे, कितने chances होंगे जीतने के, draw के, हारने के? How would you classify it?
Wow. Actually, when he played C5, I think all of us, like Harshit, also Tanya, and maybe also Aloyse who was here, felt like it'll end in a draw. But just these last few minutes are starting to convince all of us that maybe Arjun has a 60% chance, at least for me. I mean, if it is like 60-40, 40 for Wei, 60 for Arjun. What do you think?
I think that's fair. I mean, if it goes to the tiebreaks, it's very close to even. But here, Wei is under some stress here.
भाई chat में लिखा है मेरी साइकिल में एक ही सीट है.
No, I mean, but just to finish that quote, it's not, sometimes we think we want some things to be happy, but even after getting them, we are not. So everyone should find their own.
Harshit bhai, आज क्या हो गया भाई आपको?
People are saying, sometimes people are not very happy in their current situation and they think it will become better if they have this car or something. But you can see even many people having that car are not very happy. So
I think the saying goes something like this. You don't need anything to become happy. Your default state is to be happy. Just be happy right now.
And you know what can make everyone happy?
Be happy, bhai.
Arjun winning.
Exactly, bhai. 113 membership hai. Premium membership le lo jaake. Link is in chat. It's the best way to up your game. All the cool features on chess.com are available. Puzzle rush कर सकते हो, unlimited games खेल सकते हो, post game analysis कर सकते हो, सब कुछ कर सकते हो. 1 month free.
Yeah?
As for Harshit, the most important feature.
Yeah.
Add friends, guys.
You can add friends. You can talk to them also, Harshit bhai.
DM कर सकते हो friends को.
On chess.com.
On chess.com, but if you buy ChessBase'26 तो अकेला हो जाता है ऐसे आदमी. पूरा रात ChessBase'26 पढ़ के आया. So भाई.
यार मुझे तो ऐसे लगता है that honestly asking for a chess.com ID is so much cooler than asking for someone's Instagram ID.
Can you imagine? In a few years from now, you like someone will be like, I don't want your phone number, I want your chess.com.
It happens actually. I met here and it happens with younger kids, yeah? Because they want to play against you. So they ask me, what's your ID? And
actually, there have been stories of like global stories where a couple met on chess.com and got married later on.
Really?
Yeah, 2 or 3 stories I've heard. Like,
wow. भाई साहिल भाई आपका तो नहीं है ना?
नहीं.
But you know, coming to what Harshit was talking about, always wanting a little bit more, I think we can also see that somewhere here, right? For so many players who've had this incredible run, who probably thought that they wouldn't even go past round 3 or 4. And there are more than just 1 or 2 who are currently in the mix. And then you also, have, heavyweights like Arjun, like Wei. But the remaining 6, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I think apart from Arjun and Wei, whoever does make it, I don't see any of them going the distance in the candidates winning it to play for the World Championship. But the point is that for them, they were like, bhai, 3-4 round tak pahunch gaye, to tournament success hoega. Then round by round, they go forward. Now they're in the quarterfinals. Now they want that top 3 spots. They will go into candidates. They'll start hoping for more. They'll be like, isse ab hum khush nahi hai. Ab hame jeet ke World Championship khelna hai. So I think that's just human
And then when you become world champion, you want to maintain it. Then you want to win another title.
Then you get the Mercedes, bhai.
Lamborghini da, bhai. But yeah, that's true. I think if we see even Gukesh right now, he's the world champion, but he has a new set of struggles that he's facing with, which is to prove himself as a world champion. So it actually never really ends, on a serious note.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, I mean, Arjun's still walking. And I think besides just thinking of the position right now, he's also releasing some stress. And that's why he's just like, maybe it's something that, his trainer or someone suggested.
भाई ऐसे बात करोगे तो फिर हम लोग सब सुन रहे हैं और चैट भी नहीं सुन पा रहा है, माइक ले देते. But if you can just tell, like in couple of lines, what do you think?
Like inside he was walking, he was just calculating lines, and for a moment he saw the Shankland board. He started to calculate that, and then he's like, no, I have to think of my own board. Nice. And then he kept looking left apna board pe, wahan pe jo hai, and then he's again, okay, if he does this, what I'll do.
It happens, I think, in a playing hall, yeah? We see other games and we are like, oh, what could happen here and so on. Yes.
Sagar, I think we have a very relevant question, from our chat right now. We've looked at the position. Arjun set up a threat. Our chat's asking, but what is the best move here for
I didn't know. Yeah, we stopped at. We said Queen C7 is not, Queen A5 is not. I thought Rook C5 to C8 is. But then I thought it's too kind of passive, yeah, in some way.
And guys, he has been thinking for what? More than 23 minutes now.
In a very inconspicuous position, in a position where there's nothing big happening. There's only one threat to parry.
One threat to parry, but the another one, knight from F. I mean, you also have to make sure that you don't only solve the question right now, but the question that is going to be asked when the knight from F3 moves to B3.
What would be your, let's say, human approach in this position? We've looked at some problems. Well, some of them, Queen A5, Knight D2, we saw would actually be a big tactical error. Queen C7 also isn't the accurate move. We had analyzed it. What other comes to mind, and what would be, Sahil, the move here?
I mean, at first glance, Rook C7 feels a bit natural. I keep the option of doubling up rooks. I keep the option of, let's say, bringing to D7 to defend the pawn. Even I think the bar went up slightly, but that feels like the human move.
I like that actually.
It's a nice move. Rook C7 is what I was also thinking. Great move. Yeah, great call there. Maybe way he plays it. But engine, Tanya bhai, is saying something totally weird, yeah? Instead of Rook C7, I just glanced here and it was saying like Rook A5. Is that true?
The top engine move.
Rook A5 is impossible.
Rook A5 just is really ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
this is nuts. I mean, what is this? Who places their rook
Where is the
here?
rook going? Right?
And why is it there?
The pawn on A2 is defended as well.
This is not a happy.
That's not happening.
That rook hasn't found happiness in life. At all. एक सुपर चैट आ चुकी है. I have no idea क्या है. तीनों भाइयों में लड़ाई हो रही है कि कौन पढ़ेगा.
आप पढ़ लो.
भाई मैं नहीं पढ़ सकती. मेरे को डर लगता है. मेरे को डर लगता है भाई.
चलेगा. It's fine.
The philosopher.
तुम पढ़ो भाई ये Lamborghini के बारे में तुम्हारी.
US scientist Dr. Rosemary once said Lamborghini tractor had only one seat. It's interesting.
Why we need a 3-seater car here? Because this is the race to the candidates.
Yeah, I don't know why this was sent, but it was interesting.
But पैसा आया तो पढ़ना पड़ा.
I didn't know. I mean, but right now, guys, Rook A5. If it happens, I'm putting my house on stake. It is not happening. No way it happens. Rook A5.
No, Rook A5.
कौन खेलता है यार?
भाई वही तो.
If Rook A5 happens, what will you do?
Yeah.
He's giving up his house. How does it matter what I do?
No, you can do something.
Yeah.
Tanya, you can sing a small song like
भाई,
2 line.
जो भी लोग हैं भाग जाएंगे.
नहीं भाई, guys, आपको चलेगा? Done. Everyone is
लेकिन
amazing.
Tanya, let me warn you, yeah, Wei is one of the most accurate players in the world.
अरे तो क्या हुआ भाई? अपन सुनेंगे.
मतलब खेल सकता हाँ नहीं वो खेल सकता है Rook A5.
I think this warning is for our crowd, not for me. कि भाई लोगों, Wei खेल सकता है.
Guys, Wei is very accurate.
He touched the Rook.
Oh.
No, I'm joking.
ठीक है, तुम गाना बताना कौन सा गाना है? 2 लाइन गाऊंगी.
Done. दो लाइन क्या
दो
है?
शब्द.
2 मिनट.
2 मिनट क्या है
कॉपीराइट
यार?
लग जाएगा भाई.
भाई ChessBase इंडिया का क्या होगा फिर? I'll sing that one.
Which one?
Lamborghini ही चलाई.
अरे अभी गा लिया आपने. सही है हाँ. ये that's a good one. It's a good one. Guys, while Wei is thinking, Tanya, if we can just we don't want to shift the board, but just वहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो anything crazy has happened on any other board?
I think we can, if we can just stay on the camera of Wei and
Okay.
let's update everyone with the board situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Esipenko's game we did not take a look at.
Whoa, what the hell? Why did the bishop go to C1?
Let's back up a little bit because last time we checked in with this position around this moment, Black got the rook out, Queen moved away from the E file, also trying to advance on the flank, jo ki hua. Trying to get even more space is White's idea. It is slight push for White here. G5 के बाद H6 break, H4 denies it, says trades on my terms. H file खुल चुकी है. Bishop came forward, vacating a square for the queen, really setting up a sniper battery there. Bishop to C1, walking away from any future pins on that diagonal.
Bishop C1 was a weird move for me. I don't know for you guys if it felt that.
To be honest, I agree actually.
Esipenko is trying bit too hard, yeah, to win today.
ये वो Catalan की तरह होता है ना, you play the bishop to F1, then move the knight to not exchange the bishop.
I think he was just fighting against the threat of Queen G7. He wanted to dislodge the bishop with knight to E2. Imagine अगर ये bishop यहाँ होता, ये queen वहाँ होती, तो ये possible नहीं होता. The bishop now goes back. Rook captures the only open line on the board. Trades offered, trades accepted, and this is the live board. That's how the bishop got to H8.
And I've noticed Sam Shankland is always having a 20-minute lead on the clock. He's almost never getting in trouble. So, to be honest, even though we have been saying Esipenko a rating favorite, 40 points more, but Sam was formerly a member of the 2700 club. I think he mentioned he has had some health problems recently, but in this tournament, he has been fighting them really well. He has been fighting his own demons, as he quoted, and now just one round away from potentially making it to the candidates.
Correct. And that would be a huge breakthrough for his career. Meanwhile, guys, going back to Arjun's board right now and just asking our viewers here, guys, आपको ऐसे feeling आ रहा है क्या कि today is the day when we'll all celebrate? Or do you think नहीं भाई आज draw हो जाएगा and we'll go into tie-breaks?
Thumbs up, let's
we already
go.
see.
Arjun bhai.
Oh, lot of people in the crowd thinking that आज ही होगा decisive moment of this match, just like how we felt in the Aronian game. Slowly चल रहा and suddenly in like 10 minutes, knight h3.
Yeah, it's coming.
Can it happen?
It very well can, because Wei is also under 25 minutes. Yeah, the stress that's on him right now, ever since he's captured rook takes pawn. You know, queen e2 खेला गया है with an obvious threat. And a player of Wei's level is finding it difficult to make a move right now.
मुझे ऐसे लगता है Wei is a very perfectionist guy. उसको ऐसे थोड़ा भी variation में अगर end में अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है वो सोचता है पूरा. He's not going for it.
He has thought for more than 30 minutes. को इसको बता दो उसका move है.
भाई उसको पता है क्योंकि अर्जुन उसके सामने ही नहीं बैठा है पिछले आधे घंटे से, वो वॉक करे जा रहा है.
भाई अर्जुन कितने स्टेप्स हो गए होंगे अब तक? कैन वी टेक
भाई वो मेरे को तो लगता है अर्जुन को काश एक ये पहना देते वो वॉक काउंटर या जो भी है स्टेप काउंटर. बाय द वे वी हैव अ सुपर चैट बाय सैम रॉबर्ट्स हु सेज गुड नाइट टू तानिया भाई And Harshit bhai also for the philosophy.
भाई मुझे क्यों गुड नाइट बोला है? मैं नहीं जा
पता
रही
नहीं भाई वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया से है ना तो उधर रात हो गई.
पर आप लोगों को क्यों नहीं बोला फिर?
पता नहीं भाई. Winnie the Pooh was cool yesterday 11 p.m. here. Winnie the Pooh क्या है भाई?
It's not about the journey. It's not about the destination.
It's about the company.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yes.
मतलब ChessBase India?
No, it's about company in life.
अच्छा. Company है ना वो.
अरे.
Okay, Sasi Kiran says, अरे भाई, thank you भाई. Sasi Kiran bhai. And next one we go to Chaitanya Modak talking about happiness quotes. Here is the best one, Tanya bhai.
हाँ जी बोलो.
By Naval Ravikant. Peace is the happiness at rest and happiness is peace in motion.
Oh, that is actually amazing. Well done, well done. वो करते हैं ना?
Peace is happiness at rest. Happiness is peace in motion.
It's
कल सुबह
amazing.
देखते समझना पड़ेगा भाई.
बहुत सही है.
पर और कोट्स लेंगे तो सुपर चैट करके भेज सकते.
Queen to E2. Wait, come on. Everyone's turning into a philosopher here even you don't make moves.
Head in
But
hands, and Wei is not at peace or happy right now about his position.
Not in motion also.
He has to play a minute a move now. क्योंकि अभी 21 move pending है उसके.
21 moves in
Pending.
21 minutes
Yeah.
left. Oh my god.
Guys, 7,300 people watching.
Oh.
Do like the stream. Because this might be the game which Arjun wins. Defeats Wei and qualifies to the semifinals. अरे भाई ये क्या कर दिया?
नीचे आ गया.
And it's really a huge moment for Arjun because let's not forget the 2023 World Cup, being in the quarterfinals, having to face Praggnanandha in that match, and that was the end of his World Championship dreams, his candidate dreams, when he got knocked out to Praggnanandha. Here he is in the quarterfinals, one more time against Wei with the white pieces. Wei unable to move currently for more than 20 minutes in this very last move.
तानिया कभी ऐसे हुआ है तुम्हारे लाइफ में कि यू वेंट टू स्कूल एंड जब होमवर्क देते थे तो तुम स्कूल में ही होमवर्क खत्म करके आती थी?
ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे हो आप?
हुआ था क्या ऐसे?
ऐसे क्या है?
नहीं किया था क्या कभी? आई एम श्योर बहुत लोगों आई मीन हर्षित भाई नो होम
मैं
फ्रॉम यू.
करता था सिर्फ क्लास के बाहर बैठ के नेक्स्ट डे.
तो टेक्निकली स्कूल में ही करते थे तुम भी.
No, there are these very super talented kids who do the homework during class only and then come back home.
Tanya seems like
Yeah,
someone who would do
she
that.
felt
Very
like that, but
disciplined.
she
हाँ
didn't.
भाई ये कह रहे हैं कि कोई दोस्त नहीं थे मेरे स्कूल में बेसिकली.
So मेरे को ऐसे अर्जुन से फीलिंग आ रहा है. उनको बोला था कि see in a tournament you should do 10,000 steps and you should play your game well. Arjun is like भाई गेम के वक्त ही खत्म कर देता हूँ ये 10,000 step.
And maybe he feels his mind works better, yeah, when he's walking, constantly active. Maybe it's something he's learned over time.
Yeah.
He's more focused during a game when he's walking.
I agree. I also have felt it during like phone calls or meetings that I prefer walking and going out for better ideas than just sitting. Sometimes that doesn't help.
I think it also gets the blood moving, so you're feeling more energetic. And chess players are really known to want to walk, especially when their opponents are in a long think.
And I think that's why in the Rio Spa here, 8 to 9 p.m. every day is booked for a leg massage by someone.
Who?
The guy sitting next to you, Sagar Shah.
ये information कैसे पता है भाई
अरे
आपको?
मजाक कर रहा हूँ. नहीं मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई. Like
भाई सागर एक बात बताओ, तुम्हें कोई रिसेंटली किसी ने ट्रैप में फंसाया है सुपर चैट देख के?
नहीं भाई अब मैं फंसता ही नहीं हूँ.
अच्छा सीख गए हो.
Now I'm such a big expert.
Pro हो गए हो तुम.
Now I read it also and don't get trapped also.
So instant you know how to ऐसे twist कर देते हो तुम.
You know
I
what
know.
my
Story plot twist हो जाता है.
I know the number of super chats I have got. Now I'm an expert.
Sagar bhai, my favorite video on the internet is Samay and Niklesh bhai की जो video है.
अरे
That
भाई.
is my.
Niklesh bhai is here in the hall right now and it is amazing that he is also streaming upstairs
in Hindi.
And he's someone who's been working extremely hard for many years. And by the way, his wife is coming today, which is very interesting because she's from Colombia and she, like, you know who she's supporting? Yeah, Jose Martinez. So she's here and she's like, let's go, vamos, Jose Martinez.
A fellow Spanish speaker because Jose Martinez from Mexico, from Latin America, and Angie from Colombia, I think.
Yes.
भाई जो भी बोले हो, Jose ने दिल जीत लिया यहाँ पे
Correct.
आके. I mean, just his chill dude demeanor, you know how he talks to everyone who's taking an interview. His interaction with fans here is amazing. The
Correct.
autographs, always stops to talk to the fans here. and the chess he's producing as a complete dark horse in the tournament. A
दिल से
total
बात करता है वो, दिल से बात करता है, and he's
दिल का
always
बंदा।
there like I want to tell the truth in the interviews. Very cool, बहुत सही है. जब भी होजे का नाम लेते हैं ना, मेरे को एक सॉन्ग आता है माइंड में.
कौन सा?
होजे वालों को खबर क्या,
खुदी क्या चीज है भाई. हम भी चलते हैं
It was
अर्जुन.
exactly यही
चल रहा है भाई, रुक ही नहीं रहा है.
भाई we should also walk.
Walking
Yeah.
commentary.
True.
चैट करिए, वेई ने डिसाइड कर लिया अब चेस सॉल्व करके उठूंगा.
भाई मेट तक
भाई
सोचेगा.
17 मिनट रह गए. हो
भाई
क्या रहा है?
Way he does
हो
this.
क्या रहा है?
Often he comes down to 1 minute. मेरे को पता है, मैं बोला था कल, तुम बोले थे नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता है. He does it.
इतना?
हाँ भाई, ये उसका आदत है. He loves it. He loves
lost
the
to
thrill.
Mukesh, right, in that situation in the end game, but he had a similar situation Olympiad maybe. He went very low on the clock and then lost the end game. So maybe there is potential for Arjun.
और वो देखो ना, वापस ऊपर देख रहा है, नीचे देख रहा है. Maybe he's looking at the number of moves. He's seeing like I have only 17 minutes left.
But you can, I think he's feeling a bit of the stress and pressure right
Bit
now.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा.
Right, Sagar, it's
बहुत.
also giving away. We've spoken about this, right? कि वेई का कभी पता ही नहीं चलता. But now if you observe carefully how fidgety moving he is, a little shaky on the leg, कि he's not happy about it. What's happening on the board? It's not any ad.
Queen C7.
C6.
C6. Why? क्या?
Not the
बच
best.
गई,
Oh
मैं
my
बच गई.
God.
But a mistake.
A small mistake actually.
Really mistake बोल सकते हैं यार.
I saw the bar go up.
And look at this. After knight d2, which is the, sorry I revealed it, but the point was black has only one move now.
To stay in the game.
Which way ने clearly 35 minutes में सोचा रहेगा
But
भाई.
it's not easy to find that move, Saga bhai. It's, I don't know if you
Wait, let's think.
Yeah.
So knight d2 किया. Now what is the move, guys, that Sahil bhai is saying is the only move for black here to keep balance, according to you?
I had a peek. It's impossible, Sagar.
Yeah, it doesn't
is
make any
impossible.
sense.
No
actually.
way.
Just
Sorry?
no way.
D4 is a great move for the white bishop on G2.
A for effort.
Yeah.
अरे
It's
तो
amazing.
बढ़िया भाई, क्या ही मूव किया है भाई, मजा आ गया.
Move बोली.
भाई,
Chocolate भाई.
D4 खेला तो सबको एक चॉकलेट हम लोग के तरफ से. Raghavendra says, Wei thought for 30 minutes. Arjun finished analyzing the board, his life and his retirement plan. अरे इतना सब तो नहीं किया रहेगा, but
I think now he'll play knight d2 within the next 2 minutes.
but we don't realize, yeah, what's the best move here?
So knight d2 has a huge threat. Let's say black is just careless, right?
H6.
And you make a move like h6. Knight b3, hitting the rook. The
फंस
only
गया.
square is rook c4.
And again
there's
tactics. Knight a5. Also knight d5 was probably winning.
Oh, then the best move is b6.
b6.
Stopping knight a5.
But rook mar raha tha.
So knight d2.
Knight
वो
d2, b6, knight b3, rook c4.
But after rook c4 there is another tactic.
Oh, now Harshit's tactic.
Oof. Boom.
Knight takes pawn.
अरे
Boom bam.
crazy.
And the point is you can't take knight takes knight because the rook is hanging. And if you take rook takes rook, intermezzo bhai. Intermezzo with a check and the queen falls.
Oh.
Oh.
Queen ही मर, मुझे लगा c1 लेंगे. Queen ही मर रही
मर रहा है वहाँ पे.
है. Oh my goodness. Okay, knight d2.
And he does not
But
play
you know,
it yet.
queen c6 is strange because it kind of puts itself in the eye line of that bishop, yaar.
Exactly. ये क्या कर दिया वही? And I don't know, knight d2 को I'm still curious. What's the move? Are you guys curious? What is the best move?
It's
I don't know.
Somehow.
Okay, let's
Tanya bhai, reveal, please.
Queen d7 still knight b3.
Second best move, but still bad. I think the best
Knight
move is
h5.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Unbelievable. I mean, this
Knight
is
h5?
Yeah.
By no way he plays this.
And what
No
about
way.
knight b3? What is happening to knight b3?
It has to do something with the c3 knight, I'm guessing, because you've opened up the diagonal.
And then bishop takes c3. Wow.
Immediately. And again, the only move for black to stay in the game is to give up this beautiful bishop, hit the rook along the way. So knight takes rook does not work. And agar bishop mara, then you just lose the pawn.
So insane if we just have to explain it, because knight is on f6, right? You can only move to d7 and h5. If you go to d7 in this line, then knight d2, knight b3, bishop c3, knight c5, and d7 hangs, right? Oh no.
Because the rook on c1 will be hanging
that's
in that line.
तो क्या हो रहा है भाई knight d7
But the
को?
difference in this is, Sagar,
Yeah.
that after pawn takes bishop,
Rook c4.
rook c3.
Rook c3.
And now, guys, the only difference is कि knight d7 पे है या knight h5 पे है, line same है. Bishop takes pawn, queen takes bishop.
रुक मर रहा है ना?
हाँ, but ये तो उस line में भी मर रहा है.
And then there is some crazy move, knight to f4, and it's a perpetual, I guess.
How?
Or I don't know.
How's the perpetual? Why? Oh, with the 2 knights.
Okay, let's work this
Oh,
out.
knight
Let's
h5.
work this out. So guys, remember this path, okay? Remember this line. At the end, rook takes rook aata hai. Now let's go to knight h5
Yes.
and play the same line on.
Okay.
Knight b3, bishop takes this.
By the way, Tanya, you're so good by just like showing these differences.
भाई
BC3.
मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि मैं बोर्ड पे अच्छा काम नहीं कर रहा था.
I think he just wants you to sit next to him. That's why he's saying it. Like, Tanya, तुम वहीं बैठ.
तानिया, you're so good. 18 दिन से हम क्या कर रहे थे यहाँ पे?
Okay, guys, now bishop takes pawn is not a good move at all.
But why?
Queen takes.
And I think Harshit's idea could be it or
The
not.
knight is jumping.
Knight
EF4.
is jumping,
G5.
but not
Oh, knight
F4.
G5.
Knight G5.
And f3, h3.
But then knight on D7 में भी आ सकता था ना?
But कुछ होगा knight g3 at some point, something, you know, that is gonna...
I guess here there was F4, right? नहीं.
So difficult to understand this.
Tough to understand this.
Ki, what is the difference? Ki knight D7 is a bad move for black and knight H5 is the only move for black. H3, E4.
I guess E4 is necessary, right?
E4 is necessary, but now...
Knight D2,
Played.
Knight
D2.
Let's go.
Knight D2, and I will say one thing, knight D7 is the more natural move. Because knight H5 you feel has no future at all.
भाई knight D2 कर दो.
भाई knight D2 तो खेल दिया है ना.
Coming home.
Knight B3,
Coming
massive threat if Wei does not play knight H5. Arjun.
Look at him.
भाई थोड़ा excitement तो हो रहा है.
The World Cup is coming to India, भाई.
अरे भाई थोड़ा time है भाई time.
World Cup already गोवा में हो रहा है, but yeah, this is a huge moment. Listen, अगर अर्जुन ये जीत गया, मैं तो कहती हूँ तीनों टेबल पे चढ़ जाना.
If Arjun wins, we sing this song, yeah?
कौन सा?
It's coming home. It's coming home.
Sagar.
World Cup's coming home.
Also, Sagar, you had said something about knights being tigers in Arjun's game and Arjun being a tiger. घोड़ा चले ढाई घर अज्जू भाई है टाइगर.
करेंगे. That would be cool.
घोड़ा चले टाइगर, अज्जू भाई है टाइगर.
The two knights have really been the big pieces here.
Okay, Wei definitely knight h5 खेला तो भाई क्या ही हो जाएगा, मतलब it would be too good. We haven't figured it out yet why it is good.
If he has not seen it, he will not see it now. 15 minutes तो बचे हैं. So either he saw all of this while he had that deep think, or he's not going to see it.
Yeah. And guys, it's not jinx. It's about sending the positive energy towards Arjun.
Exactly, guys. भाई हम कुछ बोलेंगे जिंक्स हो जाएगा तो हम ऐसे ही बैठेंगे. आधा घंटे तक ऐसे ही बैठेंगे. और तानिया like a top front bencher trying to solve her.
I found it.
तानिया high five. बता क्या है?
The difference is actually what Harshit said, and of course I'm using the help of engines, guys. It's not on me. This is impossible. But I think we figured it out. You remember the move E4. Now, again, the difference is knight on D7 versus the knight on H5. Bas ye yaad rakhna. And the point is that now E4 wins for black. Because after rook takes E4...
win ka, white ka hi baar
sorry, wins for white. But in this position... black can take rook takes pawn. In this position, black cannot take rook takes pawn because of rook d1. And the whole point is rook takes queen, and the two knights. Bhai,
no way. No chance.
At the end of the line.
No
Too much.
Okay, this is why chess is so beautiful, and this is why I love the game.
No way you found it, Tanya.
It was all me. It was clearly all me.
No, but this is insane. Even by using the engine, it was not easy.
Bhai, meko...
I told you, bhai.
Can you make these moves with knight h5 and
Let's do it. Let's show everybody.
I'm so curious.
This is beautiful stuff. A little deep, but stay with us. Stay with us.
D1 is insane.
Knight d2 khela gaya hai. And again, the difference between knight h5 and knight d7. Knight h5 is the only move for Wei to stay in the game.
Okay.
Knight b3.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Chop.
bd5.
Chop.
Giving up the
Queen
exchange,
d5.
by the way.
Only move.
In both
Rook
the lines.
c3.
Take it. And
Knight
now
g5.
knight g5. The
Knight
point
four,
is
knight h3.
e4. Yes, let's just point that out. Knight
Big
h3,
threat.
queen h1 is mate in 2
mate,
currently.
yeah.
So e4 is the way to stop it. And now it doesn't work because after rook takes pawn, Rook D1. You've got many options because the knight isn't hanging. In this particular line, because the knight isn't hanging, you can even take on B3. Because there's no knight on D7. And rook takes E2 in this position. Well, here white would have an advantage, but queen B3, no knight on D7. So you take, and there's no rook takes knight at the end of the line, which would be the case in knight to D7.
Crazy.
I mean, this is mind-blowing.
तानिया के लिए ताली बजाया हो जाएगा. She found it. Really.
Stockfish के लिए ताली है ना ये तो.
Stockfish और तेरे लिए दोनों.
चलो, thank you भाई.
So can we agree वेई नहीं निकाल सकता ये?
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं लगता है नहीं.
नहीं ना?
कैसे यार हमें 4 बारी आगे पीछे जाना पड़ा to understand this, which is 7 moves आगे यार.
But he's really good. We know that, but not like Stockfish, right? Stockfish's rating is 3,800, and Wei is 2,750. तो उतना तो फर्क है.
And also he has time constraints. He has only 12 minutes now for 19 moves.
Very tough. And a tough position because so many pieces on the board and it's an imbalanced position.
And I just
There's no
got
way
an
to
update
trade.
that Arjun has calculated the lines in other games also.
Achha guys, I also see over here that knight h5 is the best move. Anything else that Wei plays, Arjun gets an almost +1 advantage. But to me, the most natural move is actually the second move by the engine here, which is simply
Queen
get the
D7.
queen out of the way.
I agree.
Queen, to create some running squares for the rook.
And then we go knight b3 or what?
Yeah, we go knight
rook
b3.
d1. I mean, the whole point is that queen is always in some pin. यहाँ पे bishop का pin था on c6. Now on d1, the rook is eyeing that queen on d7, and the pawn on d5 is always under so much stress.
It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
ऐसे लग रहा है जगह कम है यार. d4 नहीं आ रहा, सब कुछ pinned है, ऐसे मजा नहीं आ रहा.
मेरा घर जैसा लग रहा है.
कौन सा घर? क्योंकि काफी हैं सागर भाई के.
तो यहाँ पे rook d1 के बाद अच्छा, it's already better, yeah?
Yeah, this is so easy for white to play.
Huge moment, guys, in our quarterfinals matchup.
And Arjun's walk has slowed down, no, a bit. He's also a little bit, या नहीं, उतना ही energy से चल रहा है वो.
Guys, chat को क्या लगता है? Wei knight h5 खेलेगा कि नहीं?
नहीं.
By the way, guys, Donchenko's game may also a big moment
क्या हो
because
रहा है भाई?
Nordirbek has taken over the initiative completely now.
Wow, Nordirbek, Yaku Boye, भाई क्या ही player है.
And just like Wei has to play an only move, Donchenko as well
Can we have Wei's camera on? Just want to not miss that moment if Wei finds it or not, and we'll and then Harshit, you can
भाई
break
पर
this
Wei और 12 मिनट सोचने वाला है. उसके पास है 12 minutes.
नहीं,
11.
We are happy with that, Sagar.
He'll
Sochne
think
do.
for 10 minutes more. He'll come down to 1 minute. That's my feeling.
And Raghavendra Ravi Kanti says, Wei in deep thought. Arjun now has a PhD in strategy. Even the orbiter googled how to accelerate a chess move.
Harshit, you were saying something about Donchenko's game. I've got the board up. So you were saying he's created his chances?
Yeah, the rook from a8 has come to b5.
Yes.
The rook on h8 also now eyeing the pawn on e3. And for some reason, white has to make an only move, which is very difficult to find.
I mean, I'm liking Nordirbek's position here.
Absolutely.
He's better, right?
He's much better. And the only move for him now somehow is rook f2. Don't ask me why.
Which is
But
tougher, knight h5
We have
or rook
Tanya
f4?
here to do it.
Tanya is like, bas, wo dhoond liya maine.
और ना हो
काम हो गया,
पाएगा.
that's
And he
magic.
played it. He played it.
He played rook f2.
I was just going to ask, what's more tough, knight h5 or rook f2?
Well,
Clearly,
if
knight
rook f2 was
h5.
played, maybe Wei. But look at him, he's
He's about-
uncomfortable. He's like, time भी नहीं है,
भाई
position
Wei
भी
की
खराब
position
है.
लगा रही हूँ मैं.
9 minutes.
भाई
9
Wei tension में and Ajju bhai doesn't stop walking. This is getting very intense. चलते ही जा रहे. Wei, I mean Wei's calmness is so much. But guys, this is not. I don't know if this is calmness. I can't read him well. He's about to
Knight,
oh
he's
no,
reaching
he's
for the
going.
knight.
He's
He's
going.
reaching for the knight, guys. That hand was headed to the knight.
बाहर आ गया, T7.
That's right.
Vamos.
It is a big mistake.
पीछे चला गया घोड़ा.
7 भाई मैं पीछे चला गया भाई. मुझे लगा knight h5 खेलेगा वो.
And now big advantage for Arjun. If he moves his knight,
Immediately. He does
Bam.
it instantly. He's calculated it.
फटाके निकालो बाहर.
now
Bishop
you-
C3.
Oh my God,
It's happening.
The whole
Tanya,
line.
it's
The
coming.
whole
Come on.
line.
It's
Bishop.
coming home.
It's a +1.4
Come on,
advantage to
Ajju bhai.
Arjun. He's calculated the whole line. Rook takes pawn. Only move. Rook c4 runs into knight a5.
Mara.
And now bishop takes pawn was the line that we saw, and the big problem of
Arjun
knight
knows
d7.
Arjun knows it.
By knight d7 was the bad move, and it's landed there. Bishop takes pawn, Maro.
Tanya, what was it? Right side देख रहे तो memory, right?
Right side memory, left side
तो वो right देख रहा है,
creation.
उसको पता है
Left
already.
देख रहा है,
अरे
creative है,
left.
वो बहुत creative है, उसने ये सारा create कर
भाई सब दोनों साइड देख रहा है वो.
सब कुछ याद भी है, creativity भी है भाई.
This is a battle of pure calculation. Yeah, somebody has seen one move further down the line.
Come on.
मारो भाई. Bishop
takes
d5
pawn.
is
He's
forced,
going to play
right?
it.
If you
Arjun.
don't do it, then black is okay.
You're just down. You've just given up that c3 pawn.
Yeah,
right?
then black is fine.
You can't do it. It's just totally equalized. There's no way Arjun doesn't play bishop takes pawn.
I mean, you can be a bit scared about this knight move, knight g5. I hope he does not take
Let's
the rook
quickly
on
show the
c3.
line. Let's quickly show the line.
एक मिनट, can I just say, like, instead of taking the bishop,
Rook c3 is tempting, right?
what if I go queen c7 back, just
okay.
keeping my rook protected?
But
Does
you
that
lose b7. You lose a pawn at least. Maybe there's something better, but at least Arjun will be up a pawn in that
Right.
position.
तो ठीक है, मार देते हैं बिशप को.
And this is the line Arjun's calculating. Queen takes bishop first, otherwise he's up a pawn.
Rook
takes
c3
rook.
and knight g5, right?
Yes.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे तुमको डर लगेगा. After knight g5, you will feel the fear that knight is coming on light squares and
Mate
you
हो
will,
रही है भाई, दो move में mate हो रही है.
and this is where a chess player has to go beyond those just cursory glances, has to calculate deeply. And if Arjun does it, he gets the candidate spot.
And everything except e4 is worse for white in this position.
Not easy, guys.
So
I know we've seen the variation after rook d1 that it's winning, but I have to be honest, when Wei thinks for 15 minutes and is sacrificing his exchange, it's not easy for Arjun to doubt him in his calculation and go for this variation.
Actually,
not
we have to go deeper.
Is rook d1 the only move here?
Yeah, so if we go back rook e4, rook d1 was the only move. And then, not taking the queen, but knight h3 check is the best move for black. And now king f1 is the only
Yes,
move.
because king h1, this is easy
That's
that
forced.
there'll be a check. You will just play.
King f1 खेल लेंगे.
So
Intuition
to
है ये
evaluate this, you are right, Sahil, to evaluate rook e2, and then after rook d5, rook f2 check.
Exactly.
Not easy to
एक
evaluate.
मिनट, rook
I agree
e2.
with you.
भाई exchange up हो तो.
भाई, ये तो कर
भाई
लेगा
क्या
भाई.
बोल रहे हो?
No, come
You're
on.
up in exchange. The knight is hanging. This, if you get to this point and if you find e4, I think e4 is the
But
very
Tanya,
difficult move.
if you go knight f6 here,
It's
for
very
example,
tough, guys.
black to play, knight f6, none of black's pieces are falling. Rook d2.
I mean...
Oh, rook d2, what a move, bhai.
Bye.
Because rook takes d2.
Knight takes rook. Sorry.
And, exactly.
तुमको
जिससे भी
rook
You
मार
could also give a check.
So, knight takes.
You could also give a check and king takes, but okay, knight takes.
And then this knight on h3 is like out of play.
And rook
which
c7,
gives you a big advantage.
These pawns will fall like a house of cards. This is over.
I'm not very convinced. I'm actually not very convinced.
No, bhai.
With this variation.
Tanya, udhar wo cracker.
Why? It's supposed to be difficult. Harshit, this level is not supposed to be easy.
Exactly, guys.
It is, are you up to the task of finding this? We are at the quarterfinals. Candidates on the
But it's
spot.
also pressure, right, Tanya? One mistake and you lose as
मैं तो
Arjun.
बोल रही हूँ है सब कुछ.
Guys,
और
queen
वो
d2 will
what
happen.
was that saying? Hope not that it were easier, hope that you are stronger.
Oh.
Wow.
Ajju bhai, you need to be strong here. Position is not easy.
By queen d2.
Let's go.
I think queen d2 is incoming.
That is a very human move and very possible.
Ajju bhai will do it. Bhai, come on, Arjun. You have to not trust in Wei, and you don't have to feel that he has found everything.
And also, I think, Sagar, this is such an Arjun type of calculation. It's something that he really thrives in, this chaotic calculation of complications. That deep, dark forest of Mikhail Tal, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out is wide enough for only one.
person.
If he finds it, that person will be Arjun.
Too good, Tanya.
We have 11,000 people in the chat. Chat, come on, let us know what do you think. Does Arjun find bishop takes d5? What do you
Can we
think?
go full screen on this? And Arjun, by the way, has 33 minutes.
Plenty of time to be able to find this, but he needs to decide whether he should invest that time now. It is the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup, and the other strategy could be to just play quickly a move like queen d2 and put pressure on the clock. And usually, that's what he does. Arjun generally likes to play a quick, challenging move rather than going into these deep lines.
Guys, I have a variation which I wanted to check with you guys. So, bishop takes pawn.
Should I play it?
Yes.
Okay.
Queen takes. Rook c3. knight g5, e4, rook e4, and now can we play the move rook e3?
Rook d3 or rook e3?
Rook e3. Oh, rook e3 doesn't work.
Because of this h3 check.
No,
always.
no, not h3 check.
Why?
I thought
Rook takes rook and knight h3?
No, knight f3 check, I thought.
But you...
Because
okay, maybe
if
knight
you do
f3,
if you do knight h3, then king f1.
Right.
And I don't see...
No, if you take with the pawn, then I think you can go knight h3 and mate is there.
Oh, he's about to play.
Oh my god, bishop. Okay, he pulls back. The fact that he pulled back, bishop takes
But
pawn, it
feels
has
like
to
he's
be
going
that.
towards the d5 pawn, yeah? Oh, mama.
ऐसे जा रहा था क्या हाथ? ऐसे दूर.
Ajju bhai, let's go.
Easy होने वाला है guys. मुझसे नहीं देखा जा रहा है.
Chop, chop.
Okay, it's happening. I think he's calculated it. He saw knight h3 against Levon. Come on, Arjun. No,
Queen
no.
d2. Yes, it's very practical move, guys. Bishop d5 was too tough, yaar. I think queen d2 is a good practical decision because if you went wrong in that calculation, Tanya, one mistake in your calculation and black was the one who was becoming better.
But so I think if you went right,
by Vaisa nahi, you have to keep things under control.
No,
I
it was
think
not
as
an
a
easy
coach,
line.
If I was like, helping coach, or if I was team Arjun right now, I would be very happy that he chose queen d2. Because it's very practical. You want to keep the game under your control when you're playing with the white pieces.
No, it's a fair point you make, but it's just that it was a line that I think a player of Arjun's level, it's possible. We know that he could have calculated it and found it, but a difficult line.
Exactly. And
it was a
also,
toss-up.
It makes sense to try to play these lines in analysis or while training. To
Yeah.
do this during the game, I mean, even
Fair
if
point.
bishop d5 is the best move, I think queen d2 is better,
Fair point.
practically.
And I also just want to say, I think it is, adding to what Harshit just said, that here, it starts looking very scary. You're looking at also knight e5. Also knight g5 coming in. You're thinking of all these lines, finding this idea at the end, ki bhai, we saw हमें कितना time लगा to work it out.
d1 maybe was the tough move. I think rook d1.
No, also to evaluate, the whole line is just, to be honest, as soon as Tanya, you explained it, firstly, kudos to you for finding the reason why it works, but I just knew it's never going to happen because it's very hard to evaluate. For me, queen d2 is a much better move because he took just 1 minute and now look at where he's clocked. Down to less than 10 minutes, he has to make 18 moves for it.
Okay, guys, time to realign. Yeah, this didn't happen. The move has not happened. Queen d2 on the board. But just to assess now this move, do you think like Arjun still keeps an edge here, which is serious because black will take on c1? I pretty much think. Tanya bhai, rook takes c1. Rook takes c1. Queen a6 I thought to put pressure on
भाई,
a2.
कहाँ जा रहे हो भाई?
a2 पे अगर queen d5 मारेंगे तो अपन queen a2 मार के d7 d7
But e8 hanging है, right?
Exactly.
So still doesn't work. I mean, you could go knight f6, queen d2.
Yeah.
And you defend
Rook
a2.
d8, right? Some counterplay, but...
But this is something to fight for because you have this beautiful bishop versus knight imbalance if you're white. Rook is on an open file, but very close to equality is how I judge.
Very important that we have our queen on the dark square because the bishop, the light squared bishop is controlling the light squares. The queen being on a dark squares controls all of the dark squares, and this is a very nice color complexion control by the white side. Also queen b2 at some point, Tanya.
Yes, let me just have that position up one more time. So
And
you're
queen
saying
b2 next.
Beautiful.
And that's just going to be a very nice queen there eyeing the h8 diagonal.
Bhai, bura to thoda lag raha hai, I'll be honest. While I agree with
happy
Harshit 100% that I think from a human perspective, you don't have any take-back possibilities when you're on the board. You have only one chance to follow through. So if you've miscalculated, it's not a difference between a draw and a win. It's a difference between a win and a loss.
Exactly.
It's also like the loss will be brutal. Yeah, it's like the end of your qualification. That's huge. I mean, just imagine one of these players both want to qualify. If you blunder one move, you are out.
Yeah, I mean, if you have an slight advantage already, I mean, let's say the advantage is not as big as in 11 versus 10 players in football, but it's still substantial. If you had an advantage of 11 versus 10 players, you are not going to send 6 of your players in the attack and leave your defense completely empty.
I will say one thing though, Harshit, that I'm very sure that bishop takes pawn was on his radar. It was a move that he was
100%.
definitely checking out, calculating, spending his time
For
on
sure.
it.
He just may have missed some move in the line.
Down the path, down the road.
I think you guys are thinking he evaluated it wrongly. I think he evaluated it perfectly. That it's risky, it might be good for me, but it might be bad for me. And queen d2. Okay, a lot of moves. So let's come back to the position now.
Let's come back, and I think our chat also, I just saw somebody put it really well, that queen d2 is not a blunder, it's just a small miss. You know, a missed opportunity which was easy to find with the computers, but not with a...
Draw in Esipenko and Sam Shankland.
अर्जुन का गेम ड्रॉ हो गया.
नहीं.
ऐसे डराया मत करो यार.
भाई दूसरे गेम में.
And this was the final position, absolute symmetry on the board. Pawns on the same side, everything hoovered off, ended in a draw. So, two tiebreaks.
दो confirm हो गए हैं.
दो confirm हो चुके हैं, 2 to go.
What about Yakuboev? Is he converting it or?
Well, he won't lose.
He won't lose. Very unlikely.
Norderbeck, not Abdusatrov.
भाई Yakuboev मतलब qualify होने ही वाला है. He is going to reach the semi-finals, which means that you are almost there at the candidates because 4 में से 3 people qualify.
Yeah.
So Norderbeck, Yakuboev, what a tournament for him.
What a story for him, right? At 2689, one of the players under 2700 was not a name on anybody's list to even get this far, let alone make it to the candidates.
And Tanya, yesterday, he crossed 2700.
Wow.
He became a member of the 2700 club for the first time, and I'm sure that's only the beginning.
Can I say that thing again?
Yes, bhai.
Very relevant for our friend here. Just got married a few days ago.
भाई मतलब आप हो सकता है अगले 6 महीने में GM बन जाओ.
Oh भाई. नहीं, but he's going to his friend's wedding.
Oh, sorry, नहीं अपने पे जाना पड़ता है friend के.
Oh, Queen A6 on the board.
Wow. Very, and this is the best move, Queen A6.
I think Arjun also, दूसरी version tough थी. Also, he definitely saw something here. That's why he went for this, right? कुछ तो उसने देखा है कि I still have chances. Otherwise, he would not go for this.
Okay, so we take on D5, right? With the bishop or with the queen?
I just realized that after knight F6, there is another pawn hanging.
मारो भाई.
A2
मैं
मारेगा.
भूल गई bishop G2 पे.
Queen A2, well, you're losing the A2 pawn.
You are, but
And
there's
then-
also rook A1 and A7 is hanging.
But then knight G4 and F2 is soft.
Oh,
So-
No, भाई इतना नहीं करते.
yeah, let's just show that there are dangers in the position. So Queen E2 or Queen C2, Sagar?
Queen C2 ठीक लग रहा है ना? Knight पे एक थोड़ा.
Or B2, pinning that knight.
Oh, I like B2.
Queen B2, rook A7.
Queen F7 first to the party.
Yeah.
And now knight G5.
चलो pawn up तो हुए.
भाई knight G5 में तो H4 नहीं आ रहा है.
Knight G4.
अरे अर्जुन भाई. नहीं खेलो.
मारा.
खेलो तानिया.
ऐसे ही डरा रहा है वो हमको.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं डराता हूँ मैं.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं डरा रहा.
Oh, Harshit bhai with the goods here.
Delivering as he usually does.
क्या भाई?
Queen F2 and Queen E1 mate.
नहीं mate हो गई.
Yeah, no. So you have to be careful. You cannot allow black these counter chances, and that's why Arjun is just trying to find the best practical way to continue.
Okay, so Queen D5 is one option that he has here.
See,
What about Bishop D5? Is it good here?
Let's check it out.
Can we take that because our threat is now?
You've defended your A2 pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop takes knight at some point could be a threat if
Yeah.
D7 is hanging.
What would you do? Like
Knight F6 anyways?
F6
and
Okay.
bishop back to
BG2 or Bishop F3, yeah, to keep the option of then he
Knight
gets.
So
G5.
you're consolidate. Okay, knight G5 maybe.
Yeah, it's a free tempo, I think.
Yes, agreed.
So let's go Bishop G2, and now
rook D8 also.
Rook
Queen
D8.
B2, your move. I wanna
Queen
put-
B2.
I'm very happy to put my queen on this square.
Yeah.
It's such a
I can't
beautiful
believe
square.
that we are a clean pawn up. We also have our bishop, and yet the engine assesses this as just a very small edge for white. Like why? मतलब क्या गुनाह किया है white ने?
Bishop takes pawn, bhai.
क्या?
You know, I'll tell you what, at the end of it, at this level, the level that Veyi and Arjun are, I think the reality of chess is that you get those opportunities very far and few to get a massive advantage, and they are usually incredibly difficult. Very, very hard. Like that bishop takes d5
Sure.
movement.
I mean, if Wei miss something, it has to be tough. He can't miss easy stuff.
No.
But guys, the time advantage is also something we have to factor in right now, because half an hour for Arjun, 6 minutes for Wei.
15 moves.
would you
15
say-
moves to be made.
Would you say that okay, he's about to play a move, so let's see what he does. He
Bishop.
takes with the bishop.
Bishop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
takes with the
exactly.
bishop on
Takes
d5.
it with
guys.
the bishop.
Guys, Ajjubai is calculating like a human. Stockfish thinks it's not an edge, but I mean, we don't know why it's not an edge, right? I mean, I don't know if you feel it.
I mean, to be honest, what Arjun is doing is something that I really admire right now. He's trying to like, involve the clock situation in his game plan as well. And look at Wei.
Wei
He's
to
forced
bhai
to play quick moves.
बढ़िया
Knight
moves
F6.
कर रहा है. He's doing his job. Knight F6, and now Ajuba has a choice: Bishop F3 or Bishop G2. I think, at least humanly, you are thinking that.
You really don't want to play it to C4, hitting the queen, because the bishop, you have a feeling कि भाई it needs to be on the longest diagonal.
घर पे रहना चाहिए bishop ने. It can't be there. Then all the light squares around the king are weak.
Exactly. You want to control the H3 and F3 squares.
Especially with the knights jumping in.
Bishop G2 आ जाते हैं. Bishop G2 back. And I'm sure Arjun's going to make this move very quickly.
And we are on move 26, guys. 14 more moves to make. Wei has only 6 minutes on hand.
And the winner of this match, Tanya, sorry to break, but is going to qualify to the semi-finals. The top 3 players make it to the candidates. So they will have 2 chances to qualify to the candidates, Tanya.
First to play the semi-finals. If you lose, you get the 3rd and 4th place match against the loser of other semi-finals. So very good chances.
But एक और issue है, because now in this calm position, where he can play very quickly. In that tactical mayhem, he could have made a mistake. Yeah, very likely.
I agree. He's gone Bishop G2
already.
He's gone Bishop G2, but Wei is not playing quickly. Sahil bhai, he's already down to 5 minutes.
Rook D8 is so natural, yeah. Just attack the queen, gain a tempo, come to the open file.
And Wei is feeling the same way like we are feeling, that I'm a pawn down. He's not thinking that.
नहीं pawns बराबर है.
नहीं है भाई, pawns equal है.
5 pawns
each.
भाई तो आप मेरे को कब का बता क्यों नहीं रहे हो pawn down? मैं तो कब का pawn down.
आपने पूछा ही नहीं हमसे. अभी तो बोला. चलो कोई ना.
अब ठीक है, फिर समझ सकता हूँ मैं equal के पास है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ यार, we are pawn up as white because we took on D5, but I forgot
C3.
that he had taken on C3.
This pawn, which was picked up a few moves ago.
Sorry guys.
But the next few moves for Arjun, I think, are going to flow. He will definitely put his queen on B2, especially if it's attacked on the next move. I can also imagine him trying to push the H-pawn forward. Maybe place the rook on a better file if he gets the chance, or reactivate his knight. But for Wei, under 5 minutes now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can just...
lot of twists and turns ahead.
Tough. Let's go full screen. Wei, now, less than 5 minutes on his clock.
4 minutes 45 seconds, guys. हमारा break time हो गया था 6 बजे. But break चाहिए किसको? No one wants the break.
भाई break ही 4 मिनट की 4 मिनट तो है उसके clock में.
Game ही खत्म हो जाएगा.
And you know, this is what we were talking about earlier, that sometimes you just have to pass the ball and ask questions that where do you want to move your pieces? Where are you? The queen needs to stay defended to the B7 pawn. The 2 knights don't really have a move forward. Knight G5 will only invite H4 and also rook to C7. So
but Knight G5, Tanya, H4, we get the E4 square. I guess that's something that...
I was thinking, can you go in with the rook first?
Ooh.
Nice.
And Wei kind of shook his head there. He's not happy with the situation.
On
now
the
down
clock
to
and
4
the board.
minutes.
Yeah, he's struggling to play a move
3
right
minutes
now.
55 seconds, Sahil bhai. Not playing fast.
Okay, he's reaching out for a piece. He's about to make his
accuracy
decision.
95 and not
Rook
solo.
D8, Rook D8 होएगा and Queen B2. I think.
भाई यार क्या आराम से खेलता है वो.
इतना धीरे से.
Too good.
भाई धीरे.
By Wei, see whatever happens, yeah, in this match, if we can get the calmness of Wei, that would be like life is cool then.
I think the heart rate monitors will tell a very similar story. Both these players, just a picture of calmness, even when the board is on fire. I'm expecting Queen B2 to be played relatively quick.
I also think so. B2 feels like the square you want to be on, X-raying the knight there, or directly attacking the knight, X-raying the pawn on B7.
And Arjun has had such a difficult journey to get to the quarterfinals. He played Peter Lecco in round number 4. He played in round number 5 a very, very tough opponent. One of the favorites to qualify for candidates, Levon Aronian. He defeated him in the classical segment itself. Now, one of the hardest challenges towards his journey of the candidates, Wei.
Let's go,
Queen B2.
But I have a feeling this match will go into tiebreaks.
भाई,
मुझे लग रहा है अगर clock संभाल ले वो.
Knight E8?
Knight
what?
E8.
Very weird.
It's a good move according to the engines.
But something you would never consider, no?
I don't know. He was just ready. How would you have defended otherwise the knight there? I mean,
It
where
was
does
a
it go?
tactic.
King G7, you don't want to play.
You never want to self-pin yourself to immortality in this position.
Yeah.
And if you move this knight trying to connect the queen to the other knight, you're leaving away C7. Also, knight C5 would be a massive jump. और knight के पास squares ही नहीं है, right?
ठीक है, knight E8 is a great move by Wei. He's fighting.
It's about the clock. He's
Yeah.
fighting
H-pawn,
the
yeah?
clock more than the
H-pawn,
position.
H4, H5.
Harry the H-pawn.
Push it to H6.
Harshit, the H-pawn, where he
Harshit,
will
bye.
अरे भाई H4 boom.
H4, H5 खेलेगा ना लेकिन black.
I have a
Like
feeling
black's
as
move would be ready. I think Arjun can also think of what are the other options, guys. What do you think? Rook C4. वो पीछे का back rank छोड़ना थोड़ा.
Rook C4 मत खेलना भाई.
भाई,
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो भाई ये?
Rook C4 तो नहीं होगा. But knight E8 के बाद I think okay, but H4 H5. What's the follow-up then? That's the big question.
At least there's no knight G5 now from black after H4, H5.
Correct. So you've not only hinted at H5, you've taken away a square.
Great point by Sahil there. H4 prevents black from jumping into G5.
Harshit, this also reminds me of something that Sahaj mentioned very much at the early of this game.
1 month free premium membership है.
That though at the start of the tournament we mentioned, but wo chal raha hai. Take it, guys,
Take it
while
or
you
leave
can. No, don't leave it. Take it. But the point I want to make is that we saw this idea appear in the Fabi versus Arjun game in the exact same line. Fabi employed this, where he moved the bishop to h3 and gave itself up for this knight. And the whole point was to try to get a good c5 square for his own knight. I wonder if that's a plan that Arjun could try.
And I think that plan only makes sense once you place your pawn to h4, preventing the knight from e6 to jump to g5, and after h4 this concept of bishop h3 does seem very reasonable.
भाई h4 अभी खेलना ही है. This is a good explanation to play h4. Let's go. Because all other pieces are on their optimum squares. Yeah, rook is doing well, knight on b3, queen on b2. Also, you don't want to touch your e pawn, you don't want to touch your f pawn. G pawn तो ठीक ही बैठा है. तो भाई H pawn की बारी आ गई है.
आ गई. It's
By
time.
13,000 people rooting for Arjun right now.
Well, I'm sure some of them are rooting for Wei, but yes, vamos.
Arjun.
Gandhivam. The
11.
chosen warrior.
11 moves remaining, guys. 20, so actually 12. It's moved 28.
So 12 moves to make for both Arjun. I mean, Arjun doesn't really have to worry about the clock. He has plenty of time. What would you do here, Sagar bhai? Will you think for 5-6 minutes and try to find the best move? Or will you be like, okay, let's play quickly and try to put pressure on
But I
Wei's
don't
clock?
even know what's the best move here because I'm looking at my knight on b3 and I hate that knight on e6. That knight on e6 is like, I won't allow you to go to d4. I won't allow you to go to c5.
तो डॉन शॉ को बुला लो भाई.
भाई बुरा लगता है यार ऐसे मतलब नाइट के लिए कहाँ जाए तो जाएगा.
पूरा लगेला. Sorry guys.
तानिया, very cutely you speak like a don. बिल्कुल भी डॉन का फीलिंग आ नहीं रहा है.
अरे उड़ा दो. h4 bishop h3.
So
Like
h4.
Donna.
Let's go h4.
Yeah, h4.
h5. खेल लेते हैं.
And let's see what happens
Bishop
if we
h3. I think that
channel our inner Fabi. The plan that Arjun's very familiar with because उस game में Arjun ही opponent था Fabi का. So
Correct.
it has to be on his radar.
Could we
And
reroute the
now-
knight somehow? मतलब knight कुछ कर नहीं रहा है, कुछ knight e4 लेके आ जाए, फिर we come to f6, g5.
कौन सा नाइट?
b3 का भाई.
b3 वाला एक ही तो है.
हाँ, नहीं, मिल जाएगा
knight d2 for example पहले, and then we try to get it to e4.
Oh,
Okay, so
nice.
let's do that. For example, let's say that black reinforces, I don't know, from c7 or
Oh,
g7.
that's the problem. वो नाइट का और एक भाई है वहाँ पे.
Knight
If it
d2.
comes on e6 again.
But what if knight d2, knight e4? Now
But
the
what
f6
if
square
queen
is weak.
e2?
Ah.
Bishop f1.
Queen
Maybe
e2
rook
is a
c2.
very nice move.
But there's bishop f1, which is
No, but
अरे d2 मर रहा है.
Oh,
queen
sorry.
takes d2.
But rook c2 maybe.
Rook c2, साहिल
And then
भाई
bishop f1.
क्या move
भाई, that's
पे
crazy.
crazy.
करना पड़ेगा भाई.
But queen e2 looks scary. I don't
Let's
think.
go.
looks
No,
scary.
let's go rook c2 एक बार.
Best move.
Wow. And then you see the knight on e6 doesn't have a square to come ahead. Yeah, f4 is guarded, g5 is guarded, d4 is guarded. सही लग रहा है?
सब कुछ guarded है भाई. So knight e8 खेला गया है.
Yeah.
One plan that we managed to come
In
up with
h4.
is h4, bishop h3, give that bishop up and plant your knight on c5 targeting b7.
I agree. That seems like the most natural plan here for white because something else I can't think here. Yeah, like क्या खेल सकते हैं? What else?
Knight c5 would be a terrible blunder, by the way. You never can play knight c5 and expose
Let's
your
ask.
back rank.
Guys, black to play.
Knight c5.
Can someone tell the line after knight c5? Why is it losing?
By the way, rook c. भाई queen मर रहा है.
queen.
Knight C5.
आप जरूर प्रीमियम मेंबरशिप ले लो. 1 महीने की फ्री है.
मर गया भाई.
We have a super chat here by Nikhil bhai. क्या बोलते हैं?
Oh, he goes for knight
He
d2.
says, please give a shout out to
What?
Arey, thank you by
Oh,
Nikhil
we have
bhai.
a move? Guys, we have a move.
No, go back.
Yeah, knight
Yeah,
d2.
we have a
knight
move.
d2 played.
By the way, the problem with that was you could take the knight and rook d1. Back rank
Let's
problems.
just show that really quickly. This was the tactic that had been set up.
And that's
You
why
can block
h4
and
was
then
such a good move, Tanya, because it also gives a luft for your king on g1.
Why knight d2 क्या
Knight
है?
d2. And will he jump in with his queen to e2?
आ रहा है क्या डायरेक्ट ही?
Direct अंदर घुस रहा है queen.
My boy, it's the first move that I think anyone will think of.
Oh, because now we don't have even h4 played. So if we go rook c2, like let's say queen e2, he plays it instantly.
Did you miss this?
No, you can't miss queen e2.
No, he's ready with his move.
He's going to be ready. It's a pin. The queen was going to swoop right over.
Is it rook c2?
Has to be,
I mean, it's
right?
only move.
I mean, there's knight c4.
But rook d1 then? I mean,
Wait, he's not playing, yeah, by the way. This should have come instantly.
Yeah.
Guys, did
Agreed.
he miss this resource?
I think so.
That would be a bit strange for me.
I think.
Queen e2,
The
and
more-
suddenly, if you can just go full screen, I'm very curious to see his expressions. Is
Yeah.
he ready?
I would be very surprised, but the more he thinks, the more it feels like he missed queen
Yeah,
e2.
because otherwise he would have made his next move instantly. I mean,
And Wesley also looks a bit more confident now somehow.
भाई वेस्ली कौन भाई वे ही है
Very
भाई
sorry.
साहिल भाई वेस्ली सो लेके आए आप इधर
Very, sorry. Yeah.
Guys, queen e2, it is a bit worrying that Arjun doesn't have a response ready.
and सागर भाई का माला चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
भाई मैं तो गिन रहा हूँ भाई अज्जू भाई
Okay, you have to play rook c2, yeah?
like knight c4 queen b2 knight b2 and rook d2 right that looks really terrible.
No, even rook d1 check. I'm scared.
Rook d1, I have to take on d1 check and I have to block your check.
And then now knight g5 business, like these jumps with the knight.
And black is in business.
Yeah, no.
Oh, by the way,
you don't
we
want to do
have a
this.
contributor on help chess. भाई नाम पढ़ोगी उधर
कहाँ भाई?
नीचे
Oh, Nikhil Bafna has given 5,000 to
Wow.
help chess to help the younger generation.
Thank you Nikhil bhai.
Support them for tournaments, for any training. So how do people can just contribute to help chess by clicking on some link, or how
Just
does it work?
helpchess.org they have to go there and they can read about all the work we have done so then you can see if you like it you can contribute.
And what's a believer and a big believer? I see you have almost 3,000 believers.
Any amount someone contributes is believer.
Oh, wow.
And if you contribute above 50,000, you become a big believer. And then at the end of the year, you get to play a simul against a top player of India or world.
Super. So if you are a believer in Indian chess, help chess.
But guys, talking about believers, I'm not a big believer in Arjun's position right now as queen came into e2.
Yeah.
The knight is pinned to the queen. The rook on d8 suddenly looks very active.
आप ठीक हो सागर भाई?
नहीं भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि क्या मूव करे.
नहीं सागर भाई को मुझे स्ट्रेस दे रहे हैं.
भाई मुझे वो लग रहा है अभी तक वो बिशप d5 मूव ऐसे खटक रहा है अंदर.
ठीक है, but we have to forget
Move
about
on,
that
yeah.
right
Should
now.
have, would have, could have.
Why has he not played so far, yeah? He
And
should
you know
have
what?
played.
The thing is, he's going to go, however this game goes, he's going to go check that moment. And the thing, that move was just winning. There was no middle ground in it. You play bishop takes pawn, you're into the semifinals. I agree with you, Harshit. That's very difficult. But when you see that, when you go back and you analyze it, it's a tough feeling to deal with.
Yeah.
Has it ever happened in your life that something was really that you wanted and was right in front of you and then you didn't get it and then you...
Like
felt-
that girl you could have asked out in college but didn't and now regret.
But no, I think.
Harshit Bhai has no regrets.
What?
हाँ अर्षित भाई ऐसा होगा.
Why will I not have regrets?
Because you, I mean...
To be honest,
Because
I don't
Harshit
believe
did.
No, I don't believe in regrets. I mean, whatever happens for a reason. So.
Guys, we need this quote. I don't believe in regrets. Harshit by 2025.
FIDE World Cup Goa.
भाई तानिया थोड़ा रुक अच्छा कुछ तुम सॉरी बोल रही थी.
No, so rook c2 you wanted to check, right? What happens after rook c2?
Yeah.
c2, knight g5.
Fine,
h4.
g5.
h4.
Hitting that knight.
And now queen d1, you slide your king over to h2. I was hoping that after queen d1, you play bishop f1. But you won't do that.
Oh, but that's a really cool tactic, bro. Bishop F1, guys. Black to play.
Boom, boom.
Black to play. Boom, bam kar do board pe.
For the last.
Melted joy chocolate.
Bye.
You know, I look at our camera. One, I think Arjun missed Queen E2. He's about to play.
Good move.
Rook C2 on the board. So very likely we might see Knight G5 happen.
Yeah.
But I'll just bring that up one more time. H4, Queen D1. Why is Bishop F1 a huge blunder?
Huge mistake.
Gigantic.
भाई थोड़ा और अच्छा हूँ सोचो.
Gigantic blunder.
Rook takes D2.
Humongous
अरे
blunder.
क्या बता दिया भाई?
बहुत लोगों ने बता दिया भाई.
Yes.
Exactly.
Rook takes knight.
Take off the defender.
I have a question because this will tell me a lot about your personality. Will you go knight F3 first or queen takes rook?
Queen takes. What does it tell about my personality?
I would play knight F3 check.
Literally nothing.
I would play knight F3.
No, I understood. Harshit bhai likes to keep the queens on the board. Knight F3.
He likes them queens.
He just likes. He likes more complications on the board.
I think that's
And
a better way
in
to put it.
Alright guys, so this will not happen. Queen E2 खेला गया है. Rook C2, Knight G5.
Oh,
H4,
Knight G5 hasn't been played.
Knight G5 is
H4, Queen D1 and King H2.
That's the problem.
Will be the move.
Guys, can we play Queen E1 check here? Which kind of, you don't have the luft for your king to go up. So you are forced to play Bishop
But
F1.
why not knight F1?
Yeah, I think that's the point that maybe now I also have Knight F1.
But Knight F1 looks passive or not?
Well, I
Because
want to go.
Sagar, sorry, yeah, Harshit,
No, I
go
just
on.
want to go H4 next, and you don't have control of that F3 square.
Also, with the right bishop attacks the pawn on B7, so that's always a threat as well.
Yeah, you're kind of not in time to get Rook D1 and Knight G5, both these moves together.
Bhai, amidst all our discussions, Wei is
Queen
down.
D1
Oh,
check.
he plays Queen
Queen
D1.
D1
He's
check.
down to 2 minutes 44 seconds.
Anything can happen with this much time on the clock and still 10 high responsibility moves to be made.
But मुझे क्या डर लग रहा है पता है? That if you play Bishop F1 now,
Yes.
just a move, he goes Knight C5. Because if you take with the Rook, D2 is hanging. If you don't take, my Knight is jumping into D3.
Man. And he has to go Bishop F1 because Knight F1, B6.
Again, same plan. Knight C5,
The
Knight D3.
engines in some variations prefer black.
By this Knight on E6 is a really good piece. It is coming ahead. It is coming to C5. D3 is a small weakness. He goes Knight
Okay,
F1.
moves on. Oh my god. Okay, now if Wei plays and finds and plays B6, Knight C5 idea, Arjun will have to be slightly careful.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this move, Knight
Do you think
D2.
you can bail out? For example, after B6, try to trade pieces with Rook D2?
Yeah, I think so. That bailout looks good, Tanya. That's a great idea.
भाई मैं
a
तो
good
जब भी
idea.
डर जाती हूँ मैं queens को ऐसे exchange
That's
कर
a good idea. And he plays B6.
B6.
Oh
Wei
God, on
Wei के पास 50 मिनट हो या 2 मिनट आराम से ही खेलता है भाई क्या आदमी है and he makes the best moves.
Best move.
How can someone beat him? You know what statistics Sahaj mentioned? Wei has played I think 5 World Cups and he has never lost a classical game till date.
Crazy. Crazy.
Okay, Rugdi to Ajjubai, let's bail out. Time to say draw is good today. Thank you, Wei. We had a great fight. See you tomorrow in the tiebreaks.
Tiebreaks
I think
में
that's
मिलते हैं
the
भाई.
best thing you can do now.
I would be very tempted to just get the pieces off the board. Rook takes rook, queen se maro, queen takes queen, knight takes queen.
Bas, draw.
Draw.
And it's actually some sort of a necessity. Because if black gets to reroute his pieces to the best squares, not now, but instead of trading the pieces, if black gets knight c5, knight d3, or gets the knight from e8 in the game, white's piece is so passive.
This looks very scary, very terrifying. If black's knight reaches d3, and that's literally one move away, knight c5 and you're in. So Arjun, is it time to just pull the brakes right now?
Attack wins games, but defense
Wins championships.
Nice. By the way, a question by Nikhil in the chat. Which one player who is under 18 do you think is the upcoming chess superstar of India? Well, I can say there are many, but if I had to take one name, it's the 90th Grandmaster of India who became recently Ilam Parthi. He's just born in 2009. He's around 15 and a half, 16 years old. And he is very, very good. He could very well be the next superstar, the way he calculates. insane.
Also, likely moving the tie breaks. Who do you think is the favorite in the shorter format?
By Arjun.
Arjun, yeah.
Arjun, because in Norway chess, in both the Armageddons, he beat Wei. He's good.
But Sagar, I will say, at exactly Norway chess, Wei was the one who also won a lot of matches in the Armageddon portion. So cannot be underestimated.
He had beaten Magnus,
And
Hikaru, Gukesh, and then he reached Arjun and Arjun beat him.
Yes, but that was also a very close fight. So I would say it's a full toss-up in the tie breaks. Very tough to call a favorite. But again, these are the top 2 seeds left in the tournament. You know, these are the 2 big names left. And it's almost heartbreaking that they meet each other in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
By the way, Arjun is thinking here the other game of Donchenko Yakubov has 38 seconds. But I think he's closer and close. I mean, he's almost there. It's going to
Jaldi
be a
se
draw.
let's jump into that board because for the Uzbeki grandmaster, for Norbek Yakubov, this is a massive moment in his chess career, a defining moment.
But isn't he losing the pawn on A4?
But the knight,
there's rook E2 and rook B2.
Yeah.
Also, knight coming to E4, yeah? I mean, knight E4, rook G3.
Yeah, knight E4 is also coming by.
He just needs to make one more move to reach the time control. We've seen the tragedy of move number 40, but I think Yakubov has everything under control and will hold this game and qualify to the semi-finals.
By pressure to usko bhi aa
By
raha hai.
Pasina, aa raha hai, Pasina. Oh, Pasina reminds me of something.
Can we go to the Ajju Bhai board?
Yes, immediately.
Coming back to the main game here. 17
Before you
minutes
tell
for
us
him.
what it reminds you of.
I let it go. You're bringing it up again. Okay, so Arjun's board B6 khela gaya hai.
So, if Arjun wants a bailout, he'll go rook D2.
Yes.
If he wants to play on, I think he will go A4. He'll be like, let me go there, let me try for some kind of creation of weakness. Yeah, knight C5.
I'm attacking A4, I'm coming into D3.
Maybe I go A5.
You literally don't care.
I think so. Knight
ज़्यादा
D3.
confidence नहीं लगा मुझे उस आवाज में.
Queen C3. And I don't know if I'm getting brutally mated or I'm very smart.
Knight E1, you have this tricky move, rook C1 prepared.
Yeah, and to BA5, I have rook D2, I thought.
So knight C1 you've stopped and BA5 you are going rook D2.
Yeah.
And
So
queen
tricky.
B1 bishop E4.
Yes.
Is that your point?
And he plays rook D2.
Okay, he's gone. Yes,
Bhai,
had to
let's
be.
go.
I like it. I
Shanti
like
se.
it.
Solido.
Shanti se, slow and
Draw
steady.
This is a draw offer, guys, by Arjun Erigai. See, he is saying that
And draw offer accepted. Tiebreaks.
Tiebreaks.
The only
incoming.
reason why we are happy is because we were thinking it's going out of hand.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Arjun pulled the brakes at the right moment.
But I will tell you one thing. I think out of the 2 players, Wei is the more relieved one. He was under pressure with that isolated queen pawn.
Toss. Black.
Toss hone wala.
Black in game 1 for Arjun.
And we were discussing that. I think that's just something that the players probably want.
Bishop D5 bol raha hai. Bishop D5. He's saying, why didn't
Full
you take
screen.
Bishop D5?
Full screen.
Oh, knight S3 check he mentioned, yeah?
No, bishop H3 or something.
Wei is like, भाई मेरा तो calculation में मैं तो हार रहा था पूरा.
I think Arjun is like, it should have been better for me, but Wei is like, but
But Wei did mention bishop takes D5.
कल कौन सा ओपनिंग खेलना है?
पोस्टमार्टम चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
किंग्स गैम्बिट.
कह रहा है भाई मैं तो डर गया था यहाँ पे. बिशप टेक्स पॉन. अच्छा हुआ नहीं खेला तूने. अच्छा वो भी हो रहा था. चलो भाई बाद में बात करते हैं. कल फिर से खेलना है.
नहीं वो बोला बाहर एनालाइज करते. पर वहाँ पे बोर्ड है क्या बाहर?
नहीं
बाहर बोर्ड
कोई जगह नहीं है एनालाइज करने
तो बाहर क्यों जा रहे? अच्छा क्योंकि वहाँ पे एक गेम चल रहा है.
एंड वो जो गेम चल रहा है वो देखते हैं हम क्योंकि
Yeah, it's a
Donchenko
key
is in a
game.
must-win situation.
It's a key game.
And he played a move.
Guys, आप लोगों को कैसे लग रहा है? Does anyone want to share how you are feeling after this draw? I mean, there's so many people on the edge of their seats. Anyone? Just we have a mic here. Wants to share? How are you feeling?
शर्मा मत भाई.
भाई आप नहीं दूसरे कोई भी बोलते हैं. हाँ.
So rude.
Not rude. I'm just saying like भाई I will anyway meet him at the end of the day. He stays here.
He's the big front bencher.
So anyone else? किसी को भी कुछ फील हो रहा है? if you are feeling anything, please share. भाई लोगों को एकदम feel तो हो रहा है, but they don't want to share here because it's like
बहुत deep है सागर.
हाँ,
मुश्किल
it's
है
still
to express.
also.
Yeah, we
deep.
got somebody.
Yeah, अरे thank you भाई.
Basically, I was thinking like the position was tough. Somehow Arjun managed. Like it was a critical position. I was watching that game. Actually, there it was very critical, and it was a big relief. That's what I would say.
You are relieved right now.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, I think
he
relief
managed to
is
hold. Like when the things were very odd.
So relief is his emotion. I don't know if disappointment is anyone's emotion or relief. I think these are the two emotions right now that are running through. We have someone there. By उनको भी दे सकते हैं at the end.
Hi, Raghu here from Bangalore Chess Club.
Oh, Bangalore Chess Club. क्या बात
I just reached in the afternoon.
Oh,
so just in time for the game. Like slightly disappointed because he had a very good advantage. He could not convert it. But having said that, I would agree with him. I'm relieved as well because he lives on to fight another day.
Yeah.
True. And also all those who
the
are
opponent
coming
is
tomorrow can also enjoy one more day of Arjun playing. Yeah, like today if it ended, then tomorrow he would be taking a rest.
And
But
is no,
it's all scripted.
He's a very strong player as well.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Blitz can go anywhere, and I'm pretty sure Arjun is much better than Wei in Blitz.
It's
I would personally feel that.
we also think he's slight favorite, but not by a huge margin.
Yeah. How's the panel feeling about what has just happened objectively? Yes.
Your commentary, I've ridden all the way from Bangalore for this.
Oh, amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yes, we have DQ, but what's your name? Naimish. DQ is fine, no? We have DQ here who wants to speak.
You were asking if it was a disappointment or relief, right? I think it was roller coaster. You all should agree, like, I think half an hour ago we were all jumping if he plays Bishop E5 or not. And I feel like especially today was a very big risk because out and you're out. And yesterday it would have been still a bit okay because you have another game to win. But I think this was a good result.
Good
for
result,
both of
yeah?
us.
Nice.
And more exciting thing for us to watch tomorrow.
We are very excited for tomorrow. Thank you.
मजा आने वाला है.
You know, talking about tomorrow, Arjun has a rapid rating of 2718. He's world number 13. Wei has a rating of 2752 and world number 6. Okay. So it's going to be a tough fight.
It's a very tough, very close match. I mean, objectively speaking, yes.
Your channel, yeah, actually your thing actually inspired. Actually, I wrote in the comment like I'll be coming on Goa on 18th. Amruta ma'am read it that time. I actually came all the way. Yeah,
that's so nice. You came all the way from Assam. Thank
Guys,
you so
let's hear
much.
it for ChessBase India. All that these guys do and inspire. Completely agree with that. I will say though, I mean, agree with everyone's thoughts here. So many feelings and emotions right now. But I just, I have this one thing in my mind that, you know, it just felt like it was so close. Arjun played amazing stuff, you know. Knight D2, finding that idea. Setting up his rooks in the ideal position. Bishop G2. And that moment, incredibly difficult but also missed. And there is that feeling in the end. I think he was very practical. He bailed out at the right moment, took it to tiebreak. And this match, it's a closely contested battle. Anything can happen. We live another day to see it. But मुझे थोड़ा सा तो दिल से बुरा लग रहा है कि यार it would have been done today.
Yeah.
There was that one moment. And it wasn't an advantage. It was just winning after Bishop takes pawn.
I think Arjun has to find a way to just logically explain what happened to himself and just forget it.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure he'll see it and he'll be like, okay, I thought this was tough and let's focus now.
And I didn't find the like it was, I think all these top guys, whenever I've analyzed with them, whether it's been for Olympiad training camps or at these tournaments, they are super practical about it. That yeah, with an engine it's easy to find this, but from a human perspective, very difficult. I didn't see it, didn't happen, that's it, end of story. And very difficult to just leave it behind. I don't think they keep thinking about it and sort of beating themselves over कि यार ये मैंने क्या miss कर दिया.
I think it was Vidit or someone who said to me, is like, till you are in the tournament, like till you are here, like you can't think about the previous game because just being here is so tough. So even if you lost one game and have the second game to equalize, you are still here.
You know, great inspiration for that is the guy in front of us right now.
Yeah, Donchenko. He has to think he's here. Abhi hai main idhar. Kuch ho sakta hai kya? But pata nahi kuch ho sakta hai kya.
We have a few more moves, I think.
We had played some moves. Ho gaye, Tanya bhai. Bishop c6, knight e4, takes, king d6, takes. Oh, we are in the rook endgame. Pawn up for white.
And that's Donchenko, but Black's rook is extremely active in this position. There are threats of rook e2, there are threats of rook b3, and I would think rook b5 is the one move that you want to play, maybe to defend that.
The rook b3
Stopping.
option.
Yes. But then you probably anyway go with the check, and white's king is...
King f1 forced, yeah? Like, don't want to go to h3.
Because you're too far away from the e pawn then. King f1 khela jayega. I'm just wondering, do you just double down on the d pawn?
Yeah, that's why I think black has enough here. Maybe rook b4?
Rook b4. Oh, wow.
f5, yeah?
f5.
a4 mara to b2 marenge.
Yeah, it just feels like you have enough counterplay as black here somehow. You're down a pawn,
Because
but
of
piece
that
activity.
e-pawn.
E-pawn, the rook, the king jumping forward.
By the way, we have a question here by My Chesspal who says, do underrated first-time qualifiers spice up the candidates with fresh excitement or risk weakening the field?
That's a great question, and I think it kind of answers. I mean, the
Both
question
are right.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Vaikanse tournament is a very good reason. Every year, lot of people watch it is because of this mixed field. If it was all the top guys playing, often sometimes it gets very, very dull, aise sab log so well prepared. But put in some 2-3 players at slightly lower level and then everyone is like, "Bhai, isko harana hai," and then you have like crazy event.
I mean, World Cup. We have the World Cup with a very similar storyline. It started with some of the best players in the world, and now we are left with, for not everyone, known players, because Yakubov Nodirbek, of course, we being chess players and professionals have heard of him, but many people might not have heard of him. But here, he's making a statement for himself, qualifying to the semifinals by drawing this game.
But a बहुत preparation करनी पड़ेगी, because Abasov, when he qualified for the candidates, like everybody's like, इसको तो हराना ही, as you said, Saga bhai, right? So everybody, Fabi, Hikaru, Prag, they'll be thinking, yeah, these guys are slightly weaker on the ratings. I have to beat them if I have to win the event.
Yeah.
So it's going to be extremely tough.
I think it's a mix of both. It will, on paper, objectively, probably not be one of the strongest candidates that we've had, but for the same reason, it will also be perhaps one of the spicy candidates that we've had. You will not only have one player who has a target on their back, but 2 or 3 players who you know you have to go for a must-win. And that's always a double-edged sword, right? Because candidates, it's just a fight for first place. Nothing else matters. Finishing second and finishing last means pretty much the same thing for these top guys. So I think having this mix of under 2,700, potentially 3 of them at the candidates will just open up the field. I think for players like Hikaru, Fabi, if Arjun was to make it, Prag, who's in, you know, the top dogs of chess, the absolute elite of chess, they will view this as a big opportunity for them. They will say, we want to crush these guys, and we are going to go all out against them. And that can backfire.
I think Fabi is the one who is right now thinking like, this is my chance, because for years now, I don't know how long he's been world number 2, and he played the match in 2018 and he lost it to Magnus. Since then, he hasn't had that opportunity. He's thinking to himself, "Bhai, world champion to banna hai." Yeah. And he's right now, 92 born? So he's 33 years old.
Yeah. I think Fabi, very famously, is one of those players currently, the strongest player to not have been world champion. He's been world number 2 for so long, currently world number 3.
Yeah.
And just always been at the top. So definitely a favorite. Well, we'll be talking a lot more about candidates. Right now, we've got 3 matches that have gone into tiebreak. This is the last remaining one. Can Donchenko somehow make a miracle happen in this position? We'll find out. Or will Yakubov be the first semi-finalist on the other side of this break?
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, But now, starting from this year, it will be launched every year, just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26. Then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here. Starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other opens with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today. A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons created by master coaches will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Follow the final game of today, the second day of the quarterfinals. We had 3 draws, Tanya, and we have a new guest, Sahej Bhai, joining us. What are your feelings about that last game, Sahej Bhai?
Oh, I think it was such a roller coaster because I think Arjun was borderline winning at one point and he missed bishop takes d5.
How difficult was that?
It was not difficult at all, I think.
Huh?
Really? Bishop d5 was not
hot take here, guys. Hot take. Tell us
It was
more.
one pawn, no? Bishop d5, bishop b7.
No, but there was this whole line, right, that followed. Bishop takes pawn. You mean the line with queen takes bishop, rook c3?
Can we have it on the
yes,
board maybe
we
for
can
a
have
second?
it. Let's do it.
Bishop d5 was the first move that I thought about there.
Guys, this was the moment where there was a big missed opportunity. Can you please put the game for me? While Harshit helps me pull that up. Sagar's laptop. And it was right
Unless
about.
there is some like deep variation that I overlooked. I thought bishop d5 and bishop takes b7 was...
No, it was very
It was right here. And this was the moment which it was about winning or drawing this game. It was that spot into the semifinals or fighting it in the tiebreaks. And bishop takes pawn, Sahaj.
Yes.
Queen takes, rook c3, knight g5, and it looks very dangerous because knight h3, knight f3 is coming.
See, the difference is that I didn't even see queen takes d5.
Yeah. No, it's tough,
See,
guys.
that's the problem.
No, I have...
The more you see, the less you...
And here the point was that after e4, rook takes pawn.
And rook d1.
Rook d1 is the winning move.
And you know, Sahaj, just to...
Wait, knight h3 check?
Exactly.
King
exactly.
f1 now.
King
D4?
F1 only move.
No, rook E2. Even look at this.
But
yeah?
why not rook d4?
Queen E8 and then.
What? Why?
Achha, queen e8 check is
First
there,
check and then you take.
So rook E2. Look at this, Sahaj. Rook D5. If you just turn off the analysis, yeah.
There's no analysis on.
Ah, okay. Rook F2 check. No,
Rook
check
F2
first.
check.
King E1. Knight F6. How would you rate this position? Because I personally would think black is doing really well.
No, at this point I disagree with Harshit. I think if you get to this point, you take your chance because you're never losing this position. Rook D2, Rook D8 check, you're not going to lose this as white.
It's hard to
evaluate.
It's hard to say that white is in trouble, but okay, it's also difficult to say that white is winning.
I agree. But white is in trouble. I mean, this is the
Two
chance
results,
you take.
Basically,
Two result game. But I agree with Harshit that this line looks very scary after knight G5.
Exactly.
And that is probably where maybe Arjun wasn't sure about it. But coming to your point of bishop takes pawn, if I just go back, if you move the queen somewhere, this is simple, right?
Yeah, you just win a pawn.
You take the rook and you win a pawn.
I think how I would like to summarize this game that just happened between Arjun and Vei is that it was a well-played draw. I mean, there's only one chance of bishop takes d5 it works, and it's also a bit random that it works. And besides that, both Arjun putting a lot of pressure with the white pieces, but Vei not giving up his fort, holding on to a very nice draw, which means tomorrow we'll get the tiebreaks. And what's happening in the final game?
The final game remaining, Alexander Donchenko needing a win after his loss yesterday, playing with the white pieces. He's up a pawn, but Yakuboev looks like he has enough activity with a super active rook, a powerful pawn on e4, and the king ready to jump into the center of the board if given opportunity. Should be enough to hold.
Yes.
We need a pass pawn, right? So how does white get a pass pawn? G4 maybe somehow?
B4, no?
G4 maybe.
But there is a threat, I thought. You're just going to win a pawn in this position.
And then king G3 and G5, rook takes H5. Like I was thinking, how do I create a pass pawn?
Immediately.
By the way, can white ever play B4? Or is there a special move that prevents us from doing that?
Even if there's a non-special move that prevents us from doing that.
Yeah, you're dropping some.
Yeah.
The ginda question tha, Harshit.
But yeah, if white goes b4, of course the pawn on a3 is hanging. But there is this very nice move, en passant. You guys must have heard of this move. Two special moves that we have in chess. One is short castling and the other one being en passant.
Yes.
And that's why I think the pawn on a4 very nicely protects both the pawn on b2 and a3. The pawn on b2 is the backward pawn.
That's a very valid point, because I think that's one of the reasons that neutralizes that extra pawn that white has. In this 1 versus 2, you can see the power of a4.
The power of a4, the power of the king being centralized. And now down to 8.5 minutes. Tanya, they have reached, has he gotten the extra time already?
Yes, this is move 40 has been crossed, so we're on move 42, in fact. Extra time has been added. This is the final time control, 1.5 minutes.
No, it's not been added.
He hasn't dropped down below the 0 mark, so
Exactly.
30 minutes were not added.
So essentially, Donny has 38 minutes and Yakuboev has 31 minutes.
And I think we should tell our audience this, because maybe not everybody knows. In chess, there are 2 kinds of clocks that can be fixed, 2 kinds of time controls when there's this additional 30 minutes, right? In some of them, the moment you reach move 40, regardless of what is the time on your clock, the clock is set in such a way that move 40 hua over 30 minutes automatically get added.
Exactly.
At the World Cup here, those 30 minutes only get added once your clock has dropped down to 0 and you've lost, well, not lost, but you've used up all your first time control. So you have to be very sure, bhai, ki 40 moves are over.
Exactly.
It's a nightmare, yeah, as a player sometimes. You don't realize it and you get flagged. I've seen multiple plug lock like this, like Tadar Seal mein. He lost like this. So it's a nightmare for sure.
And 30 seconds of bonus time gets added as soon as you make your move and press the clock. So that's the time control here. Yakuboev looks so comfortable there.
Guys, does anyone on the panel and in the audience think that white can win this position? Anyone? Oh, that's a 0.
No.
I
So
think
it's a
this is
dead draw to you guys.
I don't know if it's a dead draw, but I generally feel like it's, I would say, 95-5.
95-5. Okay.
High five.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a draw, but I mean, Donchenko has to believe somehow, yeah, that there is a chance hidden somewhere, some trick, something. Otherwise, it's just his chances are over. Yeah, he goes home empty-handed.
Even if he has a belief, the position has to.
So, what if you play G4 just as a random thought? Yeah, I'm just trying.
Okay, let's check it out.
एक pass pawn कोई दे दो बस मुझे.
let's say g4. I'm also tempted to go rook b3. Simply, okay, let's try
Or
rook
rook
b3.
b3
I don't
or
have
rook
the
b3.
engine on, so I'm just making moves. The reason I want to go rook b3 is that after rook c2, I want to get king d5.
Nice.
You like
Very
it?
nice idea.
Okay.
And what if we try...
Also, I'm stopping your main point of king g3. So you want to go g5 anyway?
I was thinking rook h5, can we try? If we are going crazy, might as well...
Go all out. I
Yeah.
like that move. So do we take
Check.
the pawn?
Check king
G3.
Check.
No. Why not?
Why are you allowing king f4? Is there a reason?
E3, no?
E3.
E3, king f3.
E2.
We can, it's like black can play anything and it's still
I
a
think he
draw.
wants rook takes pawn. The problem is the king also gets really
Yeah,
active.
activated, yeah. But we have to do this, right? What else? Like,
You're
like,
right.
there's-
He
there's
might be
nothing else.
forced.
So maybe we play takes with check, or maybe just king f3 directly, just wait for the check next move.
So check, king d5.
Maybe first king f3, because then we also stop king d5 for a move. I don't know. That helps.
But I think we have already reached the stage where like
Black
it's already
starts
push. When push comes to shove, already it's time to go all in for white here, because if you just play normal moves, black's plan is simple. To
Yes.
go rook b3, king d5, as you pointed out, Tanya, or go rook d3 and pick up the d4 pawn.
So a lot of threats, and if the white rook leaves the 5th rank, king to d5. I think for Donchenko, I was going through his match against Lei Kwang Liam, and he was so close to taking the match every time, and Lei Kwang Liam will just bounce back, and that one went down to the wire. It was in the round of 16. The amount of energy, emotional, physical, and mental, such a match, the toll that it takes over on the players, it cannot be overstated. And I think what we saw from Donchenko yesterday, honestly, is so uncharacteristic. Just the way he played that game, Harshit, so many errors. I think in the first 15 moves, he moved his knight and queen something like 8 times.
Yeah, I mean, he really wanted to play for a win with the black pieces, but that strategy backfired. Today, he got a very decent position from the opening. Exchange, but we've seen how Yakubov beautifully maneuvered his pieces, and g4 played.
Harshit,
Sahil.
Sahil bhai. Sahil bhai, crazy. Great call there by Sahil.
Rook
you have to
b3 or
go
rook e2, yeah?
Yeah, rook b3 or rook e2.
Why not rook d3?
Or
Is
rook
that
d3. I would play rook b3 in this position. I don't want to allow king g3, king f4. But I think the point I was making was that I think for Donchenko, to me, in this whole tournament, seeing the incredible run, taking down Anish Giri, taking down Blue Bomb, taking down Lei Kwang Liam, I do feel that coming into this match, he sort of burnt his tank, is the feeling that I've gotten.
And he's the only German
Very
playing
little
so far.
gas left.
Very little gas left for him. He's the only player to be representing the German Federation here. He came all the way to the quarterfinals, defeating his countrymate on the way, defeating Anish Giri on the way, and no matter what happens here.
ऐसे तो only player तो बहुत है. Sam भी only US player representing हो गया. Arjun only player
But
from
can we appreciate though Uzbekistan has 2 players right now in the top
Still
8,
fighting.
so it's insane.
And actually, it's been quite some time since we've seen a German player in the candidates, Tanya.
Yes.
We've had players from the US, we have Fabiano, we've had Hikaru, but from Germany, of course, Vincent Keimer, one of the best talents, upcoming, world number 4 right now, but he has never played the candidates yet. I don't even know when was the last time a German player played. I mean, Blue Bomb has qualified though.
Blue Bomb has qualified through the Grand Swiss.
Yeah, he has qualified.
And that's one German in the mix, and it's not Vincent Keimer, which is the big surprise, who also came super close in the Grand Swiss to make it, but missed out on it. And in this tournament was knocked out.
Speaking of qualification, it is so nice to actually finish it off right now, because the player gets 2 rest days. First the tie break, and then there is a rest day. That would be amazing.
That is such a good point, because tomorrow are the tie breaks and 20th is the final FIDE World Cup rest day going into the semis.
क्या plan है guys?
Let's talk about that. मतलब गोवा में है तो वैसे कुछ तुम्हारे लिए तो कुछ अलग होने नहीं वाला है हर्षित, सेम ही तुम्हारा चलेगा.
Of course.
Mr. Raja.
I'm very interested to go to Panjim and maybe walk around.
My favorite beach in Goa is actually more up north. It's Morjim and Ashram.
Oh wow.
Not so many people, very sort of beautiful, scenic, shallow waters. So if anyone's watching and you want a more quiet, calm situation, I'm pretty old, so maybe that's why I like it. But I think Ashram and Morjim is the way to go.
There.
Here.
But he's about to play, I think.
That's not.
Oh, he's about to play?
Mr. Raja style.
G4.
G4 for the score, but it will probably not be enough because all rook pawn endings are a bore.
But it's hard to score in the World Cup, Tanya, because everyone is so solid. But here, actually, Yakubov did win the first game with the white pieces. Okay, what's your prediction? B3 or D3? Or E2?
I'm going to say rook B3 feels the most
That
practical.
was my move. You can't just take my move.
I was supporting you.
Okay, fine. Rook B3.
But Yakubov will take your move, yeah? Now he will play rook b3, I think. Very safe, right? You don't allow
Not
the
allowed,
king up.
right, Tanya? He cannot play rook B3.
No, only Yakubov is allowed to play rook B3. What about you guys? What about Harshit? You want to go for rook D3, you were suggesting.
Rook D3
Rook D3, rook C4.
and rook B2 check.
तो फिर rook E2 से ही शुरू कर ले भाई.
But rook C4 पे not that good, yeah?
Wait,
rook D3, rook C4, king D.
You see, the thing is that if the rook is on C4, then the Raja on D6 has more
भाई राजा तो
future.
हमारे साथ बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे.
Yeah. But that Raja becomes really active, I think.
Raja is already active. By
जो हमारे साथ भी राजा बैठा है वो भी बहुत एक्टिव है भाई.
Okay.
Activity is important.
You know, they say the king must lead from the front.
And rook. He's
That
moving
looked
the
like
rook.
a lateral move he was
Yes.
about to make. Now the hand movement, so it was either D3 or B3.
I think it's B3, Tanya.
ऐसे जब कोई करता है वरना ऐसे हो जाता है. But he was this.
Shifting the rook to the right.
You can see, like, I think both players are pretty exhausted.
Yeah, they can't even. And Donchenko is like, he's like, I have to grind this out for another hour. Will I get a chance?
Minimum.
He has to believe, though, as you guys were saying, he has to somehow get some chances. He's up a pawn. I mean, let's not forget, black is the one who needs to be precise. Rook B3, khel lo bhai.
And you were talking about German players and the candidates. I can't remember the last time a player from Uzbekistan made it to the candidates, as well as we know modern candidates to be with the format that they have.
Qasim Jano, maybe?
But it's been
That was way back.
It was a
yeah.
different
Long
World
time
Championship
ago,
cycle
way back.
as well. A very different format. And this one, I think, huge moment for Uzbekistan chess right now. There's Sindarov as well in the mix. So it might not just be one, but two of the young stars. And not the Notterbeck
And
we
rook
thought.
B3 played.
Let's go. So attacking the pawn on B2.
Sahil, you found it, right?
Rook h5 now. I would go rook h5 just...
Yeah, it was Sahil's move, basically.
Bro, gee.
No, Tanya, you found it. Rook B3, hitting the pawn on B2. If the rook moves away from the 5th rank, you wanted to bring your king from D5 to D4. And I think that's a great move, actually.
The main reason why Rook B3 attracted us was that it also makes sure that the white king remains inactive. Sahil had mentioned the big plan of G4, apart from trying to create counterplay with these pawns, is to bring the king into the game. So keeping that under check. Very important to keep an active Raja
He's
under
about
check.
to play king F2.
Ooh, interesting.
Not something that I was expecting. But he's saying that you take my pawn on B2 and my king is going to march to the center of the board.
B2, A3 both, yeah? You can take both of those pawns now.
Why not rook G2, actually? That's even cleaner.
And
It's too many pawns, yeah?
This is what he's banking on.
It's basically he wants some chaos on the board. He wants that the game should just go on.
Which might also be a draw, which just goes to show the margin with which black can draw this. Maybe rook G3 there, but yeah.
So takes, sorry Harshit, you're saying this, Mara, takes.
Rook
or
G3, is this a draw? Rook
Check.
H6, F6, or is it too much?
F6?
No, not F6.
Okay, no, too much. F6 is too much. Can't give away everything.
I would say just
Just
fall
king back,
back.
yeah.
King E7.
Yeah, but I feel like this position, if it happens,
It's
maybe
tough.
it
Yeah,
can
yeah.
be tough, but I don't think so. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the chances of Notterbeck to qualify are very, very high.
So Tanya was the cleanest way to hold here. You found rook B3.
You're asking
Now-
such tough questions.
Well, you are the one who's going to show us the way.
I'm still trying to find the way in my own life, Harshit Raja. I'm going to show all of you the way
So
here.
are we.
All right, so
But
king-
can we give a check? Can we give a check
Oh,
and
never
ask
miss a check.
Because if you go to G2, I can just come back to B3 and repeat.
And if
King
you go to
E2?
E2,
Then Rook G3 maybe.
G5?
But then I kind of feel like this
you
GF pawn I'm happy
liquidate.
with.
No, but pawn
Ah,
takes
okay.
pawn, he'll take rook takes pawn. That's his idea.
But
Let's
can you
show
show?
that.
Yeah, Rook F3 check. Of course, if King
No,
goes.
no, no. Rook takes pawn might be actually worse for you.
What do you mean?
Not sure.
Because
can I just go Rook G5 here? Is that
What?
losing? Is that losing?
It's a king pawn endgame.
Yeah.
And you're
And-
down.
Yeah.
Of
And
course it's losing. You
King
know.
C6?
King C6.
How are you winning this?
I'll
King
show
D2. Okay, 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 okay.
King D2, King D6, King C.
It's not that easy.
Has to be when I wait.
I mean,
Maybe King C2 and
Show
B4.
us the way.
King C.
King C2 now, and then if
If you play B3, I have E3.
Okay, but what is your
no, I was
move
thinking
here?
B4.
King C6?
Oh,
But King
B4.
C3.
At some point. At some point.
Very nice, yeah. And the point is you just make a passer and then overload the black king.
So nice.
On Passant King B3. Very nice.
Nice one, bye.
Nice, GG.
Well done, well done. King F2. So, I think if I was playing black here, if I have to predict a move, it's so tough. I would probably take on B2 and take on A3. I think just get as many pawns off the board as possible would feel like the strat.
Actually, Rook F3 check is very tempting to me still because King E to Rook F4 bhi to hai. And,
Still this. Okay. Oh, yeah.
and then what do you do? Right?
G5?
But then H4.
Rook H4. But then
Dikhao na.
just to
Let's just show it on the
Rook
chart
F3
as well.
check. Of course, the point is if the king goes to G2, we come back
Yeah.
and we're happy, very happy with the repetition. Okay, so White says, okay, I don't want to draw because White has to win again. And now Rook F4. I'm attacking the G4 pawn.
So G5.
If you go G5, I can just chop off the H4 pawn.
Take the pawn on H6.
Take.
And now maybe Rook A5.
But then check
no,
and take
yeah,
the pawn.
yeah.
If Rook A5.
I mean, it's still
Just Rook H2 check now, no?
King E3. Rook takes pawn, king takes
No,
pawn.
no, no. I'll play F5. F5, play F5.
Oh.
I won't even give you...
Clinical.
Nice.
Nothing.
Sahaj.
You get
Possible.
nothing.
Okay, so you're predicting Rook F3 in the position. I'm
Yes.
predicting Rook takes pawn. Sahaj and Sahil.
I think Rook B2 looks normal.
Okay, so Sahil and I are with Rook takes pawn. Mr. Grover.
Mr. Grover.
Yo.
Rook F3 or Rook B2?
भाई I can't tell you इन दोनों का जो चलता रहता है ना with Mr. Grover and Mr. Raja. सच एक बार हो जाए in your.
Mr. Raja. Sorry, it was, I said I would. But yeah, Rook F3 check is very logical. I also like Rook B2 check as well.
एक बोलो भाई.
एक.
सब पसंद है इसको.
Wow.
Mr. Grover. Okay, anyway.
I feel like with that comment, I just got disqualified.
Mr. Grover here, having no standards when it comes to moves. He's
Rook
saying
F3.
everything is good. Rook P2 or
Rook
Rook
F3
F3.
check, I think.
Rook F3 check, okay.
So Rook F3 check is the grandmaster selection. So we're expecting Nordibek Yakuboev to go for that.
And what were you predicting?
Rook takes pawn भाई पिछले आधे घंटे से बोल रही हूँ.
Okay.
Coming back to chess, I think.
Where do you think Mr.
Chess the whole time, Sahil. Sahil, तुम कहाँ थे? तुम्हारा दिमाग कहाँ था?
So, about tomorrow's Arjun game, right? I
Yeah.
think we have seen him falter at the last instance multiple times. Last World Cup ho gaya. He finishes second so many times, right? He misses that opportunity. Do you think that's something that will haunt him a little bit, like moving to?
I mean, it can either haunt him or he can use it as fuel to kind of, motivate himself even more that I couldn't do it last time. Messi missed a penalty for his national team of Argentina. Then in the World Cup, when he won the World Cup 2 years back, he scored when he needed it the most. And I'm sure Arjun is thinking like, okay, I did miss my chance last time. I lost to Prague. Now, against Wei, I'm sure he's going to go guns blazing tomorrow.
He will, and I'll just say one thing, that if things go wrong, which we all of course hope it doesn't, I think the move bishop takes d5 will haunt him for a while. But right now, knowing Arjun, how practical he is, knowing how good he is at blocking out the noise, He is not thinking about it right now. So much comes down to tomorrow, guys. This is the final qualification for the candidates. It's top 3 and the doors to the candidates shut. They close. This is the only pathway. 5 players are already in. You make it here and you're in for that fight for the World Championship.
3 more spots.
Just 3 more spots and it all gets decided in Goa.
Okay, just a random thought here, makes no sense, but what if somebody is playing the candidates and he gets sick? Like, do we know the replacement or no?
Say that again, sorry, sir.
मान लो कोई candidates qualify कर चुका है and वो बीमार पड़ जाए, like, what's the replacement?
I think we'll have to look at the rules exactly, but I don't think it's 4th place from the World Cup. I think it goes to...
2nd place from the FIDE circuit, maybe, yeah? 3rd place on the FIDE circuit, most likely.
There's one FIDE circuit 2024, one FIDE circuit 2025.
Within the rating
So let's
average.
just break this down. 8 players play in the candidates. It's a whole cycle. Candidates happen every once in 2 years. And in the cycle, there are 2 players who qualify from the FIDE circuit of 24, the FIDE circuit of 25, which is an accumulation of tournaments and how well you do in those tournaments. Apart from that, you have one player who's the highest rated player. By the way, this year, the FIDE circuit players are Fabiano Caruana
and Pragnananda.
And
the highest rated player is Hikaru Nakamura.
And it's not confirmed, but he's unassailable in that lead. It's
Yes.
impossible, but his name hasn't yet been, or maybe it has, but it's not possible for anyone to overtake him.
Exactly. And the other 2 players have qualified from the FIDE Grand Swiss, one of them being Matthias Blubam and the other one being Anish Giri. Those 2 players qualified from the Grand Swiss, which means 5 players selected, 3 more spots left, 2 more rounds here. That's it. Just
8
2 more rounds.
Grandmasters.
And they're going to make it to the candidates.
And that's the big enchilada. That's the big prize for these players right now who've made it all the way through. I think many of them, of course, there's a huge prize fund as well. And I would say the likes of Jose Martinez, Yakuboev, Donchenko were perhaps not even expecting this kind of a deep run. Money is one thing, but when you're at this stage already, you know, with the finish line in sight, you're not thinking about the money. Your dreams have become bigger. Your hopes have gone higher. You're looking at those candidate spots.
I mean, I think every chess player either starts playing chess with 2 goals. One could be to become a grandmaster. The other one could be to become the world champion. And I'm sure when they're so close, their eyes are on the prize. Tanya, have you ever played the World Cup, ever?
I played 1 World Cup in my whole life. It was in Khanty-Mansijsk. I think it was back in 2010, I want to say. 8 or 10. And that was the only World Cup that I've played. I qualified for only that one. I tried to make it for the ones preceding that, but I didn't. I've never made it to the World Cup after that.
Wow, no, but just playing once. Sometimes I feel like we underestimate whom I'm sitting with. Yeah, like Tanya has played World Cup. She has won the Olympiad gold medal, Arjuna awardee. I mean, incredible.
Also the Olympiad bronze, which honestly is even close to my heart because it was the first time that the Indian women team won a medal.
Wow.
Thank you.
Impressive.
Very sweet, very sweet. But moving on, no moves have happened on the board yet. No rook f3 or rook b2.
Yeah. इसलिए तेरे बारे में बात कर रहे थे.
भाई वो रिस्क लेने को रेडी नहीं है, उसको पूरा एंड तक देखना है हर चीज. He's like, भाई I'm almost there. Yeah, I don't want to screw this up now.
Yeah. I think you're right. Then that's why you take more time on every single move, even if you feel यार हाथ कांपते हैं. Because आप सोचो Yakuboev, if he draws this, he's into the semi-finals. That's literally 1 foot into that candidate's ka darwaza.
I mean, 75%. If you're in a room,
Yeah.
there are 4 people, and 3 out of 4 are guaranteed to win $1 million.
75% chance.
I mean, you would back yourself to be that guy, right? You have 2 opportunities. So I
Yes.
think it's a high-stakes game, and he's not going to take any risk whatsoever.
The thing is that everone is backing themselves to win that.
No, but once
Nobody's
you qualify,
gonna think I'm the guy who's going to get eliminated.
You know, I think that way the 2020 24 candidates was very special because, like Magnus, huge favorite to make it, right, in the top 4. And the thing is that everybody knew he will not play in the candidates. There's a very little chance he'll come back to the cycle. So even if he's in the candidates, you make it to the semi-finals, essentially you are through to the candidates. Because he wouldn't play. Which is how Abasov went on to qualify.
Even
He lost to Fabi in the fight for 3rd place.
Even here we had debates, right? If Anish and Gukesh qualify, then some other people get a chance, the 4th place and so on. So, yeah.
By the way, I have a question in the chat. They are asking, what if rook h3 here? And I think the problem with that is, yes, you're attacking my pawn on h4, but white wants to play rook h5. That's the whole idea, to hit the pawn on h6. And I think potentially this could be a problem, because if you lose the h6 pawn, the h pawn suddenly becomes a passed pawn.
And the bar remains level, which means that there's still margin scope for a draw, but it probably narrows down a little bit. You'll have to start getting accurate after such a move.
And that's why Yakuboev has used almost half of his extra time. They got an additional time of 30 minutes. If we can go full screen here, he's down to 14 minutes, and it feels as if he's in the motion of making his next move, because he has calculated his way towards equality.
I think he's calculated all the way to exactly what you said, to almost a draw. He knows that this is the final moment. He just needs to be precise for the next move or two, liquidate the position as much as possible. And everyone's, not everyone, but I saw a chat that update on the results of today, Sahil. Can you give us a quick summary, the 30-second spiel on day 2 of the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I think we had tough games, I would say. I think Arjun, what a game that was, first of all. I think he was, I would say, winning, I don't know, close to winning at one point, but then somehow couldn't find that critical move. And yeah, it just means the game ends in a draw. They move on to the tiebreaks. Then, of course, we also had a draw between Denchenko and, sorry, not Denchenko. Yeah, Esipenko and Sam Shanklin. And again, also Sindharov against Jose Martinez. So we are moving into what seems like 3 tiebreaks now.
3 tiebreaks, and I think this match is going to be decided right here in this game.
I agree.
And it's going to be Yakuboev who advances. I'm very excited to see his reaction after he makes it, because it's tough, guys. It's tough to be here, come every single day with, with all of your energy and might, and then the next time, again, you face another strong opponent. He's done this 5 times.
I think he's coming to f3.
Rook f3 check.
Wow.
He does it. Rook f3.
Bye, on point. Rook f3 and now king e2 or g2.
Very practical.
Fans are happy that he's listening to the grandmasters on the panel. Going with rook f3, probably the easier way to continue.
And king goes to e2, which means rook f4 is going to be played. And yes, he does it. He does it. He does it.
There is basically nothing you can do here. Yeah? Just rook g5. If you give up the g pawn, then black will have 2 connected pawns, e and f. And once f5 is played, it is going to be a big problem. No other option. Yeah? You can't not lose the g pawn here.
No way to defend it.
No way, Jose.
And look at Yakuboev there.
It's a different game ahead.
He's trying to relax himself after every move he makes. After every move he makes, can't even speak. And
I mean, what an achievement for him, no? Coming into this tournament on nobody's list to make it to the candidates. And here he is, about to be the first semi-finalist.
If you are going crazy, is rook f5 a move?
Yes, we were considering this, right? Rook f5. I don't think black can go
in. You can't play rook f5 here.
No, because we're down a pawn.
Yeah,
it's
very
too much.
interesting though. After rook f5, gf5, can you play that for me for 1 second? If like one of the pawns was on f6, then black would be winning this, yeah, because king d5, king e3, and you could play h5, and there would be no reserve tempo. So like, it's so important in endgames. You have to be very careful when you enter an endgame with the Raja that reserve tempos are super important.
Yeah.
True. Very nicely
So,
explained.
I mean, I don't think black will even consider going into the rook pawn endgame. Rook f5, rook takes g4 will happen for sure. And then the h4 pawn is hanging. Rook g2, rook b2 at some point, and the more pawns that get exchanged, the closer black gets towards the semi-final spot. Donchenko still very focused, not showing any signs of nervousness.
I mean, I think at this point, probably he has accepted that there is not much left here, yeah?
And that's the thing about World Cup, right? We speak about endurance being such a huge factor and almost a skill here. It's a tournament like no other. You want to have a deep run, and a deep run could mean up to 25 days of playing chess. And fatigue is not only on the day of the game, it's a cumulative fatigue as well. Every match takes a toll on the players. You know, to be able to go on, to give your best in these ones that count the most, that matter the most, a quarterfinals fight, the semifinals clash. I think there's this additional skill of having gas left, of having endurance and the ability to go on. because it's really, really hard. And I think it's underestimated just what a toll mentally and emotionally the World Cup takes.
And also
on players.
physically. I mean, many people don't realize how hard it is physically to play the game of chess. I mean, I'm sure these players playing here for 20 days, if they were not in good physical shape, they would have not made it this far.
Yeah.
And the remaining, like all the players who remain, if you like just even go in their daily schedule, I'm sure they give a lot of importance to physical fitness, because these tournaments can really burn you.
Also, I think we assume that, everybody has like 5 team members working for them because we're used to Prag and the Gokeshes of the Arjuns of the chess world. But not everybody would have like 3 seconds working for them. They might be working on the opening preparation for like 6 hours, 7 hours a day. So imagine 6 hours, 5 ghante khela, फिर 5 घंटा preparation किया, like it's exhausting.
No, we have to definitely give kudos to the Indian sponsors, the Indian government, AICF for, supporting some of our top players, private sponsors also coming in and helping our top players, Prag, Arjun, Gukesh, Vidit, Arvind, all of them having sponsors, which makes it feasible for them to have this team working for them. Not everyone has this luxury, as you rightly said.
भाई scene क्या है? 2 rest days and tie break के बाद.
What?
What's the scene? I mean tie break and then sorry.
2 rounds.
एक rest day.
एक rest day tie break के बाद जो जीत गया आज उसके लिए 2 rest days है. हमारे लिए तो एक ही होगा.
हाँ.
So what's the plan tomorrow?
The plan is to be here, be in the game.
What's the game that we're talking about? What's the name of the
I
game?
think we should go to this Panjim beach. It will be interesting.
What is in the Panjim beach? Why do you?
No, I think Levon and Annie went there and they spoke highly of it. So I'm very curious to check it out.
Maybe someone in chat can tell us where we can go on the rest day in Goa. भाई क्या ही खाना खाया हम लोगों ने कल. Too good.
Yeah. Hungry now.
Kind of, yes. But okay, not much you can do, I guess. You have Rook F5, you have King E3, just coming back to the games. You have G5, I guess.
I guess King E3 is very logical, but I don't really want to give my G4 pawn as well. So.
I feel like if everything is logical, nothing is logical, yeah?
Okay, King Rook G4, Rook H5, maybe you try, but...
No, Rook C4, there is just Rook G4, and then... Again, I get the F pawn.
That's very nice. Rook C4, Rook takes G4, and it feels as if White gets these 2 connected pawns, but we have this very nice check. Skewering the king and the pawn. Rook takes B2. Wait,
Whoa.
what? Ah, you have to play F5 or?
Maybe Rook E6? No. But why is this locked?
Isn't there
must be
King takes C4
pawn.
hanging?
So, is F5 the best move?
F5 has to be, yeah?
Wow.
And if Rook F5?
And maybe
Rook G3 check.
And King F4?
Oh.
Difficult.
Very.
Where will you give a
भाई
check
chat
from?
से पूछते हैं हमारी देखते हैं ये कितने
Guys,
लोग
जागे हो या नहीं? Rook G3 check, King F4.
Visualization. मैं तो चाल भी नहीं चलने वाली हूँ.
Maybe Rook G2 back.
Maybe Rook G4 and pick up the H4 pawn.
Yeah, that I like.
I think
Yeah,
that
that's
just
a
makes
good
so
idea.
much sense.
Too good.
Too strong. And I think we've got some Samarth, Abhivadan, Digitalogy, Bhavish, Drohan, everyone finding the mate in one. Bhai.
Wow, Rook F3 check, and this is the best check you can give.
Because it's not a check, it's a checkmate.
The pawn on H6 controls that G5 square, and
My arrows are
that's
so
finito.
wonky.
Finito. Never gonna happen, but if you keep doing your puzzle rushes through the link in description with which you can get a free diamond membership, maybe even you can have a very good pattern recognition, so do check that out.
To never miss a check, do puzzle rush. By checks, captures, and threats, I think is one of the most helpful chess advices.
CCT.
Champions Chess Tour.
We want...
Short forms I'm बहुत सीख रहा हूँ मैं actually पिछले 3-4 दिनों से.
I think in the last like 5 minutes, Tiku, we have given you a lot of short form content.
Bhai, if you go full screen, you can actually start feeling the, like, you know, I don't know if it's anxiousness or if he is upset by himself.
I think it's acceptance.
It's acceptance, yeah?
It's the 5 stages of grief, and this is the acceptance one.
The first stage?
For Donchenko.
What's the first stage of grief?
It's a great question.
Anger?
So there's anger. It's denial. First stage I think is denial when you're not willing to accept anything. Then I think it is bargaining when you say, "Arey, if I would have done this, this could have happened. Had I played like this, then that could have happened." So you bargain with yourself. There's anger. I'm not sure in which order. Denial, bargaining, anger. उसके बाद क्या होता है भाई सब चैट जीपीटी कर रहे हैं बता
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression and acceptance.
Wow.
So 5 stages of grief and chess में depression के बाद एक 6 stage add हो जाता है जिसको हम कहते हैं resign.
Sahaj, you use Yahoo as a default search engine.
No, yeah, I don't know how to change it.
Interesting.
I just don't know. No, seriously, I really don't know how to change it.
Okay.
So, you at some point start coming to terms with that this incredible tournament that I've had, taken down the likes of Anish Giri, Matthias Blubom, Lei Huangliang, 3 huge names in the chess world.
Huge.
And sometimes you just have to go with the flow, yeah? I mean, you just have to keep playing. In this position, Donchenko, of course, knows it's a draw, but he obviously is never going to offer a draw. He's up a pawn, and he will keep trying.
Actually, it's very, very interesting that you mentioned this because Niels was here once in commentary, and I actually took him back to his room, and on the way we were just speaking. He had just beaten Mamedyarov, and he said that he found out that in this event, doesn't matter what your position is like, just keep making moves.
Keep making moves.
Just keep making moves. At the end of the day, the person who wins is the one who's making moves. Of course, he was dead lost against Mamedyarov as well, and he kept making moves and just turned it around.
One move at a time. That's the secret. Rook f4. What's the next best move for white, which gives him some chances?
I think King e3 has to be played because Raja has to be active.
King e3, Rook g4, Rook h5. Is that your plan?
Yes. Or maybe h5 also.
Rook
I like
h5.
Rook h5 maybe.
If you go Rook g6, you lose control of the e4 pawn.
Yes.
Don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that. So can you try and go active?
Actually, what do you do here?
Rook
Can
g2.
you go f5?
f5.
Ooh.
Rook f5, Rook h4.
GG. Rook f5, Rook h4, okay.
And if Rook h6, you start
King
giving
d5,
checks.
my favorite square. Oh, wow.
Black is the one who's winning. Oppa. Oppa.
Vamos.
See.
Yeah, f5 I think would be the move of choice here. All roads lead to Rome, and Rome in this endgame is a draw.
क्या focus है ना दोनों players का? Like here, of course, we have the luxury of having the computer, have the luxury of making mistakes, but the players there in the arena cannot make a single mistake. They have to have laser sharp focus to make sure that they play the best moves. As black, you would be so stupid to start relaxing here and thinking it's a draw and that you are in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet. Not until the score sheets have been signed.
Guys, तुमको क्या लगता है? Whoever is watching, and even open to the panel members here. So we're going to tiebreaks tomorrow for Arjun and Veyi, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the format's going to be a best of 2 in each of the tiebreaks. So hopefully everyone watching by now knows the time control. We start with 15 minutes, 10-second increment, tie hua 10 plus 10, tie hua 5 plus 3, tie hua 3 plus 2, tie hua फिर से 3 plus 2, फिर tie hua, then it goes to Armageddon.
4 plus 2.
Which is 4 plus 2. So I want to ask the chat, and what do you guys think? How deep is tomorrow's run in the tiebreaks going to be between these two players?
Oof. I think first round itself, first
Really?
couple of games. Yeah.
You mean 15 plus 10, it gets
Yeah,
decided?
because even, in the World Cup, we've seen multiple draws happen in the classical. We had good chances for Arjun even in the classical format. So I think in the shorter format, chances badenge for either side. So I think maybe it's going to end in the first 2 games.
Very interesting.
What do you think, Danya?
I'm still thinking. I want all of your answers. I'm
No, you already thought about it when you asked the question, right?
No, I'm processing. I'm in processing mode.
Very big process right here. I'm processing.
Okay, I guess I'll go. I think that we won't have any games after the 10 plus 10. I do think that one match is going to keep going and that they'll have 1-1 15 plus 10 and that it will go to 10 plus 10, but I don't think any of the games will go in the 5-3.
Interestingly, Arjun has never gone past beyond 5 plus 10 or 15 plus 10.
So the few answers that I'm seeing in chat, it's 10 plus 10.
Yeah.
Is what people are
10,
saying.
10.
That 10-10, it gets decided.
Arma.
You think it...
What?
What?
Sorry?
Armageddon happens tomorrow?
No way.
That would be crazy. Bhai, dil ke liye, hamare dil ke liye.
Tomorrow
Avadh Shah se पूछते हैं.
Tomorrow around
Avadh
this
Shah.
time, tomorrow around this time, you will be just screaming.
वो सुन ही नहीं रहा है हमारी बातें. Avadh, tomorrow tiebreaks between Arjun and Feday.
कितना डीप जाएंगे वो?
15 plus 10 में decide होएगा, 10 plus 10 or Blitz?
Arma.
10 plus 10?
10 plus 10. Avadh is forever ready to put money, bhai, on anything. What does Nimisha think?
Question क्या है? I'm joking.
She's listening. Yes.
See.
How deep will the tiebreak go?
How deep is your... 15
First
plus
one,
10.
like Sahil says. So you think it gets decided in the first 2 games then? Arjun wins. You know what? I think I'm with you guys. I think it's the first tiebreaker. I think 15 plus 10 is where the match ends tomorrow. And I will still be objective and say it is a complete toss-up. While we are all heavily rooting for Arjun, it's not going to be easy at all. Feday is an absolute beast as well when it goes into these shorter formats. I mean, jo bhi aap kal kar rahe ho, remove your calendar, whatever your commitments are, hata do. You cannot be anywhere but watching the tiebreaks tomorrow with us.
You know, कितना deep जाएगा is one question. जीतेगा कौन is one question.
It's a whole different question.
No. We are not answering those questions. No.
Still thinking, Donchenko.
Processing.
हमारा पूरा prediction भी हो गया.
बताओ ना यार कौन
बोला तो 15 plus 10.
15 plus 10.
तुमने नहीं बोला. You didn't say. Oh, you said Armageddon.
No, I didn't say Armageddon.
We just heard you say Armageddon.
There is no such thing as Armageddon in this event actually. It's called sudden death.
I mean, I think it's called Armageddon.
No.
Oh, they've called it sudden death. Okay.
Rakshit is like, काम भी तो करना है भाई.
No, but I mean, it is kind of like an Armageddon because black does have result odds and white has got extra time on the clock.
Yeah, but that's not... okay, I'll say... Arma. Let's go.
You won't say Geddon, but you'll say Arma.
I'll say Arma. Let's go.
Arma is Sahed's karma. क्या हुआ? Stress क्यों हो गया हर्षित को?
No, I'm just thinking.
About what?
About what will the next few moves be? That decides our fate.
Well, that decides definitely Donchenko's fate. Our fate में क्या है भाई? हम आ जाएंगे वापस यहाँ पे कल. मेरे को तो कल का सोच के ही stress हो रहा है, पता है? Yeah, I mean, I can't get it out of my head that 2023, very much in this very stage of the candidates, we had 4 Indians fighting to get into the semifinals. 2 of them were playing against each other, Prag and Arjun, so one was confirmed. Prag went through and, of course, made history as he also qualified for the finals and made it to the candidates. But it was Vidit, Prag, Arjun, Gukesh.
But you know, Tanya, at the end, qualify एक ही हुआ. वो भी हो सकता है.
That sometimes one is enough.
One is enough. And to be honest, world champion को एक ही बंदा challenge करना है. We have 8 candidates, but अंत में एक ही बंदा जाएगा. So if Arjun just keeps winning, like there's no stopping him. Yeah?
Very true.
Okay, I think White is still thinking.
And as Donchenko decides what to play, he's on a think right now. Moves are coming in slow. We're going to go into our final break of the day. It could be the final few moments for Donchenko's run here at the FIDE World Cup, and we will be right back.
See you.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa, India. Look at the beautiful place I am in right now. While we are on this break, I want to tell you that ChessBase has just launched the ChessBase version, the newest version, ChessBase 2026 and Mega 26, Mega Database 2026 on 12th of November. Earlier, ChessBase used to launch a version every 2 years, but now starting from this year, it will be launched every year just like Mega Database. Hence, from ChessBase 18, we have now launched to ChessBase 26, then it will happen ChessBase 27 and so on. Mega Database is world's largest chess database and has more than 11.7 million games and 114,000 annotated games. What are the newest features in ChessBase 26? Well, here's a short video for you to know all about it.
ChessBase 26 is here, starting with the enhanced opening report, rating-based statistics for your favorite openings, instructive tactical training built right in, the history of each opening, its pioneers, and a fashion chart showing popularity over time. Then we have the Monte Carlo analysis, simulating thousands of games, defining practical chances and typical maneuvers. Also, new detection of duplicate games, AI description of plans, real-time ray tracing, and more. ChessBase 26. Expand your chess horizon.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try Chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at Chess.com today. A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
आराम से मारो साइड में यहाँ पे लेकिन आराम से अरे mana deh Arjun చెప్పు పిలు గట్టిగా చెప్పు గట్టిగా I like it. పక్కకు వచ్చే నాన్న సంఖ్య పెట్టొచ్చు థ్యాంక్ యూ పిలు సరదా ఒకసారి నుంచి ఫోటో ఒకసారి సంఖ్యను పిల్లనే అది చెప్పండి ఏం చెప్తా తెలుగు చెప్తాను అడుగు మీరు వెళ్ళండి మీరు వెళ్ళండి నేను తీస్తాను మీరు వెళ్ళండి
सबको देखो आगे जाओ पीछे घूरो आगे जाओ हाँ सबको देखो मार रहा है ना सबको आगे जाओ ना पीछे रुको ना आगे जाओ प्लीज थोड़ा आगे जाओ प्लीज आगे जाओ पीछे आगे जाओ सबको देगा टेंशन ना सबको देगा सर देगा कहाँ नहीं जा रहा हूँ इधर ही हो जाएगा ना किस डन बाबा या
आदित्य रंग
Just one photo. Okay.
I'll move.
Yeah, thank you.
One pic. All the best. Sir. Will you be speaking? Sorry.
Thank you.
Norbek Yakuboy was on the brink of making history for Uzbeki chess, already winning their first clash in the classical. The draw within reach. Is he going to be our first semi-finalist?
I think so. I think we are going to have the first Uzbeki player in the semi-finals. He might not be the only one, as Sindarov Javokir is the other Uzbeki player fighting it out against Jose Martinez Alcantara from Mexico, the only Latin representation in this tournament.
भाई Jose Martinez का जो नाम है ना, वो लेते ही मजा आ जाता है. It's got a ring to it. Jose Martinez
Alcantara.
I like Jaws Pem though.
ये
I think Jaws Pem is cool.
नाम में ही तारा है Jose Martinez के, वो क्या ही सुपर तारा.
नाम में ही तारा है, Jaws Pem सितारा है.
ओपा क्या ही शेर भाई.
और वो काफी हर्षित की तरह दिलदारा है. ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
थोड़ा सा.
Jokes हमारे पास सारा है. That doesn't even make sense. Okay. भाई वो आधे घंटे से सोच रहा है.
एंडिंग में डॉनचेंको लगता है हारा है.
खाना मना है.
All right, so a few moves have been made since we left it last. Rook f3 check happened. King towards the center. Agar wo g2 jata, the position would have just repeated itself. After king e2, rook f4 goes back.
Rook f4 played, yeah? Too good.
And after rook f4,
king e3. Rook takes g4, no? For sure. And this has happened. And what was... Okay, and now Donchenko is thinking.
What is wrong with you guys? Listen, I'm just scared because they're on my laptop and they're searching something and I don't know what can crop up on that search history, which is very concerning for me.
It's concerning that you're scared. Interesante.
I'll tell you what, laptop की search history से
Muy
ज़्यादा
caliente.
laptop की search history से ज़्यादा. If you want to know a person, if you want to know the truth of the person, I think their laptop history tells you a lot about them.
It's great to know more about you, Tanya.
क्या देख लिया तुमने?
कुछ नहीं.
बताओ.
Rook G4.
हो गया है भाई.
हो
Rook
गया,
G4.
हो गया. अच्छा.
And now we're expecting.
भाई 7 मिनट है अभी डॉनचेंको के पास.
भाई डॉनचेंको क्या ही कर लेगा इस पोजीशन में? Currently. प्रॉब्लम क्या है? Currently, material balance हो चुका है. You have to either go for the 8-6 pawn.
He goes
or
H5.
He goes H5.
And now I'm tempted to play King E6 suddenly.
Why not just Rook H4?
I guess, yeah, Rook H4 is also a good move. You don't want to go Rook G5 at any cost here because the king pawn endgame with the passed H pawn completely losing.
Instantly, immediately lost. H5, Rook H4 I like. You liked King E6?
Yes. And we have a super chat by Indi. Shout out to the whole comms panel. You guys have great chemistry. Bishop D5 build-up was epic and love how you all subtly text each other and chuckle. Arey, thank you, thank you.
मुझे पता है, I heard Harshit at that time and he was saying how Queen D2, he's happy with that decision that Arjun took, and it was a decision that made a lot of sense from a practical perspective. The whole line with Bishop D5 was so incredibly hard to calculate, navigate. I still see it as a huge missed opportunity. I still see it as something where Arjun had enough time and he 100% has the caliber and the level to work those complications out. It's also something that's really up his alley. So to me, I still, when I look back at that moment, Sahaj, Harshit, I feel a bit sad.
But guys, it's still one more day.
100%,
Tomorrow,
but it could also have just been
Finish.
semi-finals.
Yeah, I completely understand where you're getting there, Tanya. But me personally, I think I'm very excited that we get to see one more day of this exciting clash.
I just want Arjun to go through and then it's all fine that he missed Bishop D5. Then it doesn't matter, Saj.
Completely agreed. But now, to be honest, I think between Arjun and Wei, I would like to see the tiebreaks regardless. Because I think Arjun is just, I think, that much superior in faster formats. In the last 2 years, he has not lost a single game to Wei. And he has defeated him 7 times.
Wow.
Yes.
Which I think is
so Arjun has a much better score against Wei.
At least lately.
H5
yes,
played.
Both of them still thinking 8 minutes and 12 minutes each. No extra time.
We've been here for more than 2.5 weeks. Which player or which moment would you say was the most impressive or the most exciting for you guys to witness or be in?
And in the chat as well, do let us know. We're still thinking.
It's an interesting question.
I want to say
So
probably
many
like
memories.
Dipta and beating Nepo.
Dipta and defeating Nepo. That was a
I
huge
think,
sensation.
Also, it was in classical. It wasn't like in rapid or tiebreaks or anything. It was just Nepo did make a blunder in the opening, but I still think that having that conversion, having those nerves against someone like Nepo was very, very, very impressive to me.
And I think that's a memory that will remain with us because that was the first shocking exit, the biggest upset of the tournament, the first one to happen. It happened in round 2 in the second classical game, and then we all saw also for Jan the reaction that he had. He immediately left the venue as well. So Jan Nepomniachtchi was one of the players we'd expect in the quarterfinals. And then playing against Diptyan, a complete underdog, nobody thought that would happen.
One of the highlights in this tournament for sure. People are saying Hari sacrifices the queen, the rook. That's what they enjoyed the most. Tanya?
The century, I think you called it, right?
One of them for sure.
Very beautiful game there.
What about you?
मुझे तो कल का खाना मजा आ गया.
Oh, are we saying like things like outside of the
He
chessboard
said
as well?
memories, yeah, you can
Oh,
share it.
memories.
Memories bring back
I-
memories,
this
bring back
last
you.
night as well for me as well. I feel
think
like
last
I will.
night was special.
I will remember it for a long, long time.
What about you, Harshit Raja? Sorry, this hasn't happened. This
Yeah,
hasn't
Rook
happened.
G5 won't be
H5.
played. Yeah.
So
I-
what other game was big? Sorry, Harshit, yeah.
No, you can go on.
No, I'm also thinking, I'm also racking my brains right now for all the big moments that we've had in this tournament.
Also, I think Dubov beating Prag was, I think,
Yeah,
pretty,
was very
very impressive.
He gave a very impressive interview after that as well.
Yes.
I mean, I think that was...
Honestly,
Call it what you
Arjun
want,
finding
but
knight
entertaining.
h3. I love that.
Against
I
Lav.
mean, there was so much riding on that game, and to do it in such, like, picturesque style with this move knight to h3, I think that's for sure one of the top 3 moments for me.
Yeah, agreed. And you know what? I hope that the biggest moment for us that we'll remember is still to come here. It might be tomorrow. It might be in the semifinals.
The best
finals.
is yet to come.
The best is yet to come.
Picture
And-
to abhi baki hai, mere dost.
Picture abhi baki. And I think all of it for all of us rides on Arjun. So much of it.
Yeah, he's our last remaining hope from the Indian contingent.
How do we feel about the performance of the Indian contingent here? Genuinely, objectively. Unfiltered version, Harshit.
Well, obviously, compared to last time where we've had 2 or 3 Indians in the quarterfinals or semifinals, we only have 1 now. So for sure, a little bit of an upset. I mean, it's not the best scenario. We would have loved to have Prague as well in the mix. We would have loved to have Vidit and Hari in the mix as well. But this format is very unforgiving. And I think that's why even to have just one Arjun and also so many upsets and talents that we've seen, Buddy Pranav making it to round 4. Then we've had Diptyan Ghosh defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi. A lot of other youngsters who were kind of able to show what they can do in this World Cup. But yeah, definitely
Also,
not the best
let's
scenario.
Not forget Lodici.
Oof.
Lodici had an insane run as well.
Yeah.
In this event.
Lorenzo. But just coming back to the point of our Indian players, I agree with you. I think it's been such a mixed bag, right? You've had these lesser known names, you've had these underdog stories that have really sort of had their shining moment here in Goa. We've had Diptyan, Karthik Venkataraman, you've had, well, so many players, I'm just trying to now remember, who had, so Karthik...
SL Narayanan was there, he lost to Vitugov, also played, no, he lost to...
Who was the player who, along with Karthik, lost in that same round? Karthik
Venkatraman
and
Pranav.
Buddy
Pranav.
Buddy Pranav. What a performance by him. So we've had these names which we are not which maybe many watching are not household names, but what a run they had. They took down, some of the big players here, had their moment, and then exited the tournament. But I think if we look at it objectively from our top players, from, well, the absolute elite of Indian chess, which are now the elite of the chess world and all, I would say that it has been a disappointing run. Would have expected definitely more than one Indian fighting for that semi-finals spot.
But maybe एक ही सब पे भारी पड़ जाएगा.
I think that is the dream, right? That sometimes just that one is enough.
Maybe we can just go full screen for the final few minutes of this game as 6.5 minutes for Yakuboev. And it's difficult for us to understand the intensity, the pressure that you can see Donchenko there, just massaging his head, just releasing some of the tension there.
And the thing is, when your clock goes low now and you're down to those final minutes, final seconds, anything can happen, even in a complete drawn game. Also at this point, it's been a long game, it's been a long match, it's been a long tournament. You're seeing ghosts. Very often your brain is fogged. So even objectively, the position's equal and is going to be equal. There can be mistakes ahead.
Absolutely. Now that they've dipped below 10 minutes and kind of entered this rapid portion of the game, we can see mistakes by both players. And we have a super chat by Indy. He likes the game, or his best memory is Dubov versus George Meyer, the 3rd tiebreak. And that he played this 4th move, queen to h5. That was epic for him. Also, Levon, Tanya played e4, e5, knight c3, knight f6 and a3. That was also crazy.
Oh, yes, Levon.
Yeah,
Levon did this, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And I want to ask our chat, Is there one particular player who you didn't know before the World Cup or didn't know as well and have become a fan of? Whose chess you've really enjoyed? Maybe their personality you've really enjoyed. Is there a player that stands out to you?
LL.
Lorenzo Lodici.
Lorenzo Lodici, bellissimo.
I think it would be for me. I mean, I've known him and commentated on him, but Jose Martinez, bro.
For me, Mr. Raja. No, I'm just kidding.
That's rude. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I think I played Joyspin before, like 2 months ago, and I mean, I think he's a very strong player. But he definitely has surprised me in many ways.
A lot of names. A lot of names coming in.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting names coming in. So you were saying, Sahaj?
Like, it's difficult to pick out one name, but I would say... I'm going to go with Donchenko.
Wow.
Like, that resilience
Donchenko.
was pretty impressive, especially in the previous round.
Yeah.
After losing to Liam so many times, being...
Thinking you've got the match, but Liam always
yeah.
making a comeback.
Yes, exactly.
And
That was
Yakuboev
it. And
now.
also, like, knowing that the match was right there and, sleeping and then waking up the next day and still, winning the
Coming
first
back
game is
against
super,
Lake
super
Liam.
impressive.
Very impressive there by
Guys,
Donchenko.
Rook G5 na khelte
But
bas.
less than 4 minutes for Yakuboev now. Is he feeling the pressure of the match situation right now?
By the way, a lot of okay, goes Rook G2, everything still in the balance, eyeballing that B2 pawn. Dubov has a lot of fans, Jose Martinez, Peter Lecco, some of you are saying, Sindarov, I think Sindarov has been such a revelation in this World Cup as well. Could very well be if Yakuboev makes it the second Uzbeki. He goes into tiebreaks tomorrow against Jose Martinez.
Yeah, I think he makes a move, yeah, Rook G2.
Yeah, he goes Rook G2.
Frederick Swane is another name that I see by our chat. And Lorenzo Lodici. Yeah, it's been an awesome World Cup like that, right? Because suddenly the spotlight on so many players who perhaps before this tournament started, we knew such little about.
And now they have kind of come out as diamonds in the roughs. Rook to G2 played, and Rook, where will it go? To B5.
So keeps as many pawns on the board as possible, defends the B2 pawn.
You're in the final stages of this match.
Is it
7
time to go
minutes.
F5, guys?
It's possible. F5 and Rook takes B2. Not a bad idea, but are you not scared that I also have Rook F6 check somewhere?
I'll also have Rook B3 check somewhere.
So Rook F5, let's
alignment.
just analyze this.
Do you want to take on E4 first?
I want to take on E4 first, yes. With your permission.
You have my permission.
And now I want to go Rook F6 check next.
Yeah, what I need is Sahad's help here now. Maybe
Rook
I go Rook
E2?
E2 check. Yes, Rook E2 check.
King goes to D3 perhaps, I don't know, and then Rook A2.
King D3 and Rook A2. Interesting.
Oh. No, never mind. It's not working.
And then you just pick this pawn up with a check.
Yeah.
Very nice. Rook F6 and then you go King
Why?
D5.
But he's not on the chair. His opponent, and he has 3.5 minutes. He comes back now. Yakuboev sits down, writes down the move. Does not have a lot of time, actually, in this endgame.
And this is the final time control. This is it. So it's 30-second increment, but no additional. These are the final 30 minutes that were added.
We've kind of written off all the chances for White winning in this game. Do you think there will be turnarounds? Do you think Yakuboev will go wrong?
There are chances for that, I think.
You know, we were talking about this earlier, and I said 95-5 that Donchenko comes back. I think now maybe I would say with the clock situation, Sahaj, I would give it a 15% chance to Donchenko to come back in this match.
Could be, yes. Could be for sure. Because just based on the time alone, he has very little time
and he plays King C6.
Ooh, okay.
Hitting the Rook on B5.
It's a move I did not consider at first, but makes a lot of sense because the king is saying either give me the D5 square or give me the B2 pawn.
Oh, very nice, yeah. So if you go Rook B4, you relinquish the central square. If you go Rook A5, you've lost connection to the B2 pawn.
Connection lose नहीं करना है दोस्तों.
Hey, life में connection बहुत important है.
5G.
He's thinking which one is he willing to compromise the b2 pawn or the d5 square.
And you really cannot keep both under check. You have to either lose the b2 pawn or the control on the d5 square. I think Yakuboev is playing this to perfection.
Perfecto. I don't know. It feels hard to play this as white. Like I don't know. Draw kit chances very high.
Guys, while this goes on, should we, like maybe some of our chat is just joining us, should we do a quick run through of the Arjun game?
Yes, let's do
There
it.
were some moments, right, in that one, which I think would be nice to look at. If I can only pull it up. So, I got it, one sec, this one. I'll take it from the top.
Yeah.
And Harshit, Sahaj, take it over with the commentary.
कौन से स्टाइल में करने का है?
भाई,
You do it.
d4, d5.
खेलने का.
And now c4 comes in. Pawn to e6.
थोड़ा भोजपुरी.
Bhojpuri?
I'm just kidding.
No, bhai.
No, मुझे नहीं पता कैसे होगा.
And g3. This is, oh no, he goes c takes d5.
Circuit Raja? करना, Sahaj will give you company.
तो pawn से pawn मार दिया. अभी
ऐसे कैसे मार दिया?
उड़ा दिया भाई, black ने भी उड़ा दिया pawn. Knight को लाया आगे.
c3 पे plus c6.
Bishop f4.
अपन ने लाया. मैं निकालूंगा फिर उसके बाद वो निकालेगा.
तुम भी निकालेगा. फिर मैंने लाया घोड़ा बाजू में. तुमने भी लाया.
उसने भी लाया घोड़ा बाजू में. ये क्या है? What is this? एक पोजीशन तो अच्छा है इसके भाई. ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप आ गए तो जीतने का चांस बढ़ ले.
भाई मैंने बाजू का पॉन यहाँ से उछाला. नाइट पीछे चला गया तो अपन खुश हो गया. ये पॉन को भी आगे ढकल दिया. नाइट d7 लाया.
And guys, this was crazy. Sorry.
ये क्या है?
No, this was crazy.
थोड़ा
I just want to interject. कि यार इस position में the fact कि ये game already ये position was played with Arjun playing with the black pieces against Fabi with the white pieces जहाँ पे a3 खेला था. Instead, Queen b3 happened.
Yes. No, but actually people are saying to go back to the game because very exciting few moments there. Last few minutes.
Okay, very quickly we will, but just let's quickly finish this one. Queen c2, the knight was attacked, knight comes back, and it looked like Arjun has a good position out of the opening in this point. Rook c1 probably was more accurate. You're fighting against the c5 idea, and suddenly it felt that Wei equalized using
with c5.
tactics.
Yeah, with
getting
c5. And then after this, we just had this one moment, Queen e2, nice move, threatening knight a4. Queen back.
और pressure हो गया यहाँ पे.
Knight d2, good move.
Major pressure, भाई. Knight b3, knight a5, winning material was the huge point here. Knight d7, a massive blunder, and this was the moment that bishop takes pawn could have sealed Arjun's spot.
No. It was correct. Knight b3.
Sorry.
Bishop c3, rook
At this
c3.
moment.
Yeah, and here was the moment where bishop takes d5 would have been the best move, but very difficult to find. And after after queen d2, rook c1, the game kind of petered out to a draw.
And bailed out by Arjun at the right moment when things started to get
tricky.
This is how this one ended. We'll have the tie breaks tomorrow, and we'll quickly go back because our chat is saying कि scenes हो रहे हैं यहाँ
Yes,
पे.
exactly.
वहीं पे वही सोच रहा है भाई.
3.5 minutes and rook c5 check, king d6 back quickly.
Wait.
Repeated twice already.
Is this going to be the end of
No,
the
he
game?
repeated once.
Repeated only once.
If rook b5, that would be essentially a draw. A draw is as good as a loss right now for Donchenko. But how does he keep the game going?
b2 pawn is
great
falling.
to be Northern right now because there's a repetition incoming and a huge chance that right before the semifinals he watches all of his opponents sort of battling it out tomorrow while he just gets to chill tomorrow and day after tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think it depends on which Norderbeck you are.
Yes. The other one probably is also chilling right now.
Yeah, and he's probably really happy for his teammates. I mean, we're looking at the Uzbekistan Olympiad team here, which is playing. Norderbeck Abdusattorov got knocked out, but here he's got his two good friends.
Maybe he can help Yakuboev as well or Sandarov as well, like for their fight in the candidates and so on.
By the way, the winner of this match of Yakuboev and Donchenko is going to play the winner of Sindarov versus Jose Martinez, and that's why we were saying that it's quite possible we see an Uzbeki clash in the semifinals if both the players manage to win their games.
Oh, wow. So if Sindarov wins against Jose and Yakuboev, it looks like he's
Guaranteed
getting the job
spot
done.
In the candidates.
So one Uzbeki player goes through for sure.
Exactly. Yep. That's the storyline.
Huge. That is huge.
Huge if true.
That's
And now
ginormous. It's crazy.
Donchenko kind of shaking his head. I think he has realized that Black will manage to hold this game.
He's gone below the 2.5 minute mark as well.
But
No
regardless
time
of
on the clock.
whoever wins, Tanya,
I feel like in a normal game, both players would have agreed to a draw 1 hour ago, but because so much is at stake for Donchenko here, he's just trying to use every single trick in the book.
I don't think there are any tricks left, and that's the sad part for Donchenko. In this rook pawn endgame, it's not the clock that's his biggest problem. There's just no inward, there's no pathway that you can actually create anything in this position. And Donchenko knows it. He's probably known it for a while.
yeah, he has been just trying to put as much pressure as possible. The e4 pawn is on pre, but also the b2 pawn. The material currently equal and rook b5 played. This is the second time that this has happened. And king c6. Immediately, Yakubov is like, draw kar lete hai. That's all I need to qualify to the semifinals. And he's checking at the score sheet, checking if this has been repeated 3 times. Not yet.
And if rook c5, that would be all she wrote. Rook c5 would be a 3rd time repetition. And I think Donchenko, you can see it on him. He's resigned to his fate. He gave it his all, but I don't see him fighting
And
it
he
through.
goes
And
rook
he doesn't.
f5.
He plays
No
on.
draw. No draw,
He
says
plays
Donchenko.
on.
But wait, is b2 not hanging?
And that's the point. And he quickly chops off the pawn. As you said, Sahaj takes the pawn on b2. Now white will capture the pawn on f7.
Does it?
And what's
rook
next?
b3 check. Do you simply go rook b3 and start picking up the a3 pawn?
Okay, it's important that after rook b3, king e4, rook a3, rook f6, that you play king to b5 perhaps to keep an eye on the a6 square. ताकि आप rook h3 पे लेके जा सको and you just push the pawns.
But I don't think this is a clean draw somehow.
that's not
I like rook h2 maybe. And if you give a check and take my pawn, my king will come to d5 and give you a check and take the d4 pawn maybe.
So you're just not giving enough time. And on the other hand, if you go for king takes pawn, then you just pick up h5. I think rook
pawn.
h2 is a lot more clinical. I think very practical. Again, if check, king goes to d5, you take this pawn, you give a check, drive the white king back, and only then pick up
The pawn on
material.
d4.
If not, h5 is hanging. Rook h2, I think, would just lead to handshakes.
Yeah.
Instantly. The other line, Sahaj, with rook b3, which was also what I wanted at first, it gives some hope because black will have to be precise.
And white is up a pawn. And I think at this point you don't want to take any risk. Be as careful as possible. And rook h2 is very clean.
Everyone asking about Arjun. That match has gone into tie breaks. 2 draws. The first one, Arjun with the black pieces, was a full opening prep, a confident hold in more time than what he started with at the end of that game. And today, a missed opportunity, but overall a balanced game.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was a well-played game by both sides. And tomorrow, Arjun is going to start with the black pieces in the 15+10 tiebreak. And he's about to play his move, Yakubov.
That felt like a...
Rook b3 check.
b3 check, let's go.
Wow.
Okay, then.
Very surprised by that.
He gives
Very
a check.
surprised by that decision.
This is getting juicy. This endgame is
Rook.
getting interesting. And now
Let's-
rook takes pawn killer.
Chopping the pawn, he plays rook f6 check, most likely 2 minutes remaining for Donchenko. Rook h7 also possible, but does not make any sense here. You can just go rook f6 and just capture the pawn with a check.
I think rook f6 is the move that you want to make here. He does it. And now, Sahaj, is king b5 the only move on the board? Is the big question.
King b5 or king
Apparently
b7,
not.
I guess.
Even king c7 is a draw. He goes back king b7.
I फिर तो सब कुछ ही draw है.
But why is this a draw? Like
Guys,
king-
I think this might be the final moments of the game. Let's go full screen and remain there.
The point is that even if white is up a pawn, black will trade one of his last remaining pawn, the a pawn, to the h pawn.
What is the clinical way to defend after rook takes pawn?
I guess rook h3.
Yeah,
So
King
you-
B7 is a very nice move.
Controlling A6, stopping the white rook from coming behind the A pawn, which can now start marching up. So rook takes H6, rook H3 is what you're suggesting.
Yes. And then if you could just show that rook H6, rook H3.
There's nothing
King
you can
F4,
do.
A3, and King G4. I can just play A2, and
win the game.
Yeah,
and black
basically.
is the one who will take over. So this is the drawing mechanism.
Guys, I just want to point out that it's 5 hours in, more or less, 5 hours into the game, 54 moves 54 moves being played, and one player has 96.6 accuracy, and the other has
Crazy, bhai,
96.7
crazy.
accuracy. Huge if true.
That also in an endgame. That is insane. Over a 96% accuracy.
For both of them.
Too strong. So draw is a very fair result when you play like that. But unfortunately, that means the end of the World Cup dream for one of these two players, and that's Donchenko.
1.5 minutes for him now.
That means Blue Bomb most likely will be the only German player in the
For
candidates.
sure the only player actually. And Yakuboev there has found his way to equality, gave up a pawn, which was a brave decision. But you cannot be in the semifinals of the FIDE World Cup without being brave, without being bold, without taking that risk. Now, dipping below 1 minute there, Donchenko.
You know, I mean, when the likes of, well, so many names, right? To name a few. Oh, he does take
He
the
takes
pawn.
the pawn.
I think he's
and rook
kind of
H3
like coming
immediately.
to terms with the fact that this game is now over.
Not just this game. The World Cup is over.
Yeah, that's the sad part about this tournament, that you just have to pack your bags and go home instantly, yeah?
It's just how brutal the
And he
format
goes
is.
rook H3. Of course, he's not going to miss that after playing and defending for such a long time.
And
One
now
draw.
The A pawn is pushing forward. One draw away
One draw away.
from the semi-finals.
That
King
is the way.
B6. King B6 or King C6? I guess B6 makes sense so that you don't allow white to give a check.
King B6, yes. Rook H8
Played.
and King
Played.
B7.
King B6 played.
But there is no way that he can reach the pawn even. There is no way. You have to play Rook H8.
Because A3, A2 is just coming otherwise.
Yeah.
And the
play
moment
rook-
you go rook H8, King B7, you take away that
Exactly.
A8 square.
Exactly.
And black has his rook behind the pass pawn, which
Done.
is so important.
And we'll see this being played out
King B7 about to be played.
as Yakuboev reaches out. This might be it. Rook H7, King B6, Rook H8, King B7. And just a yo-yo between the king and the rook. And this might be how this one ends.
King falls behind, but he will march forward in his quest towards the candidates 2026 that will happen in Cyprus, end of March. King B7 played.
Yakuboev, having calculated his way through, gives that look to his opponent that you have used everything, every bit of it that you had, and nothing is left.
Push the H pawn. The A pawn is also going to run. And I think,
Yakuboev का दिल ऐसे धक-धक कर रहा होगा भाई अभी.
yeah,
he's so close.
For the first time, I see Yakuboev being a bit relaxed because I think he knows that, you know, he has calculated his way towards the draw and that this is pretty easy. And you saw Donchenko looking at the clock. Usually
54 seconds.
And in chat, people are asking why the D pawn cannot be pushed. It can be pushed, but it doesn't help because the A pawn is much
Faster.
stronger, much faster on the board. D5, A3, D6, A2, and it's black who queens first.
yes, 30 seconds now. But okay, a draw. Draw.
And that's it.
Draw. That's it.
Whoa!
That ends it. That finishes the game. Yakuboev, Nordirbek, the first Uzbeki player to make it to the semi-finals. Donchenko, also a round of applause for him. Yaar. Brilliant fighter. All the way to the quarterfinals. And I'm sure it's a tough moment for him, but Yakuboev, I'm sure, feels for his opponent.
And what a run it's been for Alexander Donchenko. Let's not forget, taking down Anish Giri, taking down Matthias Blue Bomb, winning through and getting to the quarterfinals. Fighting Also winning against Lei Kuangliam while on the way. Losing that first match, gave it all in this one, in game 2, but it wasn't enough. And while you feel for Donchenko, this moment belongs to Nordebek Yakuboev, who is the first semi-finalist here at the FIDE World Cup in Goa. 1 foot in towards that seat of the candidates. 3 out of the 4 players will qualify. We've got our bracket, but only one name on that semi-final spot. All the other 3 matches, Sahaj, going into tiebreaks. This bracket, those empty spots will get filled tomorrow, one way or the other.
Oof, and those 3 tiebreaks are happening tomorrow. We have Sindarov versus Jospem, Sam versus Esipenko, and of course,
the big
Vei versus Gandhivam.
The Gandhivam. Arjun Irigasi is going to start with the black pieces tomorrow. This is what we have in store for us right now in the quarterfinals. 1 game finished, the only game, Yakuboev Nordebek defeating Donchenko. 3 games remain, 3 seats remain for the semi-finals. And Tanya, I think that's it.
That is it from us, but there is so much more to come. And it will all happen tomorrow, guys. We will see you here, same time, same place. Clear up your calendar. It all comes down to tomorrow. Arjun versus Vei. That's where it's going to be
Let's
at.
go, Arjun.
Don't miss it. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.
Ciao.